Hello, chatto! It's Sundat, coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła fucking Kraków. I've forgotten what I was going to say. Do you know what it was? I got too confident. I was like swaggering on into this, like, we've done so many good intros lately. And then for some reason my brain went, yeah, let's add fucking Kraków in there, because that's definitely not going to mess up the rest of the sentences from that point on. Was it just rippled down the air? No. You know, sometimes you just got to dip out early, because if I tried to save that, it would have only got worse. It's important to know your fucking hell. It's always that same fucking face. Don, thank you for the 30 bits and for embarrassing me further, like I needed that. Does it even count as an intro? I mean, yeah. From the second that button is pressed until, I guess, the end of the actual, until the song hits that point, that's the intro, innit? John Doyle, thank you for the 40. No. See,
I recently woke up to my girlfriend using her vibrator in total silence. I thought that's not on.
It's gone wrong. It's gone poorly. For all of us, I think we can all agree. You for being here, me for being here, everyone for being here. There you go. I'm going to turn the music down slightly, because that's going to help my brain work slightly better. John, thank you for the 25 months. Don't know where I got 40 from. I guess if we add the 15-month streak to the 25 months, that makes 40. Stay with me now, if you could. The math is mathing, but I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. I hope you're well this morning. Yeah, we go again on Tuesday. It's fine. It'll be absolutely fine. Greetings from the M5, you say. How's that going? I assume there is traffic on the M5, otherwise you wouldn't be talking to us. It's we've got the M4 arriving today. Hopefully he's not delayed. He should arrive momentarily. Technically, because last stream the fantasy thing messed up, it's all the same. Obviously it's the same as last time, because we didn't do points because there wasn't anything to assign. Hopefully it's better today. We'll have to sort of see how that goes on that side of things. Dan, thank you for the 21 as well.
What do walruses and plumbers both love? A tight seal.
God, oh dear, that got worse the more I thought about it. Of the M4 later. There you go, you can meet our lad. Maybe bring him here a little bit quicker if you could. So on the Premier League predictions, I said that I was thinking about doing something a little bit silly with the predictions. On Friday, I may have sat down and done that. That website that I was sent on stream last time, I went through and I individually picked results for every single match for the Premier League this season on Friday. And I mean scores as well, not just like results. And then I saved each week's one as a separate screenshot. That way, for each week, I can reveal those predictions and we can discuss them afterwards. But they're going to get worse and worse and worse as the season wears on, because we'll get further and further away from the point at which I actually made the predictions. I also have league tables from that coming along the way as well, because I thought that would be quite a nice little fun game to play of just how badly I can predict the Premier League. And the best part was I was doing it without looking at the league table calculator underneath, just the fixtures. Did I predict Hull 2, Manchester United 0? I don't think I did. Probably not. But actually, do you know what? Screw it. I'm going to get my predictions out so I can at least get them ready for later on. Right, where are they? Game week 1 up. 12th November. I still don't think he's even that bad a lot of the time. I feel like Maguire is like a lightning rod for a lot of things that United do wrong, even when he himself isn't doing all of the things wrong. He still does sometimes, but at times he also looks like their best player as well. It's a weird one. Right, let me get the results that I actually picked up. I'll tell you what, chat. I did not predict that result. I very much did not predict that result. I'd like to make that very clear. But these were they. These were my predictions that I put in for this weekend's matches. It's not gone especially well so far. I did have Arsenal scoring 3 against Coventry, but I did have Man United not beating Hull. So I'd like some credit for the fact that I actually thought that Hull were going to not lose to United, if nothing else. He's got one right. But I feel like Hull Man United is still a wild... I feel like that at least is worth something in terms of credibility. The best thing about this as well is because after literally a week, I will have forgotten all of these predictions, meaning that I will be as surprised as you are when they come around. Yeah, I had Sunderland beating Ipswich. I thought when I watched the Leeds game that I thought I predicted Leeds to win that. But this is the great thing about predictions. You forget your own predictions. Yeah, wow, he got the most obvious one of the whole bunch right. But the weekend's not over yet, friends. There's still 4 games to go. I could get half of them correct. Brentford did a lot better than that. I think I predicted... Do you know my prediction? My actual prediction was that I thought Spurs would be bottom half still this season. I then proceeded to predict them to do really well in my predictions without actually realising it. So there's that. That was an absolute disaster, though. Like, what the hell? It was like... I like it because it's just like Spurs and Man United are like, hi, welcome back. We're still here. It's great.
I developed a serious pasta addiction. I spent my life savings on it, but it was worth every penny.
Damn straight. Gordo, thank you very much for the 62 months, my friend. We will swing back to this a little bit later on because obviously it's very early in stream. But nevertheless, that's just a taste of things to come. At one point, I realised I was predicting far too many games to have far too many goals, and there are not enough in others. So trust me, when you see the final league table prediction, which you won't for a very long time, it's a disaster class. But that's the best part about doing it without actually being able to see the table that you're predicting. But I did save them along the way as well at various points, but I did it afterwards. I went back and did it because I was like, this will be an interesting thing just to embarrass myself that little bit further. It is weird seeing no West Ham there. It's still weird not seeing Leicester there. And the way they've started this season, I'm not sure we're going to be seeing them for a while. Fulham winning the league. I was worried that I was going to be either too pessimistic on Fulham or too optimistic on Fulham. And it somehow ended up being both. It's so hard to explain. And then I'd randomly get to certain points and look at it and go, wow, did you really predict that team wouldn't score in like 7 matches? 1 point from 2 games less. Yeah, that is what is going on there. I know they got a red card as well, didn't they? Will he mess up the intro? Yes, he fucking will. Of course he did, because he's done it again. Ah, dear. Hello, Metal Movement. It is nice just to have football back in it. I mean, realistically, are they actually going to get relegated? Probably not, obviously. In fact, I still believe they probably will go up, because the season's very long, and as much as you do need a good start, it's still not a good look, though, is it? I mean, Notts County and... what was it? Was it Burton they lost at home to as well? Had 2 teams without a win. Yep, this is exactly it. I'm pretty certain that after the first 6 matches of the season, I predicted a team in the Premier League, I think it was, 5 matches in, to have not scored a single goal. That team has already scored a goal. So, that team was Ipswich, by the way. More than them a little bit. Massive start. Yeah, it's certainly... League One's certainly been an interesting season, for sure. Plymouth... I like Plymouth as well. I've always had a little weird soft spot for Plymouth for some reason. I did a save with Plymouth back on... what was it called? On FIFA Manager. Like, way back in the day, in like 05, 06, maybe? And I had a lovely time managing that Plymouth team. It was actually quite a long save for me back then. Back then, I was more of a one-season type beat because I had a short attention span. Nothing's really changed except for this is now my job, so I have no choice.
Funny number is close. Football was fun
close.
Yesterday. Let's end the season now, though, yeah. Hope you're well, Matto.
As I don't know if you'll agree with me on this. That game yesterday, Brentford Spurs, reminded me so much of that time when Brentford beat Man United 4-0 and were 4-0 up in the first half, where every single time Man United tried to play out from the back in that game, Brentford would just pounce on them, win the ball back and score. It reminded me of, it was like watching the same game, basically. I mean, that was an absolute disaster. And in fact, it could have been even more. It is terrifying, frankly. Brentford look, I mean, I guess it's one game, innit? But like, even so, you can't really have a better start than that. Brentford looked very good. I might have to start thinking about Keith Andrews as an actual good manager. I guess I could admit that he's a good manager, just an absolute
Hello,
whopper as a
Matto and
bloke,
Chato, as usual. Nothing exciting to say, so just have some money. Smile.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. And Ray, thank you for the 73 months. Christ on a bike, that's a lot of months. Many months. Sangare looked very, very good, yeah. Hello, Vauxhall. They're going down with the Fulham. But are they being mauled by the Tigers, chat? Is the real question. Who here feels like they've been mauled by a Tiger today? I absolutely love it, by the way. That might be my favourite thing from the entire weekend, because it's like the best rage bait ever. And every single, seemingly, footy Twitter account, etc., is just hook, line, sinker, falling for it. I love it. Oh, indeed, my head would be on my... It's so good. I absolutely love shit like that, because it is perfect levels of cringe that if you go after it, you just look like a sore look. It's so good. I feel like every club needs something like that. The trains... Oh. Everything about that match was just proper football is back, baby, innit? I absolutely adored it. We've got a couple of Champions League games to get through today before we get into the big meaty bit, essentially. So I figured I'd actually get into a game while I yap, because, Did I just no, I thought I just yelled at them before the game had even started. That would have been a poor start. Few players are back from injury today, which is kind of good. Also, Diabate is technically now able to be in the team. Because, not that I've been able to register him, he now counts as under 21 for a certain amount of time, which means he's now technically eligible for Champions League games. He's injured, unfortunately, but now he can play, which is quite nice. And Nozadze can now be taken out of the squad when we can do the re-registration. So we got more room for players, like, you know, midfielders and such. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, the train thing, I actually do fizzle. Sorry, I just read the full message. Incredible. It had everything, didn't it? It just had everything. They just seem... I like they're sort of the happy to be there, but also like, actually, we're going to try and take this seriously. I'm sure I'm not the only one that felt like their squad just didn't look like it would be good enough. But tactically, I really liked the way that Man United clearly decided to allow Hull to have the ball at the back and weren't going to press them too hard yet and try to sit on the pivots, right? But the second, Hull just went, no, actually, please do come on to us.
You got mauled by the Tigers, mauled by the tiger ears.
The tiger ears? Dangerous are tiger ears. You don't want to get too close to tiger ears. They will fuck you up. Don, thank you for the 100 bits. That's very kind of you, friend. Oh, go on. Early goal would be perfect here. Oh, nearly was another one. Incredible set pieces. Yeah, but what the thing is I really liked is the way that they were set up in the block, where as much as it was like 5-4-1 or whatever, the two wide men in the central part of the block were pushing up quite high to sort of cut off the wide channels for United. And it seemed to work really, really well. And they were just, Kowalski, they were just playing through it so easily at times. It was, yeah, I mean, obviously it's one of those games where statistically, like, United did have moments, but there doesn't feel like a lot of clear-cut moments in that game. It felt really like watching us, ironically, watching Wisła, where we end up in a game and we got 1.8 XG at the end of it, and you go, where did that come from? It's just sort of like a huge amount of lower quality chances. Like, I'm struggling to think of a huge opening that United had. There was the Mbermo. Actually, there was that chance in the first half. United were actually quite good until they went behind, I think. A lithium-ion battery. Jesus, what kind of aftershave are you buying? No, what I would say, though, is the Hull keeper looked very, very composed. It's nice seeing a goalkeeper that looked as absolutely goated in the air as he did. He was just coming for everything, but he looks really good while doing it. Oh, go on. Oh, Cabezas is our top scorer this season, by the way. Yeah, I'd never heard of the dude before. If I remember correctly, is it Solakis? He was the goalkeeper in the Olympiacos team that won the Conference League that time, right? I think. So he's got a bit, he's just no shortage of pedigree. Is he a Greek international? Because he looked very, very good. Like, he's the kind of goalkeeper that I like. The kind of guy that you feel like will just clean everybody out if he needs to, will come and clutch anything, but also he's not punching it and flapping at it. He's just like, no, I've got this. And obviously that's just one game, right? But I think, if nothing else, Hull look like they've got a very stable keeper. He looks really, really good. Only 23. Wow, he looks older, just in like his general face. Maybe keepers just age differently. Absolute joke. This, really? So I don't know much about what's gone on in the championship yesterday. As I did get a chance to watch the football. I watched the Hull Man United game, and then please keeper. Can I have the Hull goalie, please? And then I watched Then I flew to New Zealand and watched the Everton Palace game. But then I didn't see the Brentford Spurs game in the evening. I was just sort of keeping an eye on it through my phone app. So those are the only two games I actually watched firsthand. I know, it's sad to see no Hjörtur Dahl, but think about it like this. They did that without him. I know he's not the Jens that we know and love, but he could be. And I hope he does start getting some appearances for them. I guess it's because he's only just joined, right? He's probably not settled in tactically and stuff yet. Hello, Peace. How are you, friend? Sam. I've been called worse. Much worse, in fact. Regularly. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Kowalski! How are we not scoring these chances, bro? Espanyol have actually not been bad here. Hello, Pog. Are you back home yet, or are you still at the gym? We've actually given up a few little openings here, concerningly. Right, what about the other Polish? Actually, I don't know if they're in action today. Matthew Coffey. Oh, James. Yes, please. Sorry. That is my latest bit that I've been running on Pog. Just if I like anything, it's that, you probably have seen it. It's that thing with Andy Robertson and James Milner trying biscuits. I cannot get it out of my brain. It's like my vocal stim lately. If I just enjoy anything. Make it too much. It's those streamer millionaires you've heard so much about, all right? Yeah, I was watching it with Andrew. Just cuddled up, watching Everton Palace, you know. I actually thought the Palace looked pretty good in that game. Except, and this might just be a common thing, but like, did Palace have like some hatred of like Woodwork? Because they had some bloody good chances in that game. And if I remember correctly, last year as well, Palace were quite poor for missing chances and just being really underperforming in certain things. And it seems like it's somehow continued under a new manager. But Dewsbury Hall, he looked very fucking good in that game. Leaving Essex and moving to Liverpool, living the dream. I guess it depends on where in Essex you've come from or where in Liverpool you're moving to, right? 2-0, love to see it. Yeah, the Mateta story. Because isn't he trying to like take Palace to court or something to say that his last year of his contract is somehow invalid or something? I saw this before I started stream today. I didn't actually put it in my notes because it was too late for that point. But what I'd say though is if you're a club and that's a player that's forcing him, clubs are always like, oh well, he's just trying to get out of that club. He would never do that to us. It's like, why? Why wouldn't he do that to you as well? Cabezas, that's his 11th goal of the season. He has actually been unreal. He's probably been our best player this year, unironically. He's so goddamn good. 2 years ago as well. So he's only just noticed. Just woke up one day and went, hang on a minute. I'm not playing for Man United. What's happened here? This wasn't part of the plan. Whole game. Something played at the end of the whole game. Oh, I don't know. I actually genuinely don't know. Was not valid. But that's... I don't understand what terms he would have to say that, unless it's a case of like... I don't know. But this is suddenly a new thing. And if nothing else, I look forward to this being a possibility in FM27, where one of my players comes to me and goes, you know that 3-year extension you put in your contract? And I'm like, yeah, the one I triggered just now. And he's like, I didn't actually sign that. I'm like, I think you might have done though, buddy. That won't be absolutely infuriating at all. It looks like Chelsea are going to basically give us no choice but to... I think we may just end up not winning this whole thing just because Chelsea are just that one little bit better this season, which is very frustrating. Also, I'm pretty certain, because obviously we're in January now, obviously there were no games, but I'm pretty certain I have accepted a bid for someone that's really good, and I need to check into that because I forgot to actually mention that before we started getting into games today. A tribunal. Ruling in favour of the club. So he's taking the FIFA to Trump. Ah, okay, so he's already failed at multiple hurdles in this, and it's just gone, you know what? Yes. The Premier League multi-league. Oh. So is that like a kind of... like red zone type thing where you get all the games on at once and then see that would be the dream in terms of imagine if Soccer Saturday was like that. And I know at times it can be because of when they actually have the rights to do so, but also I quite like just watching a game and then having the little mini pop up in the bottom corner that shows the goals from the other matches. I feel like that actually for me might be the peak football viewing experience where you're watching one game because that's the one you're interested in the most, but then you're still getting really live updates with showing the goals from the other games in the bottom corner. Or even if they did full screen when the other goals come in or something. That for me was like, yeah, like Goal Rush, yeah. That seems like the best option of the bunch. Who do I support? I'm a Fulham fan. The cuts are too small, agreed. I think we need like, just do picture in picture where it's bigger for a little bit or something, right? That'd be the dream. I know they can't, but blue sky scenario, right? That's what I'm looking for out of that kind of thing. I guess they can do it for like Sunday games, but I'm talking Saturday, you know? Which you do get in pretty much every other nation, as far as I know at least. Right, Pepe's presumably trying to harm their entire team, which is totally fine. You carry on there, bud. I was about to say if they got anyone in their team that isn't Spanish Scourge, but they are a Spanish team, so, you know, I'll give them a pass on this one. It looks like their entire team probably has come from Spanish clubs, in fairness. It's on a 4.5-year deal in the summer of 2021 with a year extension, which they activated. Did he just not know, maybe? I think the F1 is at 2, plus the football starts at 2 again as well, because we've got the two... Hang on. It's these two games here, Villa, Brighton, and then City, Bournemouth. Those games are at 2 as well, aren't they? And then you've got the Newcastle, Liverpool one at 4:30. But I actually don't know if the F1's on at 2 today. I've completely forgotten that the F1 was even back. I nearly yelled at them for no reason. Lads, you go on. Crack on, sis. Marco Silva leaving replacement. I think personally that it was the right time for Silva to go. I think things had started to get a little bit stagnant and we needed something fresh to happen. Now, whether Arbeloa ends up being the right man for the job or not remains to be seen. Who can say? There's almost no way of knowing other than watching the matches. But it is nice just to be going into a season and not feeling like, oh, we're going to get the same exact thing where we threaten to be decent and then give it up exactly when it's not. When we need to not be doing that. And we may well do that under Arbeloa. I know for a fact that we're going to be less defensively stable under him for sure. Like we are 100% going to be conceding more goals. But I feel like we'll also be scoring more goals. Fulham by showing, Basically, if you saw the prediction thing there, I went through on Friday and I predicted the result of every single match in the Premier League for the entire season on Friday. And I put them all in a big folder, which I'll be revealing each week to see how bad my predictions get, particularly as the season wears on. I mean, they've started poorly, but they get worse, presumably. Right, I am itching to yell at them. Sometimes you just need a bit of violence in your life. Right. Subbies. Coffee's now back from injury as well, just about. I mean, he's not actually probably willing to play, but he's at least benchable. The reason Nathan Allen didn't start is because obviously our boy got a little bit annoyed at me. So Johnny Boy is back in for the time being. We will get Momper off, though, for Joao Carlos, who's now got a Brazil cap, apparently. Uche has... Oh, Uche's really annoyed at me because I didn't let him leave. You know, the usual nonsense. That's 3 subbies. We are 2 goals to the good. Maybe now would be a good opportunity to give Blanco a run out. Perhaps. It's only 2 goals, though, and they aren't too bad. I'll save the other sub, because I can bring them on later as another striker, potentially. What's the website? The website was... Ooh, have I still got it open? Hang on, it'll be one of my recent tabs. Someone in chat actually sent it to me. It is called... Hang on, I'll send you a link. It's World Football Net. This is the one that I used. Obviously, it takes quite a while. I think it took me like an hour to go through it all, but that's because obviously I was saving it and taking screenshots after every match day, and then every 5 league games I was doing screenshots of the league tables as well. Obviously, I can go back and recreate those if I needed to, but I thought, right, if I'm going to commit to doing it like this, it'll be silly for the season. Oh, but I wanted to get it done before the first match day. Hello, Icy Primate. 10k, nice. That just sounds like a lovely day. To be fair, yesterday was just a lovely day as well. It's nice just having the full football calendar, if you like, minus Europe, I suppose. Or like minus the sort of league stages of Europe back. Not the weekend stuff anyway. Ah, shit. That's what I was worried about. But it is just nice. It feels like a sense of normality, I suppose. We're playing a manager-style game that puts you in the club owner seat and lets you run the entire club, exceptions of the... Which manager game is that? So basically like director of football type stuff. I have actually been given a code for a game that's got a similar premise to that. I just can't remember exactly what it's called. I think it might actually be called something like director of football manager. I get sent these sort of codes all the time, but I'm never quite sure if the games are legit or whether they're just, you know, like sort of, you know, Steam slop. Oh yeah, the Bundesliga hasn't started yet, has it? I guess with 4 less fixtures, they've got less time and a winter break. Oh, please don't muck this up. Maybe the sub's too early. Go on, Christian. Oh, I do love it when he does that. A basketball management game. Is there not really anything in that realm then? Like a, you know, an out of the park style game for basketball? Because that seems like an area of sports gaming that you'd think there would be, given how popular basketball is. Next FM is out. Not to my knowledge, no. Bear in mind, it's only August, right? Realistically, in prior... Oh, actually, I might do this here. A warm hug league. I love that, and I don't even know why I love that so much, but I do like that. It is a warm hug league. I've always had a soft spot for the Bundesliga in general and the players that tend to come from there for some reason. But yeah, with FM, it's like, what the fuck? Okay, so we have scored apparently, but the highlight was just... Did I pause in the middle of a highlight? Oh, I might have paused in the middle of the highlight. I think I paused in the middle of the highlight, or it's just cut straight to the highlight there of Akbash scoring. Either way, we're 3-1 up now, apparently. That was a free kick goal. We take those. But yeah, usually you don't hear anything about the next FM game as far as its actual release day or anything until, what, middle of September, maybe late September? Probably, I'd expect to start hearing stuff in September, especially if that, because that's when they're supposed to be doing that playtesting stuff, right? So perhaps you hear things around that sort of time, as it's, oh, it should have been 4. Great from Stiggy. Yeah, they put other stuff for testers. I wonder how many, like... Wait, did they tell people? I think... Because they did that other post, didn't they? Where they mentioned... Did they mention in that post how many people had applied for it? Or am I just imagining that? Because I know they did another post talking about it, but I can't remember if they actually mentioned how many people had applied or not. Stiggy's ball! Akbash! Oh. That was lovely. 30,000. And I guess that's worldwide, obviously, because it's not like you need to be in the UK to do it. Oh, and the Coupe de France kicks off. And to be fair, one of my second favourite cup competition in the world has already been kicking off as well. With the FA Cup, which unfortunately Ely City are already out of. Which does kind of suck when you go out of the literal very first possible opportunity. Be the owner of a club, hire that off. I guess so. It's not... I mean, ultimately, any games like that I find intriguing. But I do wonder how the game mechanic what the loop of the game mechanic would be, because I feel like at times the owner's quite hands-off. Not standoffish. There's a lot of hands-off stuff. We wouldn't actually have to engage with a lot of those things in like on a regular basis. I did play a game back in the day. It was a mobile game called like Football Chairman or something, which I did quite enjoy. But then it got like done with like mobile ads, I think. There was a couple of games like that were quite decent. Have a lot of licenses. Yeah, the problem is sometimes the ones with the licenses can sometimes be the shittest ones because they don't have like, as in the money goes to licenses and not development, I suppose. What you want is a game that kind of does both. And I feel like for FM for the longest time was always we don't care about the licenses too much. We just want the game to be good. And now it's kind of trying to find a way to straddle both things, right? 30k in the first 24 hours. Okay, so it's likely then way more than that. That's awesome, frankly. Because now they've got a huge pool of people they can pick from, and presumably they won't just be going, hey, these people have played it loads, therefore they're the ones. It'll be they'll have a pie or a cross-section that they're presumably looking for of different types of players, and that's kind of sick. It looks like Fantasy Game is now working again. Things you love to see. No clean sheet. Man of the match for what I'm guessing, because, let's be honest, actually, did we? Yeah, must have done. Yeah, we did. It was. Who was it in the end, actually? Oh, Jacob. Love to see it for you, buddy. Did I actually give him the points correctly? Yes, it did. Okay, looks like it is all working today. Love to see it. DFB Pokal actually is a quality. I just like cup competitions. A 10-1 in the FA Cup. Really? Bloody hell. Yeah, we did not go out that easily. Well, we probably should have gone out, actually, because we went ahead. Then they scored twice. Then we had a red card. But we scored a 93rd minute equaliser to get a replay. But obviously I couldn't go to the replay. And then we just lost the replay really easily, unfortunately. But that's life, I suppose, down at this level. It's minimal margins. Manchester City just put 8 goals past Vardar Skopje, which might sound like, okay, yeah, you'd expect that to happen. But Vardar have got some points here. Starting small, buying a non-legal league club, move up with the club, sell it after a while. I guess so. I'm not. Which game is this? Because I've not heard of this game, I suppose, is my point. Like, does this game even exist? Because maybe it does, I don't know. City is certainly getting the goal difference up. It probably won't help them. We're actually guaranteed second at a minimum now, which is good. But this was the Tuesday game, and the other Polish sides don't play till Wednesday. So we actually have a really good idea of how the league table's looking. We've done our part, though, and we've got one last game. Realistically, I don't think our goal difference is even going to be good enough, even if Chelsea drop points. Because our goal difference has been a little bit stilted. Ironically, our biggest win in the Champions League this season has been against Liverpool. FM? What's happened here? FM? Just to clarify, that did save, right? Okay, less than a minute ago. Phew. Sorry, the game does this weird crashy thing. It's in development. Oh, is it? Do you know what it's called? Or is it just called, like, Football Owner? What is going on? FM? I think it soft locked me. I'm convinced that's what's just happened. I saw that fucking... Actually, I'll tell you, there's a very clear way of me knowing if this is the same fucking things happen again, is if Steam is not running in the background anymore. Yep. So there's this new bug that I'm noticing where Steam basically crashes in the background, you don't get notified of it, and it takes FM with it, but you have no idea that it's happened. Oh, wait, no, Steam is running. Oh, no, tell a lie. I was blaming Steam for no reason. This is just purely an FM bug. Yep. Ah, dear. Luckily, we'd already saved the game because we have autosave on after each match. That's fucking annoying, though. Bloody hell, FM. Taking Alpha. Still, that's cool that even something like that's coming. Right, let me just close that off. Fucking hell, FM. So that's just a completely different bug. Thankfully, hopefully at least, the game had saved because we were already out of the match. And it says it was saved less than a minute ago. So that should have worked. What happened? I'll just use FM nonsense pog. It just crashed for no reason. That's true. This is a small indie company of 300 odd people. They're just a mum and pop shop. Yes, you're right. It's planned obsolescence. It's like, hey, you think you got it good now? Wait. Just you wait. Deary me. Yeah, the one thing I've been noticing a lot lately is the Steam bug one, and I don't know why it happened. I thought I'd got rid of it by forcing Steam to not use like hardware acceleration or something inside its like overlays, because that actually seemed to be what was crashing, and it was just taking FM with it. But I had it happen a lot. It's never happened on stream, which is weird. It's only ever happened when I'm playing this save, and it happened the other day in a game I was winning, which I then proceeded to go on to lose
30.
when I had to replay the fucking game, which was really fucking infuriating. Particularly as I think the run ended up being like 18k. Suka, thank you very much for the 30 months, my friend. Oh, dear. But that's a new one for me. I guess there are worse places to be soft locked. Let's just hope that this actually did work. 10:29 is when it's saved. Yeah, that must be right. Watch us now load in and find that it'll cover the screen in a minute. There you go. That it's like saved in this weird like limbo period or something. Rapunzel are there. You love to see it. Are you going to get one? FM? Okay, good. Yeah, but just get through this day. I will look at the table in a minute, but I want to kind of get off of this day just to make sure that we actually can progress. Otherwise, I'll be frustrated. Tempted. I bet you are. You've been to the game. You've been to the gym. Actually, I'll tell you what. Goal difference-wise, it is pretty close between us and Chelsea. If they were to drop points on their final day and we win, we would most likely be able to get ahead of them. The question is, who are Chelsea playing on the last day? Tottenham. Wait, really? Didn't realise you could play clubs from the same nation in the groups. I guess with so many English sides in there, they have to. Yeah, we're actually closer than I thought. I guess it's just that... Where was it that I thought we were doing quite poorly on that? Because, like, some of our winnable matches, we've only won by smaller margins. I mean, the biggest win, again, was the Liverpool one. On the opening day of the Champions League, 4-0. Intake is expected March 17th. It's the same day every year for us, as now we have the sort of the best odds, if you like, in Poland. So it will always be, unless it's like random leap year shit, it's always March 17th. I think one year it was March 18th, but that's when we always get it. Which is basically, let's just see. I do like the fact that the game tells you that at least. It's quite useful. The preview was appalling. Truly staggeringly awful. So it'll be just after the Brute Betny Chechnya game, which is usually just after the round of 16 matches, which is where we have to get to today. The prediction, though, was... I mean, hold on to your hats, my friends. Yes. Status... Oh, no, this is not status quo. Status quo rocks all over this world. This is beyond... bad. The fact that it's half a star, I think, is the lowest we've ever had, and the fact that the best player in it is a D, allegedly. Even by our standards, this is biblically bad. And it sucks because it feels like, genuinely, the last good player that we had that was truly like noteworthy from our intake was Steinbergen. And that was how long ago now? How old is Steinbergen? He's 22 years old at this point. He's played 169 league games for us in his career now, 44 caps for the Netherlands. Because he's the youngest of the three that we had in a row, right? Because we had Molski, Kowalski, Steinbergen all in a row, which, to be fair, is a hell of a distribution of players. So I can't really complain too much. Fire the Hoyd. It isn't even the Hoyd at this stage. It is just purely, we have a really good team, so everyone's judged by that. But also, Poland have not quite a low youth rate. They have the opportunity to get the occasional banger, and we've probably got them, I would say.
Won a friendly tournament for the third time in a row with 18 points, 3 points for a win, and after the game 1 point for every penalty converted, 3 and every match. Our right winger scored 5 goals, including 1 hat-trick and at least 3 assists in 3 games. Second place got the player of the tournament. Cheer 100.
Hell, go ahead Kampen as well. So is go ahead a more common, like, prefix for Dutch teams than I thought it was? I've only heard it with Eagles afterwards. Also, when you said that they got 17 out of 18 points, my brain, before reading the rest of it, did get very confused for a moment. Zions, they can turn out usable, but the thing is, he's not really usable. Like, he's better than we anticipated, but he's still... Actually, no, he is still fairly good, but also he was actually in the same intake as Kowalski, which is probably why we didn't notice Jerzy Zions, as obviously, because with him being in the same class as Kowalski, like we were going to pay attention to the other Jerzy, the second Jerzy, so to speak, the other Berlin twin, or whatever. You speak equals amateur. Oh, I see. So that isn't like a common prefix thing. Okay. Like mining in Poland? Yeah, go ahead and mine it. Go ahead, biscuits. Maybe it's a biscuit consortium. We're in the pockets of Big Biscuit, and I'm all right with that, frankly. So, maybe one day we'll get another intake that's any good. But like when you just look at our under-19 squad for just pure Polish players, like, he didn't come for our intake. We signed him. We saw by age, actually, so it would really highlight these kind of guys. Olikovsky, Bugai was a couple of years ago. And he's probably okay. But, you know, nothing special. They're all sort of around this level. And maybe one of them could become all right. The Maltese dude, of course, Chekuti. I mean, he will absolutely get caps for Malta. In fact, oh no, I thought he already did actually. But he's definitely got Malta Future International written all over him for sure. But yet, we have other teams in Poland, such as Polonia, getting this guy in their most recent intake. Like, my jealousy when we saw him in the first place was like, how on earth did they get this guy? 5-star potential starter, actually. Who? Bugai's not, well, 2.5 stars. Inferno, thank you very much for the 69 months. Thank you, man. And it's the funny number too. But we haven't had any 5-star intake players for... The last one we had was Steinbergen. And that was, what, 6 years ago now? Because all these guys here are, like, at best 3 stars, which is still not awful. There looks to be centre-backs as well. Maybe they just develop better, perhaps. Afrochuck as well with a 51 months. Things you'll have to see. Because obviously Shimkowiak wasn't a player that came through our intake. He was from their intake, who we just bought off of them. Because he truly is an exceptional talent. God, I hope he has an actual ceiling. But it's like, we're doing everything we can to try and get these guys. Yeah, and obviously Volkanov and that, they're not intake players. They are guys we signed from abroad. He is... Oh. I almost want to build another tactic for the league that has 3 centre-backs in it, solely to allow us more time to play Volkanov, because I just don't trust him enough in a 2, but in a 3 with 2 more sort of senior players, I would be okay with that. And I feel like one of the best ways to do that would be to sacrifice one of the many midfielders that aren't really doing a lot, and then use a bit more aggressive centre-backs, perhaps, for the sort of more aggressive tactical approach. That might be something to sort of look at as far as incubation type stuff the next time we find a chance to do that, which, let's be honest, is probably going to be next stream. Yeah, like, we liked 3 at the back initially, like our other tactic, but I felt that it was a bit profligate in places. But we seem to have tightened that up a little bit, and I do wonder if maybe getting rid of one of these 2 and then making the centre-backs... why am I doing this as if I can't just do this right now? Tell you what. What is this? What is this? Oh, is this the one that you sent me, Hadrian? This is your one, isn't it? Your GOP tactic. I think. Or is this my GOP tactic? No, this is your one, I think. Okay, we'll temporarily put that on the back burner. The best part about this is that's just been sat in our 3rd tactic slot the entire time, which means that they've sort of semi-been training that in the background for the entire time. That actually makes a difference. Hello, Micro. How are you, friend? Micro. I don't know why I called you Micro instead of Micro, but which one of the 2 is it, actually? You got it. Did you get it, Pog? Fair play, love. Afternoon hokey cokey. Yeah. Right, what I'll do is I'll simply copy this over to this slot, and then we can dick about with it in here. Dan, thank you for you were streaming very early today, my friend. And what were you streaming as well? Because it wasn't FM, but I must... Oh, it's charity stuff. I am the ultimate charity case. Welcome in, everybody. Is there a link for the charity, or is it to do with the Slough game charity? Because if so, either way, link in chat, please, so we can see what's cracking on with that. Just throwing a sausage. Oh, down a hallway by any chance? Holy shit, you must be absolutely knackered. So in a way, Zeep, I was still right. He was streaming really early. 3 defenders. Cut John out of the lineup. No, because John isn't a defender. As in, when I say 3 defenders, I mean 3 centre-backs, specifically. £1,000 D. That's incredible. Seriously. I have literally one of the things in my notes today was plug the Slough game. ! Slough. It's a great cause. I'm really, really looking forward to it. Next Saturday, we're all going to be down there playing in Slough, and it's going to be sick. And I'm really excited. I really am. I'm coming down on Friday night. That's the levels of excitement I have. I've got a hotel in Slough, the big city. Pog just sent me a picture of something. Pog's got a Yorkshire pudding wrap for Jeb's appearance fee. So we're still halfway. We're only halfway there then, right? Presumably. There's a Moxie in Slough Friday night. I do. Yeah, I think we're in the Travel Lodge. I think it was the Travel Lodge. I have to ask Pog. Pog, are we in the Travel Lodge? My condolences. I'm looking forward to it. What I am going to do... Oh, actually, before I do anything else, I do like a Moxie, to be fair. I've stayed in Moxies in London before, and they are actually really nice hotels, in fairness. Cool artwork and stuff in there, too. Superior. Yeah, but... Yeah, probably. How much was it? I'm curious now, because to see if I've been ripped off by Travelodge. 2 foot her own teammate. Well, she'll find a way. Genuinely, it's a really nice hotel chain, isn't it? I've only ever stayed at the one in, I think it's in Stratford. £78 is how much we paid. But I'm starting to think that I might have made a poor choice. Didn't even think about Moxie. £90 a night. Yeah, I would have happily paid the extra £12 that I think about it. Oh well. Think of me when you're in your nice Moxie, all right? Aircon does sound delicious. Is it supposed to be stupidly hot next weekend? So, which of these players are we sacrificing? Because I feel like it probably has to be... I honestly wonder if it's the central one. Because it feels like this role doesn't actually do a lot and kind of gets in the way. Yeah, that was supposed to be Montperus. I guess we can do... Because if we were to push Nozadze here, we could always move Cabezas to the side and keep him in that same role, right? So say Nozadze's role is that, and then he moves there, and he's still the advanced playmaker. That would still give him the space into the channels, potentially. Player info ready for Slough. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing I needed to do. So no, I haven't. I don't think I have. I filled in a survey, if that was that, but maybe there's another thing I need to do, which I've now need to go and do. Busy now on a Saturday. Perfect conditions. Fun thing, but no, absolutely. I can totally get involved with that. I just need to know where I need to do that. Free up our free roll. Yeah. Maybe I'll allow Montperus to go a little bit more. 4.5-star players. I think we've just accumulated them over time. Bear in mind, a lot of this has come because of the loan farm. Like, players have returned this season for the loan farm, so we've ended up with a slightly over preponderance of these kind of dudes in there. No more time full of that. Oh, mate, mushroom. I do have one pack left to open later on stream, but I got a little bit ahead of myself on Friday morning, and I may have opened a load more packs than I had because I was just desperate to sort of see if I can get anything new. I did get... What did I get? No, I already had Anthony Robinson. I got Nitro Boost Oscar Bob, so that was kind of cool. And I got Aaron Lopalo B, which is a Fulham one. Rookie card too, which was kind of sick. Then I also had Seth Ridgen, another Fulham one. There was another Fulham one as well that I got, I think, in here too. Nothing crazy good, though. Oh, Josh King, Future Stars. And then... there was one other player. Oh, yeah. I got a weird Mikael Damsgaard one. It's the Topps Premier League trading cards one, Moxel. Yeah, I don't know what this one is. It's like a sort of strange Mikael Damsgaard one. It's a shame it's a Brentford player, but it is what it is. There was one other one that I got, which was kind of nice, which I don't think is in here, actually. I think it's in my tin. It was one of the, blue voltage ones. It was another Hull player, as it happens. Probably Discord, Tay. That way I will not forget, because my brain is notoriously awful at these kind of things. In order, I'm going to go through and sort it later. I did get, didn't get 8-bit Mitt, but I did get 8-bit Milner, and I did get 8-bit Pappy C. But there's one more pack for later on. I'll buy some more at Tesco's tomorrow. Got ahead of myself a little bit. So if I do that, and then this needs to be the centre-back... 1 of 20 Dan James. Bloody hell, you guys are getting crazy stuff. I have a 1 of 399 Charlie Hughes, which turns out wasn't one of my guaranteed cards. It was just a random one that was in there. I was actually supposed to get blue voltage cards, but because I haven't got my second blue voltage card, I know that it's in that pack that we've got left. So we're going to be getting something later, if nothing else. The Zealand Shattered card. Maybe.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis.
Ginger Heskey, thank you for the follow. Why am I pointing with a plastic straw? I feel like a teacher/wizard. It's where I need to be. New Zealand Women's second tier. Hibiscus Coast is a great name for a team. I love the badge. This is giving Grimsby, but my God. Grace Chitty, when she scores, do they say chitty chitty bang bang? I have to know. Is that Johnson scarf? It is, yes. He's going to do it, chat. I bought it in Tromsø, would you believe? I was there in 2020. So I decided to get a scarf while I was down. I do love Tromsø as well. But fair play to them for actually taking a draw off of Brighton in that game. I expect Brighton will win at the Amex, but still, that must have been a cool place. Like, I imagine when Brighton fans saw that draw, they must have been over the moon with that, just because it's somewhere cool to go for an away trip. I know, was it 407 Brighton fans went, which is kind of dope. So, the question then becomes... what do we do with... if we're going to change the centre-backs like that, what do we do with them? Obviously, out of possession, we'll need to change too, but that's fine. I can just... he probably wanted to be out of possession. Wait, who was it? Was it Nozadze I got rid of? Yeah. And that means Kowalski can go more central, can't he? Out of possession. And he stays like that. That makes a bit of sense. What it does feel like wide centre-backs have to be the play, right? And that would actually let Mana and Akbash get very heavily involved. Straight up wide centre-backs. So we tried an advanced centre-back before, but it really didn't work. Like, wait, do I want them out of possession? I realised I was on the out of possession tactic there. Might have to come back to that. Oh, okay, cool. Right, no worries. I'll have a little look at that later on. Did you tag me? Just so otherwise the notification might get lost. I'm very curious about this. How did I miss this? We'll make you wide. Nice, thank you, friend. So that's that. Where's the wide centre-back out of possession approach? Huh. To learn the game. Do you know what? You'd learn a lot from Dan about the game, but you also get to learn music while you're there, because Dan is a fabulous musician who makes great music too, and you don't get that here. I just listen to it. I simply do not have that level of ability. No centre-backs in possession. I think we kind of did at one point, right? Overlapping. The problem is we're looking for the tactic to be stable enough to actually work, rather than just to be pure all-out attack. Like, this isn't me thinking I'm building a silly tactic. This is me thinking I'm building a tactic that we actually want to be able to use against decent sides as well, or someone we're expected to win against, right? Yeah, you learn what not to do from me. Middle centre-back. I might temporarily just leave him as a centre-back, or a ball-playing centre-back at least, so we can, move his feet around a little bit. And then out of possession, they're wide but a bit drop. Yeah. Out of possession, I feel like he kind of needs to be just a centre-back, right? Because if anything that he moves into out of possession is just going to get in the way of Kowalski. They're both pressing. He's just straight up DMing. I'd be tempted to just leave it at that for a minute and then tweak from there, kind of thing. Because then it means against, like, in Europe, for example, then you've got Mana, Akbash, and Steinberg, and you let Stainey play probably in the middle, even though he's got a bit of pace about him. I think, yeah, we need to... They could be in the same position. I don't know. They might interchange quite nicely, because I think Naeem has stay wider on. Oh, no, he doesn't. He has sit narrow because it's advanced playmaker. Interesting. But he does have run wide with ball, which might account for that slightly. We'll see. It looks quite tasty in possession, actually. It looks weirdly more sensible than the one we're actually copying, hilariously. I think instructions-wise, I'll leave them the same. We don't actually have a midweek game, but we could try it against Club Brugge. The downside of trying it against Club Brugge is that we have to catch Chelsea, but realistically... Do you know what, right? It's fun, isn't it? That's why we're here. We'll try it against Club Brugge, and then after that, no matter what, we'll have a shitload of league games to test it in anyway. Because we're guaranteed top 8 already. So we know that we won't be playing again until, in the Champions League at least, until March, something like that. But it has just sort of felt like, especially lately, that there has definitely been a few moments where it does tend to get caught out a little bit. And I don't know why it wasn't before, which is what's strange about it. Is this all Patreon players? I don't think it's all Patreon players. Oh, I think it's some of the strikers in here that we scouted originally and have now fallen off hard, it would seem. Although that was... I don't hate his attributes, actually. I'm not saying he's another, like, M4 type player, but considering he's 16 years old, he's got 15 acceleration, 13 pace, 13 crossing, 12 dribbling. Realistically, will he even sign for us yet? Not yet. But I feel like I would like to try and bring him in, because he's quite... And he's Tanzanian, which makes it more fun. That's the main reason, to be honest. His Tanzanianness. Who are you? That's Racing Club. Wow, this guy fell off hard. This guy, I'm pretty certain, had like 5-star PA when I first looked at him, and now he seems to have fallen down. Admittedly, that's probably just more scouting knowledge coming into play. One marginal at the very bottom. That's a new find. And oh, the video's going to be great, because you, once he hits you with the right, you know you're in for one. Okay, that's those guys we already know about. You're all... Oh, actually, you're not. You are... He's very fun. He reminds me a bit of Stig. We'll see what money situation's looking like. And we've got plenty of cash once the signings actually join us. Because he might actually be someone I'd look to sign anyway. Because him in the loan file could be magnifico. What about you? Bautista Martin? He's all right. The premium on them is just a little high, unfortunately. Great. Yeah, it's not how you want to start the season, is it, really? That's the thing. There's doing that, and then there's doing... I guess at least on the opening day, you've got time to turn things around. Now, did I actually sell a guy off stream, or was I in the process of selling a guy? I need to check that too, actually. Right, so a couple of things. Raji, I sold to Jagiellonia, and Jens, I sold to Toulouse because he kicked off and forced himself out of the club again. So he's now gone to Toulouse. And he's got a 2-year contract there, remarkably. So he's just going to keep on going. Hull were very good. I was extremely impressed with them. I still think they're probably going to struggle, but you can't ask for a better start than that, if nothing else. So there was a player I think I was in the process of trying to sell, perhaps. Oh, no, it wasn't a sell. It was a buy. So I actually, for once, remembered that. Also, Lecky are back in for Blanco, and I'm considering the idea of it because that would be insanely good for them in Europe, even if it means that he's sort of out of XG on the beach. But having him back out on loan would be outrageous. Few bids in there, which is absolutely fine. So, that goalkeeper I signed in the summer, the freebie, Corona want him. But I did the high reputation freebie search before the window ticked over into January, and I found this guy at Leeds. Ready? We can sign him on a free transfer. He's 25 years old. So I've put a bid on the table for him to see if he'll join us from Leeds. Now, he hates big matches. Who cares, right? He is a proper flip and sell type player. And he'd instantly be worth £50 million here. So he's like Sam... Is it Sam Ingram? Yeah, a little bit of 9 tackling in there. Doesn't like big matches, unfortunately, which sucks. But ultimately, I think he's got quite a serious injury as well. Yeah, he's got a broken leg at the moment too. Treasure place 9. Potentially, the big matches thing, though, that does kind of ick. And the dives into tackles without a good tackling, which we could maybe get rid of. Yeah, so they got him for free. Oh, no, they didn't. So he's actually a Leeds youth player too. Did a little loan. Does that count as Spanish Scourge? He played in Spain. I think we'll count that. Where was he born? Skelmersdale. That's very close to Leeds, right? Or it's certainly in Yorkshire, I think. I feel like I've been through Skelmersdale. Is Skelmersdale in like a mountainous area for some reason? Free from Burnley. Oh, they poached him then. Presumably they must have poached him then. Actually, as for the league phase, Jagiellonia are now slipped out of it, but obviously have a game in hand. Radomiak still in... They've got tough matches though, because they... I have a horrible... Oh, Wigan way, really? Wigan is up... I have a really bad geography at times. Capoeirista. How are you, my friend? Logical for Burnley youth. I guess. Yeah, I suppose if it was Burnley youth player, that would make more sense. I think I might have driven... that would be why I know Skelmersdale, because I'm pretty certain I drove past or through it when I was on my way back from Manchester one time. In the only time I've ever driven back from Manchester. Duzmano. Thank you for the follow, friend. Jagiellonia host Spurs. Radomiak host Shakhtar. Radomiak need to win this game. No excuses. If they do, they're qualified, pretty much. Jagiellonia obviously technically also need to win this game, but the likelihood of them getting points off of Spurs or Bayern is slim to none. And that's a real problem. But it is what it is. It's their fault, though, for not winning games that they should have won. They've had 2 very winnable matches. They had Ikor and Malmö. They played both Swedish sides in the Champions League and lost to both of them in Sweden. Shameful. Bunny, sure. Not to the side. Right, let's go. I see Malmö have just lost. 1-0 defeat to Spurs. That might have... I felt like their chance was probably beating Spurs. Then again, Bayern are kind of... Actually, no, Bayern are good this year, annoyingly. What about Radomiak? They've drawn. M6. Yeah. It was definitely me coming back from Manchester then. Hello, Alexander. That sucks. 8 points is probably not going to be enough for them, realistically. Like, they're 19th now, but there's still another match day. Goal difference-wise, they're all right goal difference-wise. Jagiellonia are absolutely cooked now. Oh, don't lose both of them. Arsenal just casually still no win in 7. Amazing. 5 draws, no wins for Arsenal. This is good news, though, for us, because an English side going out in the group stages is magnificent. Well, I suppose it helps Spain catch them, if nothing else. Shakhtar led... Wait, did... Oh, yeah, Shaquille O'Neal Belgrave. Is he Spanish Scourge? He bloody is. Shaquille O'Neal Belgrave of Cordoba, and then Everton, and then Forest on a free, and now Shakhtar. What a strange way. I wish they didn't have him now, because that is... Were they at least... Please don't tell me they were unlucky. Like, at least play like shit. I'd say that's probably a fair draw, actually. But they're going to need to be very, very good in their last match, and I just don't know if they are. Where was he born? I'm guessing probably Spain. He probably does have English second nationality, doesn't he? 7'2". Sadly not. He's 6'2", born in Ibstock. I actually feel like I've looked at him before, because I do recognise Ibstock as a birthplace for a player that we've looked at specifically. Crew yesterday. I won't be able to show it, but I can look at it unless there's any sound. Or is this not going to let me play it because of X? Oh, no, it will play. Oh, he hit behind the goalie. I feel like it's been a while since we've had one of these goals. Oh, that's even worse. Good shout on him actually going to the other side of the keeper too, because sometimes they tend to run around the other way and it tends to not get caught out as much, potentially. Darren Denter. I only read that as Darren Anderton for a minute. Thank you very much for the follow, Darren. That's very, very nice of you, friend. Who do you support? Shouldn't have counted, because he was hiding off the field. Is that a newer rule of the game? Or something they've always had and they just kind of tend to ignore? Mefta... Really? PSG? Hang on, how much did that say? Oh, right, no, that's fuck all. Why are PSG in Nuremberg after my random Algerian centre-back? It's a bit like when they were all after the random dude we had before as well. Porto want Nunez, but he's out on loan, so I won't be doing that. Helguera is going out on loan. That's really good news. I did not think we'd actually find a loan for this dude, but I took a risk on signing him. God, he is worth nothing. He's been here long enough now that I felt that his value should have actually increased, but he's still worth absolutely sod all. Oh well. I guess, yeah, he did very clearly... Oh no, Coffee's hurt again. Wait, Blanco's rejected the loan. That sucks. Oh wow, he's actually... Really? Coffee has just returned to fitness, was finally going to play his first match of the season for us, and now he's broken his ribs and is out again. Is he just absorbing all of the energy from Al Shankiti? What was his other injury? It was under here. He had another injury earlier this season, I swear. He's just come back from a 3-month hip injury. Immediately comes back in. Within days, is now out again for another 3 months. Do you know what? He's leaving at the end of the season because I haven't been able to sell him, and I'm also no longer feeling like that's even that bad. Bayern now want Mefta. Napoli want Uche. He's kicked off, but at least his big bid's coming in for him, but I feel like we kind of need him now that he's here. Supposed to stop and... Yeah, I mean, he very clearly does wait for the keeper there. Name back up the transfer window also. I don't know if I want to do it in the January transfer window anyway, because then we sort of... That feels more like a summer type jobby. But I suppose we kind of need one. But then it's a question of cash more than anything else. No offers for Zera. Oh, someone actually wanted, but I think it was the same team that just took... Oh, that was who I was selling. Ivan Santos. The Spanish Scourge guy that, while he was a loan farm player, was fine, but we can't technically have him for us because I still kind of want to stand by that. I decided to sell him to Brighton. I managed to get his bid up to £57 million. We were getting original bids on him of like 15 million, but I managed to bid up, I think it was Freiburg, so like 47, and then Brighton came in and said, hey, I'll give you 57 million pounds for him. So the money situation is now going to be a little bit nicer. What's this? What am I specifically looking at? Other than, like, they've set a record high for spending, but I'm not sure. Context. Hello, Pog. How's it going? How was your wrap? Oh, different lid.
Yeah. I was going to have you go the straw from yesterday.
I don't think that's going to go in there, actually. Just. We'll make a tornado. We'll make a meat tornado. Through the season for the league and loan for... I guess. I mean... We still have to find the guy. We might already have one of those players around the club as it happens. So Santos is gone. That helps us out financially hugely. I would say it leaves us a bit short of centre back, but it kind of doesn't because we haven't actually been playing him. Posh coffee. I mean, coffee, innit? Like, it's just coffee from our local coffee place that we like. Which is cheaper than the non-posh coffee most of the time, isn't it?
What, like Costa?
Yeah.
Oh, did you tell Chat about Greg's?
Oh, well, I told Chat about that we were getting a Greg's last week, but turns out, Chat, Greg moves fast. He is not a man that sticks around and dicks about with these things. Pog went into town yesterday. Gregory was open for business. So I was presented when she just rocked up at the house with a sausage roll and a yum-yum, and I was very happy.
It is beautiful.
Oh.
It was so good. Everyone was like, all the people in the market were glaring at me walking in.
Hell yeah.
It's just like, it's fucking Greg's.
Yes, because all that...
not to go there. I'm from Birmingham.
But yeah, all the shit you got was like £6 in total. It was like sausage rolls, pizza, yum-yums. What's like else you bought as well? An eclair, I think.
Oh, yeah, but I wouldn't have the eclair again, though.
Oh, not a fan of the eclair?
No, so it needs to be more milk chocolate, not dark chocolate. And the pastry was a bit dry at the end.
Say the line, Bart.
Like the pastry tip. But never again.
But never again. Fair enough. But you live by learning, right? I call that. I spent on 4 players. Eze, Howie, Bellis, Nuri. Oh, wait, what? Really?
What do you mean you don't know what yum-yums are?
Sorry, forgive me. I couldn't see anything about those players on the screenshot, so yeah.
Matt, can you Google yum-yums?
You don't know what a yum-yum is? Oh, hang on. Think it's like a donut. Hang on, I'm going to quickly minimize this so you, just in case.
It's a joyful expression used to describe food.
Right, okay, here we go. I was just checking to make sure there was nothing crazy coming up. Basically, it's like a donut, but they're in usually like a twisted motion, and they're covered in like a glazing or a sugaring kind of thing. Basically, they're essentially just a different type of donut. Did it actually have a explanation? I think it did, right? Pastry, long twisted deep fried donut style pastry coated in sweet sugar icing glaze. They are delicious.
They're beautiful.
Just basically, if you like donuts, you'd like yum yums. Pretty much.
They're so good they named it twice.
Indeed. Fluke. I mean, it's a little bit fluky, but we move, right? Like, in it. He's being held together with nothing. Ah, God. I think if we do see anyone in January we can pick up, now that we've got cash, it's certainly worth doing. It's more about time pressures because of the way that this stream tends to be. Bye-bye. But if we see someone that comes across the desk, then, hey. Terzis. Bye, Pog. Oh, good, another injury. That's only blisters. Get over it. Who decided to call it? Yeah, now that I don't know. It's just like being able to pay £1.20 for a sausage roll is just lovely. It's just nice to be able to do so. Oh dear, that's a bad sign. Although we tend to do that anyway, right? Mefta again. I'll just leave that for the time. If I keep saying no to them all, they'll just come back straight away anyway. Mika just got a dislocated jaw. Okay, and Wally Huffer's got a tight calf. Wally. I know. Still pretty good though. Better than you're going to get anywhere else. So now I can have my nice sausage roll and then go get my lovely coffee. It's brilliant. We're finally entering the 21st century here in the Fens. Right, Svenny boy. Hello, Leafy. How are you, friend? How's Sunday, I guess, evening treating you? Right. Wisła Kraków. They're back at top of the league at least. Oh, they are cooking. Holy shit. Holy Lord. That is a great point, Duzmano. I'd never considered that. Although, arguments to be made, if you do want to have a donut to dip into your coffee, if you take a bite out of the donut, it essentially just becomes like a ring that you could tap in. But I still think you're right. A yum yum would still be easier because it maintains its shape the entire way and there's less fumbling around. That is a great point. And now I kind of want a yum yum to dip into a coffee. Such as life. Yeah, Svenny's doing okay here. They've scored 50 goals in 15 matches, only conceded 14, and have a goal difference that's the same as their points tally. This is next level good from Svenny's Hens. They have lost a game though somehow. Presumably it was to Lech Poznan, right? Yeah, 4-2. So they've actually only conceded 10 in their other 10 in their other 14 games. Yeah, they do, Paul. I've had them before. They're so good. When Pog wasn't here, there was a day in our oven just completely packed up for some reason. We later found out it was because the knob that controls one of the things had got like stuck, and basically the oven considered itself to be like on and off at the whole time. It's a whole different thing. But I was like, shit, the only things I had were like oven. I was like, wait, I remembered I had some of those in the freezer. So literally my dinner that day was those, and it was banging. Lots of protein. I had an entire pack of them. It was great. Short River Insight, you love to see it. I had no idea you're on the content game as well, Leafy. Schrodinger's oven, literally, yeah. Except it's got like a window in it, so you can see the cat, which does cause, of course, the waveform of my dinner to collapse. I don't know if you've ever had a quantum sausage roll. It's not a good experience. It goes everywhere and nowhere, baby. So that's very good. But are they doing well in Europe? Oh, they are still in the Euro Cup, at least. In fact, I always forget the women's game progresses quite quickly here. So they are in the Euro Cup. How did they go out of Europe? So they lost to Bayern's ladies, fair enough, but they did knock out some relatively small sides, actually. Then they beat Kristianstad. Then they beat SKF 2000, which... Oh, we've seen these guys... Sorry, these gals before. I remember not knowing who they were. And then they've got SK and St. Polton in the quarterfinals. They could go deep. I reckon they win one of these in this save. They're getting pretty close to it. Hello, Pog. Yeah, man. A rapper? I didn't know that, Leaf. Helgera's gone alone. Lovely. Oh, right, new players are here. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to have an early P break chat because for some reason I'm busted today. So, whiz quiz for you. Then come back and have a look at these guys, including Gift, which you love to see. Back in the Right then. So, we changed. Oh my. Oh! Ninth. Wow. 7-1. Things you like and enjoy seeing. That's a big change up for the books. In addition, you'll notice that when we actually move on a little bit as well, I've adjusted this so that it now actually shows all of the people on the leaderboard and doesn't just cut off after the top 3. So, no, Ninotic actually had a really good score. I think Ninotic was either number 2 or number 3 when we did this last time. But obviously it's a brand new set this time because it's a new season. So I figured we'd do that instead. Things you'd love to see. Okay, I'm back. And so are all these goddamn players. Holy. What's going on here? I mean, I'm a huge fan of it. Potentially. Just, yeah, your name isn't actually Andrew by any chance, is it? Lockers! Holy shit. Thank you for the 73 months, friend. How are you? Delightful. Things you love to see. So, a lot of players have joined us. I'll obviously send them all on Duolingo. That will cost about £500,000. Most of these guys, I think, are relatively low value, but there's a lot of decent ratings on... Okay, some of them have decent ratings. I guess we'll just start at the top with Gift. A man we signed because his name's Gift. I wonder if she's got the... It's the latency, perhaps. Maybe I need to have a cooldown on the messages or something, but then again, like... It's just knowledge, isn't it? I don't know how people get them as fast as that. It's impressive. I swear there was one P-break I did where, okay, it was a bit longer than normal, but I think you guys got like 13 of them during the World Cup in one of them or something crazy like that. So Gift is here, and he's the gift that never starts giving, but that's okay. Hadrian with the 48 months as well. Did you know? That's 5 years.
It is that time again. Another month. And I want to share some wisdom, a life lesson. There are a few things in life I would never wish on even my worst enemy. Death. Disease. Russell Martin managing their football club. Shivers. Anyway, love to the family. Enjoy Big Daddy Bezos' money. I think this means you own 0.01% of Liverpool now, doesn't it?
True. It does. We're getting it. 4 years. I know. It was a joke from before when Basil had the 48th resub month and said it was 2 years. I've just been running with it ever since. Sorry, Basil, when you see this. So gift. Ahmed Ashraf is A-. Oh. Okay, that's better than expected. Don't mind a bit of that. Value's still a little bit low, but that's not bad. Heading's not great, but get him in the loan farm and Ahmed Ashraf could be quite one of these. And he's a good Egyptian that didn't cost us like £10 million, which is a nice change. Jorge Guerra. I think he was a guy we signed up last stream because we liked his attributes. And he's just like mid-range, nice loan farm types of dudes. That's stupid. Oh, no, Rory. Trust me, I am that stupid. Just not on this particular occasion. I like to fish as well. It's nothing more than a bit of fishing sometimes. Jan Inge Hansen as well. He's very gifted. Unlike Gift. Value's a little bit sus. Maybe he's one of those guys that doesn't have the PA, but either way, I'll put him on the loan farm. But he actually, if someone did leave the XG on the beach, could even come in there, perhaps. Our players like, I mean, yeah, it's just what we do. Basically, we were looking at something else to do with names, and then Gift came across the table. And like, oh, I absolutely can be that stupid. It's like when, what was it I was saying the other day? It was like about how sometimes I will ask for context on things that perhaps don't need it, but that's just because I'm trying to give the best answer, and then I'm like, I'm not deliberately playing dumb, and then chat were just kind of like, no, we know that you're never accidentally playing that dumb, you just are. And then we've got cheap guy from Ajax. Oh my god! What are Ajax doing? This is a really stupid thing they have done there by selling him to us for £1 million. Hulifer Arneson. I think he didn't have as good PA as that before. He's only 16 as well. Also, fun fact, players in Denmark apparently can be loaned at 15. So our loan farm next season, is next year's game, has got way more potential. I didn't realise. So basically they can be loaned at any stage. So that'll be a nice little extra caveat for us with regards to building up the loan farm. How about hope for 27? I have a lot of hope for 27, genuinely. I know nothing about it, obviously, but I am cautiously optimistic about it. And also, I just, realistically, I know this is like, obviously the joke, but like, I don't see how it can be worse than the way 26 was, obviously, and is. So I feel like it's, even if it is objectively not great from a macro standpoint of all the FMs, it's still going to seem like an absolute godsend compared to what we've had this year, right? So that will help them in many ways, but I am genuinely excited. Obviously, I'm excited for it, but I'm, oh my goodness, we actually kind of knocked it out of the park with some of these. He doesn't have any jumping reach, unfortunately. But he could be one of those centre-backs that's just pure recovery pace. That's another game to get replacements. So they absolutely do. Yeah, and I think that's going to be crucial. I'm just excited to see what they've got for us, basically. Like, when we first start hearing stuff about it. He's a wing-back. I mean, was he fast? Yeah, the thing is, he doesn't have the crossing ability to be a wing-back. To me, normally what I would do is, if I was actually going to put him in my team, I would retrain him as a DM because he's got the tackling ability. But he also could be one of those players that does really well in the loan farm because his pure recovery pace enables him to not be quite as overawed by his lack of height, basically. Probably would never get in my team, but for another team, he could be great. This was the free goalie. I didn't quite keep the PA, but again, will make a really good loan farm player. Probably doesn't quite fit the goalkeeper archetypes that we're looking for. Does have a good jumping reach, actually, but these are a little on the low. So he's only 18, in fairness. Whole community. Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea. The open playtest thing or whatever is sick. I just think it's a good step in. I think a lot of the things that we're seeing from both on a corporate level and also from a community outreach level with what we've seen from Chris Groves is the sort of things that we need, and it starts to move in the right direction. And obviously these things don't turn around immediately, but it's a good sign. Wow, I'll tell you what, Mr. Indonesian goalkeeper that I liked a couple of years ago when we were doing Glove Island doesn't even have the worst PA. He's not great, right? Obviously, but I was expecting him to be worse than that, and that's the main thing. I'm not as disappointed as I thought I would be. Marcelo Lopez, I think when did we even sign this dude? Was this last stream as well? And then, right, I'll come back to him in a minute because that's M4. Rodrigo Alvarez, Oh, we paid 6 million for him. He has got good attributes, I guess, but maybe no ceiling. He'd make a great lone farmer, though. 100%. Okay, before. Yeah, no, literally. Continue being the case going forward. Yeah. I think that it could be better than 24, though, still. There is a chance of that, because I feel like that match engine will continue to improve and will do a lot of heavy lifting there, too. But it's just building in it, and hopefully it's a little bit more customizable without using mods, and hopefully some of the things that then become customizable then allow mods to go even further, and so on and so forth like that. For example, customize the bookmarks. That would make such a big difference. Screen flow, etc.
I got 2720 at Park Run yesterday.
2720, you love to see it. I really do need to do another park run. I haven't done one in ages. I haven't even really done a 5k person. I did put a 25-minute and 15-second 5k in a couple of weeks ago as part of a 10k though, so that's sort of a good indicator of where it's at for me, I suppose. I think I have got a bit of pace in there still. There's Everdicky, who we signed because his name is Everdicky. I hope we signed him because of that, because otherwise I've made a huge mistake. Risk school skin every time there's an update. Well, it depends on whether they bring back skinning as native. But also, like, realistically, it's so easy to update the skins these days that I almost don't really consider it a big deal anymore. But it does obviously cause more problems. Daniel Levitsky. We only paid £1 million in fairness, so he's not a huge outlay in fees. Some of the ones we paid the most for are actually the worst. I actually don't mind the default skin in FN26. I think there's a lot of it's just the skin in terms of the pure aesthetics of it, the way it works. I don't really hate. It's just a lot of the functionality that's missing for no reason. Right, this is M4. I just think that despite that, he's still actually quite good. Maybe I'm a little disappointed, but I don't know what I was really expecting. Yeah, some of the previous FM's ones are bad. Yeah, the bookmarks thing is crazy. The fact that they brought them in and I was like, oh my god, that's actually really good, and then you just couldn't customize them. Like, and then a lot of the things that they have you as the bookmarks aren't actually things you'd want to bookmark, which is part of the problem. Bloody hell. Good god. Just casually 2-1, and then all of a sudden it's 8-2. I like that you even scored their goal, and then they got one back for you, to make sure. What are we doing there? Because a lot, like the things I personally want to bookmark is like a random team or a competition or something that's like that you keep going back to that isn't something you would naturally stumble upon. Whereas a lot of the things that they've got for the bookmarks are things that just exist in the game's UI already. Like, okay, sure, it's one less click to get there, but then how about you just make it one less click to get there by not having all these stupid menus a lot of the time? That's the problem. Like, I remember the bookmarks we used to have on the previous, so because we obviously had Saz's bookmark part of the skin, and we'd have things like the Europa League bookmark for the Europe stuff. I had Napoli's transfer spending page bookmarked in the last save. Genuinely. Yeah, I realise the only one I actually do use is the transfers one, this one. And I sometimes use fixture schedule as well, actually. These I don't, but I do use that when I'm capturing footage. Using a control, well, this is the thing, yeah. But yeah, having things like Napoli's transfer spending bookmarked was why I liked the ability to have those custom bookmarks. Control is just a dead thing. I believe so, yeah. I almost don't want to press it in case it causes another soft lock like earlier. Who? Interesting. Leo. Varta Poznan. Victor. Yeah, sure, why not? Wait, is he... Presumably he's... Wait, he's... made a loan offer to him? Or he's already on loan? I didn't realise you could even do that, but sure, why not? Yagaloni went... Ooh, Julian Wirtz. Wait, didn't I pay like £20 million for him? And they want to buy him off of me for... £700,000. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And Hertz as well. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a set. He's really good, but just hasn't really developed and doesn't appear to be playing much for them either. Just getting Wirtz and Hertz, nice, out on loan or permanently gone, probably be better for him to develop out there at least. Plus it's Jagiellonia. Not that he'll save them now, but I don't look at Europa League. Yeah, the FMpedia thing is so close to being useful. Like a lot of features they bring in, you'll search for stuff and it's very bad at essentially the regex type thing. Little things with the processing for it could be useful. So for example, it should prioritize my players when I'm typing this in. So say I'm looking for a player and I type in a name. If that player plays for me and has that name that would come up in the search, put it to the top. Because there's the likelihood of the fact that I'm typing this in here because I'm looking for one of my own players is probably quite high. So just little things like that, and just basically it needs an advanced search, pretty much. That's kind of what it needs. It just needs a little bit of calibration. With more console. No, I think that The thing is, it's actually a pretty shit experience even on a console. I've tried playing this game on a controller just to sort of see what that's like, and it is a disaster. Like, it's not great. I also like the fact that on certain menus there's still bits of the UI from console that sneaks over. So especially on tactics screen, when you change tactics, it randomly shows like buttons as if you're on a console for some reason, and I still don't know why it does that. Right, it's just these guys really. It's the best of no worlds, exactly. When you try to make something that pleases everybody, you're pleasing nobody. You need to have a little bit of differentiation. And hopefully we get a bit more of that. Like, I want the console version to be better and closer to the PC version in a way that's still good for console players. But it needs to be done in a way that's not going to limit the quality of the PC version, right? Let me just turn off transfers there so we can kind of see what's actually left on this one. Because that's not happening. Then Guerra. These are all the new guys, I'm guessing. All loans. And then Kadar. All loans back to Brazil. I'm assuming all of these loans are not going to be from any Polish sides. They almost never are. Yeah, it's always... I wonder why that is. Just like give me something there. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is that, yeah. Chelsea's done to his own. Oh, please don't tell me it's loads of money. £30 million. He's only just... Oh, Leverkusen flipped him for double the money in 2 seasons. A season and a half, actually. I almost wish I hadn't sold the clause now. That could have got some quite tasty funds out of that. You're right, yeah, I literally had that random Latvian side's stadium page. Not that that would even work anymore, of course, because you can't even bookmark stadiums anymore. Because stadiums don't even have their own pages. We got him. He actually agreed. Now, is there a world where I sign him early and start training him to play right wing back straight off the bat? Potentially. Adam Wood is signing for free. Problem is, I get the feeling that they'd want a lot of money to join now. Even though it's only 6 months early. I feel like Leeds would probably want like £9 to £10 million, which is too much. Sorry, chat, I've misled you. They actually want £24 million for him to move now. His contract's up in 6 months. Why on earth would I do that? On the plus side, though, we are getting him for free. So he's probably the next Polizia, to be honest, in terms of that. And he's younger than Polizia was as well. Well, that sucks. The worst thing is, when I actually originally put the contract on the table for him, his value was £8 to £9 million. Somehow he's gained £15 million in value by signing with another team. I guess there's the logic of they now got you over a barrel because if you want him sooner, you'll have to pay through the nose to get him, I guess. So maybe that's the logic there. And he does have a broken leg, true. We'll let Leeds deal with that. Can he loan him? No, I don't think he can. And also, he's got a broken leg at the moment as well, so that wouldn't really do us that much. But yeah, it'll be fine. We'll wait till the summer with him. But as far as I know, you can't loan a player who's already agreed to sign for you. It'd be good if you could do something like that, though, as an option. Yeah, as for why stadiums aren't clickable, they basically just removed the page for the stadium. So stadiums really no longer have their own profile page, essentially. It just appears here. So it's that. But you just get this little box and that's it. The actual other stuff that you get, you can't click on it anymore, which is a shame. But that was because of the Club World Cup, though, wasn't it, that they did that? I don't know why they removed it, because I liked being able to look at stuff like that. Has our Icelandic guy already got injured? Yes, he has. Cool. And Cedric Mbappe. No, not Mbappe. Which is a fair amount of money, but it's not like... I'm not going to pay 25 million. Like, I wouldn't have paid 25 million for him outright, let alone when we were already going to sign him on a free, I suppose. Again, now we are starting to get some quite tasty bids, mostly the same ones as before. But yeah, £3 million for him. It's non-negotiable. I guess I'll just have to accept it. This is part of the problem. Radomiak want Calazzo. Who does he play for at the moment? He's on loan, isn't he? At Arca. I'm going to say no to that because Calazzo's doing brilliant. Oh, he's already been said no anyway. Because he's actually doing really well for Harry Kane's Arca. Yeah, on a free, he's absolutely perfect. Because while he doesn't fit our system entirely, in fact, not at all, really, we'd have to retrain him, but that's okay. I'm kind of glad I didn't buy that guy now, actually. Might just remove him from the shortlist. He's been around here for too long. Wendy will keep an eye on. Alan Manzan. Oh, he's fallen off a little bit. I'm kind of hoping we get a refresh of the... There's still margin on you. I'm hoping we get a refresh on the recruitment focuses soon. I might have to redo them myself at some point. Cladeson. He's not bad, actually. Just expensive. Not that we don't have money at the moment. We've got plenty of... How much cash do we actually have overall at the club? Still only 162 million. Has the Santos deal not gone through yet? Because I feel like the clubs, either that or I've just been spending loads of money again, which I do have a habit of doing in fairness. Loan with an obligation, I guess. Except I don't know if you can actually put a loan with an obligation in a player who's only got 6 months on their contract, because I think that the game, I don't think the game lets you, does it? It's kind of the loan to buy thing, but I don't think the game will let you do it when a player has only got 1 year left on their contract. It sort of feels like it's trying to protect you from making a mistake, I suppose. Everyone's playing on the same day here. Radomiak are away at Paris Saint-Germain. What's the situation here? Jagiellonia are kind of cooked, minus... Even if they wait... I mean, they're not cooked. If they win, which is not going to happen, they will probably do okay. Radomiak are at least 19th, so with a good goal difference. They would need a lot of teams to do well to get above them, but I get the feeling that some of these teams are surely going to do so. I think there's a chance that Radomiak, even with a defeat, do manage to sneak through in like 23rd or something, but we're going to need an absolute miracle out of Jagiellonia. It is a pretty rare use case, yeah. And plus, not everyone's weirdos like us that want the game to run in that very specific, weird way, I guess. Right. Club Brugge. Let's see. I do feel a bit bad for Nozadze here. Because, although he is unhappy, so actually, weirdly, him not being as pissed all the time might even weirdly help us. Who do I want to play in which of these roles is the question. Steiny's not great on the ball in terms of passing. Akbash is better at passing, but he's also a great overlapping wingback. I'm honestly not sure it matters which one which at this point. I kind of just want to see them in the game. But Steinberg's not the best in the air, is he? So it would probably make sense to have him out wide and Akbash in the centre because he's better aerially. A lot. Oh, God, his physicals are obscene. We do then miss a little bit of his overlapping. But then Mana's good on the left-hand side for that. So maybe that's the best way to go about it. Protects us a bit more. Then the rest of the bench might actually just be the same as before. I don't think that... Oh, no. Uche's injured. Coffee's, of course, going to be gone forever now. Might be the last time he ever plays for us, honestly. And then I guess Diabate at least is fit again, though. Which is nice. So he actually can just come straight to the squad, which is... I like being able to bring a player in that we didn't even need to register. I almost can't drop Cabezas at the moment. Change formation. So basically, the reason is twofold, actually. We have a young centre-back that I really want to get game time for. Now, he's not in our Champions League squad as such, I don't think. But I wanted a system that would kind of mimic what we do when we're really aggressive, but allow a third centre-back slot for us to have in the league so that we can give more game time to our young centre-back and not have to worry about playing him as part of a 2. Because if he's playing as a 2, it puts too much pressure on us and we tend to lose more. So we figured that in a 3 setup, with 3 centre-backs, he'll be a little bit less pressure on him and stuff. So we then tried to work out the best way of going about that while still maintaining a load of attacking threat. So it still maintains its differences to the previous one because it has the second striker, a little bit less sort of deepness than this one, but not as quite as crazy as that one. That's the logic. Now, we haven't actually watched it in a match yet or anything. Not even only for him, but to give us a little bit more stability. It's kind of like a middle ground between our conservative approach and our outright smashy approach. Because I still think there's a way that actually this one could be more successful if we're a bit more balanced overall, because it still maintains the mentality and everything. He's too much of a weak link, but I need to give him the football in order to develop him into the player that I feel like he can become. But he's just not there yet. But we don't want to stunt his development too much by not playing him. Right, okay, this is likely to be it. Now, this is Club Brugge, obviously. They're not a bad side by any means. This will be an interesting test for us to see how these players... Now, obviously, one match is not the be-all and end-all, and particularly as the instructions are exactly the same as they were in the other one. Nothing else has changed with that, so I may need to tweak with those slightly. Individual things, potentially, as well. But that's okay. Let's see how this goes. I'm intrigued by this. Positions do have instructions, yes. It's mostly things like dribble more, shoot less often, generally speaking, across the board. Except for the strikers, obviously. But obviously with the roles we've just tweaked and changed, I don't have any instructions specifically set for them yet because we haven't seen how they play yet. I tend to not start putting player instructions on players with a new tactical approach until such time as I like the base level. Because as soon as you start thinking about those kind of things, you can sometimes tweak yourself out of something being good and then into this weird corner where you're trying to make something work when perhaps just a simple overall role change would actually make more sense. Main tactic getting so much better. Yeah. I think that the encourage more dribbling thing on the main... Putting it on individual players is fine. That seems to work, because then you can pick and choose which ones actually are going to do it. But when you turn it down to balanced on the main tactical approach, you get... The players at these kind of levels are smart enough to know when they should and shouldn't do it. So you kind of let them do it themselves. But it then also gives you the ability to turn it on in a game when you feel like actually it could be functional. Say you're up against 10 men or a low block and you need someone to take a man on. I like being able to use it as a kind of... if in case of emergency break glass approach rather than using it as a default. So we've won the Champions League twice in this save. We won it in season 7, which was well ahead of schedule and has a bit of an asterisk against it because of the way that the some of the players were scouted in that, in terms of we didn't realise that there was some bug in the game causing loads of crazy good players to come through. So we sold all those guys, reset everything, and then we managed to win another Champions League whilst all those players were still playing for other teams. Cabezas has done it again in season 14, so 7-year gap, and now we're in season 17, hoping to push for it again. Well, that's a good sign. Cabezas is still getting into those exact same positions. We look less vulnerable on the counter-attack because we've got the back 3 instead, so they don't sit quite as narrow. John gets into a great position here, and he's actually played a normal cross. That's very encouraging. Inside 10 minutes to already be in front with this. I'll obviously keep an eye on player ratings across the board, but this is encouraging. Plus, it'd be nice to get something that allows Montparnasse to flourish more and more as well, if at all possible. Jagiellony are losing. Is there a way I can show them both at the same time? Annoyingly, no. What I will do, though, is have this scroll down as far as I can, at least. Hello, Cry About Heat. Watching Silo. I've seen the first season of Silo. I do need to catch up on that. Oh, go on. Second goal here, and we're cooking. Mompa. Go on, have a shot. Oh, it's blocked. Go on, another chance. Oh, so many bodies in the... Oh, it's offside. I know. I don't know how we've done that. Watch it be one of those things. I notice this a lot. When you're transitioning tactics, in the sense that... Salazkai's hair. Hollandskai's hair. Wow. It's weird. From the front, he almost looks like he still has it. You could just imagine the ponytail being down the back. Watch out, I suppose. Who City playing today? Is it Bournemouth? I find that sometimes some of the best times your tactic will ever work is during those first couple of games when you're happy with it and the players are still transitioning to learning it. During that weird transition period, I find that you see some of the best football you're ever going to see from that tactical approach, and then you never see it again. Although I also wonder, though, if us now having not got that silly tactic trained as the third slot, whether that's actually going to improve our tactical cohesion as well and might just make us better overall. So maybe that was affecting us. Oh, it's beautiful. Al Shankiti again, 2-0 to Wisła. I'll be honest with you, I'm liking what I'm seeing from them so far. Now, I know it's only Club Brugge, but these guys have got like top 8 in the Champions League before. I love the little build-up in the box here. So almost overplayed it slightly, but they weren't just trying to take their man on. It's the fact that Naeem actually gives this back to him here. Oh, Al Shankiti's not injured. He's only had, touch wood, a small injury this season that's kept him out for like a couple of days. And that was on international duty. Versions in the pack. Honestly? Weird start to a highlight. It could be in as much as after today if we really like it. Failing that, probably end of the season. So by the time the... it's because I don't want to put it in the pack too soon and then end up changing loads of stuff about it next stream if we don't like it when we face against... Then again, this tactic is designed to play against slightly worse sides. Oh, look at... Oh my god! Not being funny, that's exactly the type of... This is exactly what we wanted the whole time. Look at this. Little interchange between Naeem and Al Shankiti this time. He runs the channel instead because he's got a bit more space. Pops it across from Montparnasse, who now has space because Al Shankiti's running the channel. Okay, maybe it'll be after today's stream. I know it's only... But that is... Oh, I love the balance of this. They're getting more space. Yeah. Naeem and Cabezas are not getting in each other's way. What? The pass maps are still close together, but they're not entirely on top of each other. I want to see that at the end of the game, potentially. We've overperformed the XG because the chances are so good. I think the 3 at the back... Yeah, I think it's because when I decided to design the other tactic we use, I kind of thought, you know what, we probably aren't going to need the extra centre-backs against the worst sides. But in truth, the centre-backs still form a purpose in allowing you to maintain possession and act as an outlet when you either lose the ball or... Bloody hell. And it means that when you do lose possession, you're able to control it a bit easier, not get quite so caught on the counter-attack, which might protect the goalkeeper a bit more. They're still able to get forward from time to time. Because they overlap sometimes as well, it takes the pressure off the wide men. It's good. Mana will get involved and be able to link up with John. I wouldn't be surprised if in a minute we see him run into this channel here. He may not do on this occasion, but then Kowalski will. And now Mana can just stick on the edge of the box, which is fine. Johnny boy, just go the whole way. Go on, John. He used his noggin. There's a lot of space. It feels like, despite it being a narrow approach, who's the favourites? Why would that be useful when this tactic is specifically and objectively designed to be against teams that we are the favourite to beat? Playing it against a team where the other favourite to beat us would be pointless, because that's not what the tactic's for. Oh, go on, Kowalski. Go on, Kowalski. Oh, good save. And also remember, we are the favourite against the majority of everybody. The middle one being the advanced centre-back. Unfortunately, it probably wouldn't be. We actually have tried advanced centre-back before, and I find that they either don't get involved in the... They might be a bit better in this system now, though, because there isn't a DM in their way. Maybe. Although at the moment, it's looking so good that I wouldn't want to even change it too much, but we might be able to get away with it more on this one. Good God. How has he missed it? But yeah, so playing it against a better opposition would be pointless. I mean, I'd like to do it at some point anyway, but that's not what it's for, I guess, right? It's designed to be a battering ram that's a bit more stable, I guess. Jagiellonian are getting absolutely cooked, so they're absolutely done. Radomiak, on the other hand, are still in a winning position. Oh, the live league table was broken, isn't it? So we can't actually see what's going on properly. Jagiellonian are going to come in at nearly bottom here, but Radomiak, as things stand, will qualify, and annoyingly so will Arsenal. Who are Arsenal playing? Bayer Leverkusen. Come on, lads. You're better than that. In the deeper one. True. Yeah, he'd be asked to do a lot if he was an advanced centre-back as well. We used to have an advanced centre-back. Then we switched it out to have him becoming a DM in possession. Then got rid of that. But it does seem like he's the one that's getting less. Malmo beating Barcelona is pretty funny. And away from home, no less. Does that mean Malmo are getting through? Yeah, annoyingly, that's actually bad for Radomiak. Yeah, I think it allows us to keep possession a little bit more. Whereas before, there was a lot of pressure on the two centre-backs who were still getting quite far forward, and it meant that when we did lose possession, not enough people tracked back easily enough, and they always ended up too narrow and would get beaten on the counter-attack. I think this will make us better overall. It's half-time, and what am I even doing? Let me just check the pass map now. We've got an extra 15 minutes under our belt, potentially. Lucas, or Luke Gesh, thank you very much for the follow. So, yeah, they've spread out a bit more now. So Naeem's sitting out there, Al-Shankiti's dropping a little bit deeper, and allowing Montparnasse to make the runs in behind, which is kind of fun. And then Cabezas is sitting there, which is fine. Kowalski's obviously, everything goes through Kowalski, because he's the playmaker out on this part here. Links up nicely. But because he's sat there, it means that there's less license for Mana to get forward, so we're not getting cooked down that side as much. Whereas Steinbergen is getting forward a little bit more and really dominating this side. Where's Gomez in all this? Is that Gomez there? He's certainly holding a really nice wide position too. And it seems like a lot of the play, obviously our keeper is routinely going 2 mana. Most bugs have been fixed. I guess it depends on what you consider bugs to be, because it's been such a long time. But it's a hell of a lot. It's basically a completely different day. It's basically a completely different game from the beta now. I was able to find my fun with it early on, but it has progressively got better and better and better since then. Not just from the updates from the studio, but also from the mods and the community stuff that's enabled it to get better. So I would certainly say if you've got got an itching for some FM, crack it back on, have a look at some of the mods that might potentially make it even better, and you'll find that you're starting to get your kind of one more game vibes again. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done for 27, but we're definitely heading in the right direction. Have they just taken a player off and not brought anyone on? All the way around, in fact. They've got 12 men. Yeah. Their wideness is also allowing them to be in a good position defensively too. And it's also not putting as much pressure on John and Naeem when we lose possession, because these guys are able to sit a bit wider, which gives them time to get back. And they're not always at fault for the goals, so to speak. A little bit concerned with Gomez's performance today, but it might just be a case of, for whatever reason, the build-up play hasn't gone his way today with the chances. But I'm really liking the way that Montparnasse's free roll is now allowing him to actually play as a free roll. Like, he's choosing wherever he wants to be. A good test. Well, the whole point of the Oh, go on. Lovely. Look like out possession. I'll show you. Bear in mind, the tactic is designed to be a tactic we use against teams that are not as good as us. And also, that's the only game we've played. That's what it looks like out of possession. And then in possession, basically, the wingbacks, obviously, that was the same as before. The only thing that's really changed is the defensive side of things. And the fact that these guys shuffle back a little bit and move around a little bit. But yeah. But I say Brugge is a pretty good test because they're a decent side as far as Europe goes, but they're not like a top tier side by any means. They're a team that you'd expect to do okay and maybe qualify for the knockouts. But they're the sort of team you'd expect to be winning against home or away. And that's what we wanted the tactic to do, right? Play more attacking-minded players like Alan. Yes, you're right. It might be that Nathan Allen's needed that, whereas John and Naeem can kind of do it both ways. I actually think that this sort of tactical approach might quite suit Wood, the Leeds guy, because he's not the best defensively, but he's great going forward. Which is kind of the logic we use with Alan, right? Right, now probably time to just shuffle around, because it has been a bit complacent in the second half. But that's okay, because we don't have Sharpak, annoyingly, and I guess Stiggy's probably the man for the job. I might get Alan on now. Still right side is looking weak, obviously, because we haven't been able to register anyone new there. Steinberger's looking a bit tired, but again, same problem. Need more centre-backs in the squad. What's the bench saying? 3-0 up now. I wonder if João Carlos can do the free roll. I mean, he kind of does, doesn't he? And Diabate for Cabezas, because that's what he's going to be doing when we go for this full time properly. Is Uche there? Oh no, Uche's injured, isn't he? I guess I could go Nozadze. See what he does. Yeah, Brugge are the sort of side that could knock out a Polish team from Europe, but routinely would also get beaten by those same Polish sides. They just don't get the chance to quite a lot of the time because Brugge are pretty much always in the Champions League. But if they were to face one of our Polish teams in the Champions League, we'd think it was either a winnable game for them, but we could also still see them losing it, kind of thing. We'll know more. Well, actually, we won't even really know more because after this, we won't have any proper top quality opponents until the round of 16. Also, how's this going for us? Nah, Chelsea are winning. 3-0 against Milan. They've won every single match. That drop point at Spurs is going to be very annoying. Although, actually, it looks like even if we had won that, the goal difference might not have been enough anyway. Or would it? Actually, I think it would have been dead heated on goal difference too if it was just by a 1-0 win. Malmo now drawing is good because that helps Radomiak, who may well be losing any minute now because I actually can't see if they are or not. João Carlos? Oh, probably should have more goals today, actually. But I liked how quickly we got into that lead. Actually, what is going on down there? 4-0 in that game. 1-0 to PSG. Radomiak is still 21st, even with that result, as things stand. We look very defensively stable. We played Brugge last season, if I recall, and they still managed to score an annoying goal against us. I think. Oh, wait, here it comes. No, offside. We're good. Yeah, we've just seen nothing. We've strangled it. Our possession stats, look at that, 74%. But it's 74% with actual output and not just meaningless possession. The problem we kind of had is that the original tactic was too much possession with not enough output. The other one then became loads of output but way too little possession and way too lack of control of games. This is like a nice middle ground, I think, between the two. No, it's Thursday that will be cut short because I've got a haircut on Thursday that is scheduled because it was only time really penalty? Only time I could get it was 3:45 on Thursday. So Thursday stream will end at 2 to give me a chance to get over to Emma's. Only target some goal. Yeah, or not with this system because we've only played one game with it and they've not scored, but it does still happen quite frequently. I think no matter what you do, if you build a system where you're going to give your opponents basically no chances, they almost need to create an absolutely world-class opening to get through you. But it is still quite frustrating. We did earlier this season concede one of those, though. Tottenham. It was, I think, half an hour into the match. We dominated Spurs, did everything right. They literally got their first shot of the game after like half an hour and they scored. And then we drew 1-1, because of course not. No Sunday stream. Next Sunday there'll be no stream, yeah, because obviously I'm in Slough the day before and I'll be absolutely cooked. Taking your chainsaw. Oh, Mitch Shroom, are you actually coming to the charity game next weekend? If you're not, that's absolutely fine. I can send you the flask through the mail, but if you are, then I'll just keep hold of it and I can bring it to the game. More centre-backs rotation. Oh, we absolutely will do. But that's actually not the end of the world because we do have a few around that I think wouldn't be the worst idea to bring up anyway. The reason I kind of was more than happy to loan them out and stuff is because, so for example, Gareth Arnold, right? He's the exact type of player that I think would finally get a lot more game time in this. Oh my God, the football. Oh my God, he's missed it. That was glorious. That was glorious. Lovely build-up from that. Still underperforming the XG as is typical, but we are creating some lovely stuff. And while Steinberger and Akbash's ratings aren't amazing, they are overall just sat there as centre-backs. They'll get nicely above 7s anyway because of the clean sheets if we keep them. So that will help their ratings get bumped up anyway. Or nice little interchange there from Stiggy. Now finds Alan as well. Edge of the box for Nozadze. Oh. So Stig wouldn't get an assist? Maybe. He's a spiteful beast. I'm not really sure what I'm expecting here. Jagiellonian have really let me down though. They could have won. Oh, they should have 6 more points. At least 4 more points than they did. It looks like, though, just checking the Chelsea game. Yeah, 3-0 in the end. We've done very well there. Players that came off the bench, for the most part as well, all gained rating too, which is a nice little sign of just their ability to enter the game and not just be the tactic entirely based on the players that were already in the team, I suppose. Right, let's do that. Let's get that into there as well. One STX, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. How is your Sunday going? Who do you support? Oh yeah, I mean, that's certainly what makes him extra more fun. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot we scored the 4th goal. I was anticipating it based on the we only had 3. I forgot about the penalty. Man of the match, obviously. Clean sheet, obviously. That's very encouraging. I wonder how it does. I actually think it might also perform better on instant result as well, because it's a more traditional tactic setup. So we'll see how that looks when it comes to the league games that we're now going to have a nice run of. But either way, it allows us to keep 2 strikers in the team too. Arsenal lost. Did they actually? They were winning. As if Arsenal came... Jagiellonia were shit, but they still finished above Arsenal. Arsenal did not win a single game in the Champions League this season. Annoyingly, Germany didn't lose any teams in the end, as Stuttgart snuck in. And I think... Was it Leverkusen? Frustrating. Yeah, I think Gomez just probably had an off day. Because remember, Stig came off the bench and actually did still look quite good there. So I think it's probably just... oh, was it Freiburg? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Brugge have had a poor season by their standards, in fairness. Not quite Vadar Skopje bad, but one of their worst performances. Radomiak are through. And we're through behind Chelsea. Oh, God damn it. If we literally... Had we beaten Spurs, we'd have nabbed Chelsea on goal difference by 1. Bayern was too much. Yeah, the thing is, though, with Bayern... With Jagiellonia, they already played Malmö and Eikor, and they lost to both of them. They have to be winning one of those. Just one of those wins would have been enough. They just win one of those games, they're in, no problem, and they should have done. They were the better side in both games as well, which is really annoying. And Malmö got a 2-2 draw at Barcelona in the end. Wasn't enough to qualify them, but fair play to them. We'll at least get some bonus points. We look pretty good, and we're better defensively as well. Only 4 goals conceded in total, which I think... Have we conceded more than once in a game at all? Was 1 to Espanyol, 1 to Tottenham, 1 to Dinamo Zagreb, 1 to Man City. Yeah, just 1 here, 1 there, 1 there. Plus, this I think would be even stronger in those games, while still allowing us to score a good amount. That's good. That's really pleasing. And I think there's still ways we could change it, but I also want to... I kind of want to just give it a run now, without changing too much. Yeah, bear in mind, Radomiak are a crazy good side and realistically should have been in the Champions League with us for the last couple of seasons. But in a weird way, them having a couple of years out and getting to play in the Conference League is probably for the best, because it meant that they could actually come through, win the Conference League, and now start to chef in the Champions League, because they're very much one of the best sides. And now they're floated on the stock market too, so they've got even more cash. So they're probably the ones to really keep an eye on in the next couple of seasons in this save. So the current Arsenal manager is Ole Werner, who... He's either the, I can't remember exactly which one of these would be the starting point, Bremen or Leipzig coach in real life, and then Germany, and now Arsenal. How much longer for Arsenal is a different question, because where are they in the Prem? They are winning the Premier League, just not winning any games in Europe. In Europe. Yeah, we need more. Basically, we need today's stream, pretty much. Oh, they definitely got a reputation rise for that for sure. Don't know how much you get for winning the Conference League, but it's probably a reasonable amount. Yeah, Arsenal doing okay in the league. Only 1 defeat in 22, in fact. Speaking of the league, we actually do still need to kind of do stuff there too. Realm Copier, thank you for the 6 months.
Been really
Hello.
enjoying the videos and am now catching up on the VODs. Hope you've been doing well.
Firstly, thank you for the kind words. That's incredibly nice of you. Thank you for catching up as well. Whereabouts are you up to on the VODs? To the point where some of the things you're seeing right now are probably like, what on earth is going on here? I'm curious. And yeah, thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the 6 months. I really do appreciate that. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Okay, that's actually not great. John and Steinbergen are going to be out of our first knockout round game. I suppose if we're going to get missing for a match. Round of 16. Then again, we always seem to get fucking Atletico in the round of 16 or something, don't we? Is that even possible? I bet it is. No, we can't. Although we could still get... Or we could get any of these guys. It's not too bad, actually. I just don't want Real Madrid or Liverpool. Or Spurs. Basically, the rest of them... Most of the teams I'd be worried about are top 8, which is good signs. Reputation is certainly important, but winning things matters, and that's how you get the reputation. But AI clubs with reputation... They can always just be very weird with it. It's certainly going to be a good thing for them long term, and it's probably what helped them get that takeover as well, actually. Oh, thank you, man. I'm glad. Hopefully the season review videos have been good this year. I've been trying to take them in a more productive direction, and I'm going to be using a little bit of that style in the other series, which is coming soon. As for when that's coming out, because this week I've got some time tomorrow to edit it. Wednesday, obviously, is recap day for this, and then Friday, I think I'm away. So it's going to be tough. I'm hoping to get something out by the end of the following week at the start of September for the first one of those. Now that I've cut things down to where it is going to be the first season as the first video, just because that's how things went narratively anyway. Yeah, I want to try and register Vulcan. Oh yeah, we can register a few extra people now, because we do have 2 slots available even without me bringing anyone out anymore, because Nozadze no longer has to be registered, and Diabate also now can play without having to be registered, so it's freed up a little bit of space. And it won't be long before Volkanov also counts for that. I think by next season he will also not have to be registered, which is nice, and then he'll be able to do that for a while. Talks about Blanco, Agathon. Whoa! Speaking of youth players we were looking at earlier, he's one of my features. I mean, can I at least... No? Okay. I'll happily do that, honestly. I think he'd probably be more beneficial for Vichester than he would be for them. But we will definitely need those extra centre-backs. Right. I'm still concerned about Arca this season. The fact that they have genuinely only lost 1 game. Oh, actually, speaking of, Europa League. What happened there? Oh my god. All 3 of them got top 8 in the Europa League. Now that's a spicy meatball right there. Arca got 2nd, Lechia got 4th, and Saints won the whole lot, but that is unreal. Hello, Thomas. So we're saying Slovakia 2nd tier, managed to get the team promoted, dominate the league. The problem is that how do I overcome the fact that players want to leave for ridiculously low prices and cannot sign anyone good? Okay, so a player wanting to leave and a player leaving is not the same thing. So you don't have to sell a player just because they ask you to, for a start. I think people are way too easy to let go of their players. So just say no, firstly. There's a few little things you can do, but it's still quite difficult at that area, I realise. And ultimately, I'm guessing probably what you're trying to do is sign players that will make you better now. In those positions, it's very, very difficult to do so because a lot of those players, as you say, won't join you. You've got to think of signing younger players who can then develop into those players that make you better, because those will sign for you. And that's the way you get access to those elite talents that realistically would never sign for you in the first place, but you can develop those players. And that's generally how you take those steps. You just have to think a few years ahead of time and accept that it's not going to happen instantly. But when it does, and also Africa, yes. Also Africa. That will do it as well. But you need to think less about first team ready players and think more about players for the future that can become first team ready when you develop them. And sometimes you can find a guy that does both. Those are the rare ones, though. Montparnasse for us was one of those. But usually you won't be able to find both. Sometimes, though. So there's that. Yeah, these guys have won games. They must have won both of their remaining matches, right? Oh my god. They beat Genk 4-3 and then drew at Old Trafford. Top Gear League. I feel that was even a thing. I know they announced the new Grand Tour stuff, which looks kind of fun. I might actually give that a go. Arca. So yeah, they've still unbeaten this season. Lechia won both of their remaining matches away from home against Slovan Bratislava and Molde. Get in, lads. Shout out to you. And then looks like Corona fell off a little bit. Did lose, but they beat Villarreal away from home. Legend. That is insane. What does that do for us in terms of coefficient? We're going to get absolutely hammered now because of England, right? But either way, that should still be a really nice... Good God. So we're still 4th on the year with 15 points, despite the fact that we are missing a team. Which actually sucks more, because imagine if we had a team in the Conference League this year. We'd probably be sat on like 17 points right now, unfortunately. And we're obviously missing one more. England have already lost someone in Arsenal. Germany have lost someone too. Bit worried about France doing as well as they are at the moment. We are still far enough clear that it's not a huge issue, but it could still be a problem. I mean, ultimately, top 4 is top 4, right? Actual team instructions. Just to clarify, the instructions are exactly the same as they were before. No instruction has been changed. So if you've seen many of my previous tactics, they are exactly the same. We have not touched them. All we've done is move players' positions. That's it. So there's nothing to show, I suppose. Like, all I did was I dragged a player back into the centre back and changed his role and didn't touch any of the instructions. That's kind of the point. Because if you do too much in terms of changes at once, you then don't get any information about what's actually worked and what hasn't. So smaller changes and then adjust on the fly, basically. That's tended what I do anyway. Bet big on potential, yeah. Long contracts as well if you can do. Stick in release clauses if you need to. Haven't seen the instructions. Oh, well, why would I? Sorry, my apologies. I'm not clairvoyant. Also, I feel like I have shown you these instructions before. Also, you can download them. But okay, sure. Right. So these are the instructions, basically. Or actually, that's on the other one, but they're the same either way. Forgive me. It's tough to know when I need information to provide responses. But yeah, just like if you can get long boat clauses are super useful for that as well if you can do, because it will just give you that little extra longevity rather than trying to negotiate. You will have to sort of negotiate in things like wage rise clauses, but it's tough. But that's basically what you want to do, particularly in Slovakia. If you can find some guys that are like Spanish that would sign for you potentially, you could use those wage rise clauses quite nicely to your advantage to get long-term deals on them, but it's still not easy, of course. But yeah, that's basically what we do. Optional extension. Yeah, sorry. Optional extension clauses for clubs, basically. Radomiak's budgets. I mean, we can sort of see that. I mean, how much money have they got now? They've actually gained money, which presumably is from the Champions League success, right? That's true. Watch out for John Philippe Mateta type players that will take you to court over it. So they've gained a bit of cash, probably from the Champions League. They have sold... Wait, that was in January. They sold Yuta Sakai to Stuttgart for £30 million. So they've got even more cash now. Are they signing anybody, though? Oh, actually, they have. Oh, they signed a guy from Stuttgart as well. Anton Alrogan, which is decent. And then they obviously just signed this guy from us. Their actual budgets... Oh, yeah, I forgot we could see that, can't we? Ah, yes. They have a transfer budget of £13 million, but they also have a wage budget of $240,000 a week. They're going to be okay. This actually might be the part where they really start to chef now that they've got that. That's good. Very good news. We may not see it immediately, but... Well, they've just signed a guy from Stuttgart for £11 million. They've just signed a guy from us. Yeah, they had minus 30 before. They got a new board that basically floated them on the stock exchange. What's your way of scouting players? That is an extremely broad question. It depends on what type of players you're trying to scout and where you're at, etc. Like, what works for Man United doesn't work for Market Harbour Town, right? I mean, a few things do across the board, but you need to kind of have a bit more of a targeted approach to it. Big Smithy, thank you very much for the prime, sir. Hope you're well. I really do appreciate that, my friend. That's very kind of you. Why am I looking at that? Okada's training quite nicely. Be a nice opportunity to give him a game time, maybe, if the wheel should be deign us with that. Right, Arc I haven't played yet, have they? On iPhone, just as preview then don't open. So what are we trying to open? I'm a bit confused. We're going to click the link. Well, it's a tactics file, so it's not going to open on... It's an FM tactics file. It won't... I feel like I'm missing something here. The link is to a download link for the tactics file. It's a zip file that contains all of my tactics. If you try to open it on an iPhone, obviously it won't work because it's not FM, it's an iPhone. And again, unless I'm missing something. Wonder Kids are high potential young players. Team report scouting is really good in general because that's just the nice broad strokes that you can do. Iron Owl's recruitment focuses, i.e. !RF is a good option to have in the background in general. But I'll be honest with you, Transfer Room In has been incredibly good. I would really give Transfer Room In a go on things where just basically setting up a load of requirements on Transfer Room In. I have usually have about 100 going at any given time. This is obviously faded away a little bit, but you can find some absolutely monsters there to yeah, you can go pretty deep with it. I have an entire video about different scouting methods as well, like multiple videos in fact, and I do in that video try to explain what works for what, because I find that rather than just bombarding people with loads of information, well, I'm going to do that anyway, but it's better to couch it in context, I suppose. The SI phone. Ooh, I've only got the SI phone Max, unfortunately, Leafy.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
That'll be how the next game is now only playable on that with a special subscription. Jesus Christ. Forcing about a pal, can he start leaving there? Bloody hell, yeah, he's insane. All of the players you signed look crazy good, but yeah, he's unreal. He's just so well rounded as well. Legend. He's a fucking good player. Yeah, but Andrew, you're still going. Oh, Thomas, thank you very much for the follow, friend. Personality. Bear in mind, personality is not going to be guaranteeing anything. You can have a player with one PA that's got good personality. Personality is more about... I feel like, I mean, you're absolutely welcome to do whatever you like, right? But if you're scouting specifically by personality, you're not actually going to find good players inherently. You'll just find players with good personalities. It's useful to have because obviously, if you're scouting through a set of players and you've got like 5 guys, but you can only sign 3 of them, the ones with the better personalities are probably going to help you more because they have more chance of developing. But it won't inherently make them a good player. There's no like connection between those two things per se. And a lot of the time, yeah, with if you've got attribute masking switched on, you rarely ever see their personalities until you've got proper deep scouting anyway. So you'd have to have a lot of scouting knowledge to begin with on that one, which is tough. It looks like your contract may potentially expire at the end of this season, yeah. But you are still... Actually, no, you're not. Although it looks like the Chinese League's just about to start, isn't it? Hello, Dan. Are you excited for tomorrow? Higher chance to develop if you get the right ones, yeah. Mentoring groups. Thing is, they don't. They'd only make a good mentoring group member now if they have a high enough... like squad hierarchy value for that to count anymore. Because before, what you used to be able to do was you just get a guy who was a model citizen or whatever, no matter who he was, and you just have him individually tutor players so they became model citizens. But now you can't really do it. Worst player you've ever signed? Don't ask chat for that. I don't know, actually. Probably this guy who's retiring at 20. Oh, it's got worse. I feel like this is the worst signing I've ever made in terms of pure value. This is Viorel Roman. I paid £21 million for him from Dinamo Bucharest. He played a grand total of 0 minutes for us and only ever played for our affiliate side in the second tier. Oh, and once in the top flight for them as well. He was then released last year and now he's retiring at the age of 27 despite having 34 caps for Romania. He was just a biblical overpay, basically. So for me, he's the worst signing I've actually ever made. At least Bartos actually was good. Yeah, bet big on potential, but don't spend £21 million on it. You can do a lot better than that. Dearie me. Right. Motor at home. This would be fascinating, actually. So in the first place, because he had 5-star PA, and his attributes that you saw there were basically the same attributes that he had when he was about 17 years old. So imagine if you saw a 17-year-old with those attributes and 5-star PA, suddenly you're like, oh, you know, but it's still a lot of money. And he just never did anything with it. He was like, I'm happy with my station in life. I will do no further. Thank you. I said good day. Loading out Eric Bartos. And Bartos, had that save continued, Bartos would have been a perfect, crazy good loan farm player. Or an absolute monster for us later, like some of these guys that come back. It does happen. There was a crazy good centre-back we had in the Irish save that was part of the loan farm initially. But then, I think he was at Shamrock Rovers. Then he came back and became N98 PA. What was his PA? It was crazy, wasn't he? But he didn't, and he wasn't. But we didn't have enough time to see. You can't judge me about things that haven't happened if I can't claim credit for them or something. Was it actually 195? Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, that's a very large amount. Lordy Lord. I imagine we've got a couple of those in our team now, actually. I just don't know. I mean, I do know. I imagine that Montperouche is probably one of them. If I had to pick one player in our 11 that's likely got 190 plus PA, it's probably Montperouche, let's be honest. Right, Ruiz is thinking slightly injured or something. So, who's playing with Ashton Keaty today? As a staff member when he retires, I can't. He doesn't even have the ambition to be a staff member. Right. Wheelie boy. Send me somewhere good. Random one never developed. Oh, I know. I bet I know who it is. There's a couple of random Brazilian guys we've signed that still to this day, when they're like 25, still apparently have 5-star PA. And I feel like those are the guys. We had one of those guys in the last save too that we found out had like 190. But I think they usually just never have the right development scenario. Oh, there was a Costa Rican lag. Yeah, there was. I can't remember who it was, but yes, there was. There was a couple. I bet you there's a couple that are in our under 19 squad right now. Oh, 3. No, it's 3. Who is 3? It's Okada. That perfect timing. I was literally just talking about him. That's superb. Okay, we're actually going to give him a chance here. Nice. I'm really happy for the lad. We have to leave a space for Jesus, don't we? For the time being. Almost a Romanian guy who's not exactly done great so far, I must admit. Maybe this tactic will be the making of them. Who could say? Volkanov in, though, for today's game, presumably. Now would be the perfect time to give him a bit of game time. But you see the difference when we take out Akbash. It really is a drop-off. Yeah, we're doing Glove Island for strikers this year. We call it XG on the beach. Shit, because Sharpek's injured, isn't he? Oh, Blanco counts as one of those now. How nice. Kwasiopud... No, wait. I'll just get rid of one of the random strikers. Yeah, our tiny Japanese man is about to have his chance. Finally. This will be an interesting test to see what it does in terms of outside 3-1 win. Okay, we did concede a goal late on, but hey, Okada scored. That's a good sign. The hell? Oh my god, I thought the reporter were about to get shitty with me about something there. Worrying. Bit of you. Alshan Kiti's done... Ooh, he's been a creative monster there. Defense looks stabler. Conceded a few more chances there, but Keeper did okay, apparently. Kowalski looked decent. Everyone just kind of looks solid across the board. Monprus, despite scoring, did go missing in this game, which is a little bit of a concern. Because if he's doing that whilst not scoring, then yeah. Not playing for months. Fight for Champions League. I'm aboard so much star striker. Oh, God. Did they do the whole, the offer was too good to turn down? I hate that crap. That's part of the reason why I love a boat clause, but it doesn't, it's not the be all and end all. Yeah, Momp did kind of suck ass in that game, it would seem. As he does have a preponderance to do sometimes, to be fair to him. But yeah, that wasn't great from him there. The Benidorm board, no, I don't think I did on this one, actually, no. Oh, is this it? Who's that? Quartet? 100. We had a... That guy did play for us at times, though, right? I feel like Cortelj? He definitely did actually play. Oh, it's Javio. Yeah, some of these guys I don't think we ever really got a chance to use, did we? Moser was decent. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I realised I'm not actually showing you. Forgive me. Babazi? Jesus Christ. I would be willing to bet that our team doesn't look dissimilar to that now, but I bet you if you were to look at some of the other teams in, like, Europe, theirs would just be 190s across the board, basically, because of how good the Spanish Scourge players were. Don't want to value straight away. Oh, it happens to the best of us. We had this exact thing happen in the Treaty United save where the board sold my star striker, who I brought him in like probably less than a year earlier than that, and he had something like 14 goals in his first 5 games of the new season or something crazy like that. I know the number gets higher every time I say it. And then they sold him out from underneath me, and I think it set that save back about 5 years in terms of how long it took us to recover, because we just could not get anywhere near as quality to him for years after that. I've no idea how we managed to sign him in the first place, to be honest. 25 minutes of in-game time later, blocked the deal because it wasn't enough. Wait, so they blocked their own deal because it wasn't enough money? That is extremely fun. Fair play to the board. We've scored a wonderful own goal. You love to see... Actually, speaking of that league, did you guys see that a player was... It was the guy that scored against Norwich last week with a handball, has been suspended for that, for 2 games or something, which to me is absolutely mental. The official should be suspended. You missed it. That's on you, bruv. Also, the thing that I find weird about that is, even if that was seen on the match or whatever, he's getting a yellow card for deliberate handball. So why is the punishment 2-game ban? He wouldn't have got a 2-game ban if he'd seen it in the game. So to me, that is just outrageous behaviour. To act as if oh, well, I mean, how dare you? It's like, well, of course, how dare you? Like, be better at your jobs. It's not a good look for me. Oh, wait. I think I've got to filter the damn things now, haven't I? All the offers for Mefta. Probably should accept one of the other ones, really. Bizarre. Yeah, I don't understand why he's been punished for that. Like, is there precedence for that I've missed somewhere? It is a straight... Yeah, it does seem like a strange precedent to set, because if he's got that for the whole sort of deceiving an official, then I feel like they could apply that to a lot of different things that would not be helpful in any way. Pieska Vitsa won a bit of Neymar. I couldn't extend his contract because he wanted way too much money for that. Radomiak and Ivan sure, you can have him as well if you like. KG Spurs, thank you very much for the follow. I would say who do you support, but I feel like I could figure it out. It's Arsenal, right? Actually, speaking of Arsenal, the rest of us in the FM Show pod are kind of on board the cards now. Aaron was literally opening packs in church this morning. Speaking of, actually, I have one last pack before I buy some more tomorrow. So, we'll do VOD comments in a minute too, since we're at that stage in the stream. This was the other one I got. That was the other Blue Voltage one I got. It's Kyle Joseph. It's not any like numbered or anything like that, but it's still a Blue Voltage card, which is kind of cool. Right, where's my last pack? Nice. Oh, actually, the other one I got that I didn't mention. This was off stream. This. We'll just get the other camera on as well, actually. This one. It's an... Oh, that's... Well, no lighting there at all. It's an Alexis Sanchez Chrome Top one, which I think is quite a nice card. It's Chrome Top Classics. That's the one. But I have one pack left here. I'm going to buy some more tomorrow at Tesco's. Because we're doing one per stream these days. I don't know what I'm tapping is, if that's going to do anything good. But I know for a fact that we're going to have a Blue Voltage in this one. Because statistically I have to. Right. Okay. One of one. Hard imagine. I'd honestly, as good as that be, I'd like a one of one Fulham instead. Just anybody. Give me a one of one Josh King or Emil Smith-Rowe. I'd even take a Timothy Castagna. To be fair, Mushroom has gone now, but he actually has an autographed Kevin one. Harry Wilson, imagine. Right, I haven't looked at these yet. So what we got first up, it's a Spurs player, isn't it? It's Souza of Spurs, rookie card. I realise it's blurry, but I can't change that. I'll have to show him to this as well. But I'll figure out a better way of doing this. But at the moment, this is the best we're going to get until I can figure out another option. Okay, next one. That's in Newcastle by the looks of things. And it's Malik Chow. Okay, Malik Chow's kind of cool. Just do that. That looks like a Leeds player. Wait, that isn't actually Harry Wilson. No, it's Dan James. It's a different former Fulham player instead. I'd like something here. Anything kind of good. That's another Palace player. That looks like Chris Richards. I'm guessing that's Chris Richards. Yep. Maybe I'll find a way to put the camera on also. Oh, hello. Wait, what is that? Oh, it's Jermaine Defoe. Okay. Chrome Classics Jermaine Defoe. That's kind of cool. Oh. We'll take that. And then that's another Nitro Boost. Rio and Gamo. Okay. Where's my other one? The classic ones are cool, yeah. That looks like Anthony Robinson. It is Anthony Robinson. It's not like a fancy one or anything, but it is Anthony Robinson. Willian. Find a way to get Willian. Who's that? Omar Marmouche. Which means I'm assuming that the next one has to be the Blue Wait. It's David Brooks. Wait, where's the... I just didn't get one. The tin literally has 2 guaranteed Blue Voltage cards in it. There was just one. Amazing. Exceptional. That's perfect. Either way, the Jermaine Defoe one's kind of sick. I will put that in a separate sleeve. Amazing. Got scammed in it. Ah, dearie me. That's very frustrating. I didn't even know that was even a thing, but then I looked it up afterwards and it said, yeah, there was 2, or at least 2, I suppose, guaranteed Blue Voltage cards in it, and it's just not. Which means I knew that pack had to have it in it, but it just didn't. Good. I'll put the Jermaine Defoe one in there. I don't know if that's actually got value, but whatever. Unless it's going to count the other one I got, but that wasn't a guaranteed card. That was just a numbered one from some other thing. It's fine though. I'll buy another load of packs on Monday because I'm going to Tesco's and that's where they live. I'll get the packs for the week there. Yeah, Haaland's cut his hair. I have to update his card. Right. Sick. That's unfortunate. That was a massive disappointment. I have a book for these. Yeah, I've got a binder. I bought the binder one as well. I've got 3. Some of the ones I've seen people pulling already are annoyingly good. But yeah, I've got a binder for them. Because I bought the tin, which obviously had like 5 packs in it, which is where the Blue Voltage one's supposed to be. And then I got the binder, which came with another 3 packs in it. But from now on, I'm just going to buy the ones from Tesco's that have got nothing guaranteed per se, but you can kind of get a bit of everything in there, I suppose, right? Which I like this. It just means the restraint I had. Ooh. That's kind of sick, actually. The restraint I had to show to not open that last pack because I was going after them on Friday morning before doing some work. I was like, oh, I just kind of want to rip some of these now. Gary Alexander. I believe you have left, actually. I remember seeing something about you moving. Or maybe that was the move that you made here. Oh, no, you are at Leicester. Oh, no, it was the move to Leicester, I think, actually, from Everton. Still a totally passable player, although your contract is up at the end of the season, so I suspect that might be where you potentially decide to call it quits. Although last season for Leicester in the Championship, 11 assists. That's not very shabby at all. I don't know how the rating was as bad as that, despite all the assists. But you do have 18 natural fitness, so if anyone's probably going to go longer, it's likely to be you. But we are certainly running down the clock on some of the Patreon regions now. They are very much dropping like flies. We're down to 40 now. Another one's retiring as well, because we simply can't keep them alive any longer, I suppose. I will just check, though, if any of them have gone into... any new ones have gone into management. Keep track of that many players. It's just a short list. Wait, Patreon player in it. Although a couple of them obviously have retired from here as well, unfortunately. That's Sveni. Coco to die. Vanya Mojsic. That's Nikolai Citrin, who already had a job. I do wonder if there's some weird thing that's preventing any of them from getting new jobs, because only 2 of them have ever had those managerial jobs. And it's always the same 2, for some reason. Yeah, keep history after retirement has to be fixed for next year. It's actually going to make the looking forward stream really, really difficult. You are still at Daggers. I don't think you're playing constantly for them, as you've made... Actually, no, 20... No, you are probably. Most interesting career. It's so tough to say. Some of them have moved around. What I liked was when loads of you randomly ended up at Everton at the same time, despite none of you starting there, which was just fun to me. The deadline will be probably sometime in November. It'll be... obviously, closer to the time, I usually make it pretty clear. But basically, it's about like a week before, not even a week before, sometimes even a couple of days before we start the new main save, just to allow us enough time to prepare the database stuff for it. So there's loads of time for it. But yeah, so it's going to be, because we don't know when the game's out, but it will be probably sometime in November will be the deadline for it. In terms of Oxford, yeah, because I think you're still at Oxford, right? How are Dagenham and Redbridge actually doing in the Championship? They're staying up at the moment. Both them and Aldershot actually might stay in the Championship this time around. Hell yes. QPR are looking very much like they will not be staying in the Championship this time around. Rip them, I suppose. Let me get my tiny violin out. To a Djurgården fan. Okay. How did that happen? Did Blackburn beat Middlesbrough yesterday? Did I see? Because when Blackburn considered by a lot of people to be one of the potential favourites for relegation this season, and Middlesbrough often tipped to go up. Oh dear. Torquay United heading down. Look at me getting distracted now that we've gone into these bits. Wilson potentially going to League One, though, is quite cool. Halifax, unfortunately, the Shamen are looking, well, not doomed. They're only a couple of points off of it. Yeah, we need a couple of days to get everything sorted together so I can update all the spreadsheets and get the information in. But what I normally do is I send out a message across the Patreon thing that gives you all the information that we need, because it might vary depending on what the editor allows us to do each time. And yeah, exactly. Like, we tried to do something different this year, and it means that there's more things we could potentially do. You'd love to see it, Albie. Up the Robins. Altrincham heading down. I'm surprised you could actually see that from that distance. Particularly with the wheel hiding the scarf. West Ham lost, did they actually? Northampton, God. It's weird seeing Northampton all the way down here. Doesn't feel right. Are they not going to bid any more than 62 million? Is that just like the cap out at 62? I still won't sell it to them, but it's weird that they just repeatedly bid the same exact amount. I guess that's just all they have left, right? Wow, would you believe it? It's 62. I'm guessing they're changing the bids in between, but... No, you've got no fan. I mean, you've got no choice at that point. I feel like football is such a great connector. Wait, what? Oh, go away. Missed an injury time penalty. Speaking of players related to West Ham, do you guys see that penalty that Crescencio Somerville missed, where he tried he went full Adamola Lookman, but I think he hit the bar with his Panenka. So, other Polish sides, I've actually kind of... They've somehow both cooked and burned the food at the same time. So, Jagiellonia messed it up massively in the Champions League and unfortunately got knocked out, which is unfortunate because they shouldn't have done. They had both Swedish sides to play and they lost to both of them. They could have easily been on like 12 points and been fine. Radomiak, though, did a little bit better. They've slipped through to the next round. Don't know who they're playing yet, though. We'll have to check on that in a minute. Yeah, it hasn't been drawn yet. As for the Europa League, though, much, much better. All 3 of them got top 8. Arca came second, Lechia came 4th, and Corona came 8th. They're all going straight to the round of 16, and we'll have plum draws there as well when they do get there. There's a really strong chance that Polish sides are going deep in the Europa this year. So at least that makes up for the shitness that we're getting elsewhere slightly. It's certainly the best run we've ever seen from Polish sides in the Europa, which is nice. And Arca have won again. We're still not top of the league. This is getting ridiculous now, lads. Please let us win at some point. I can't... We can't not win the league, but we're actually running out of games. We've got 14 games left to do that, but they are putting down a surprisingly good challenge to us here. Wait, Newcastle? Really? Okay, now maybe I will buy him. Because it's weird that Newcastle are interested in him. Like, I thought he was an okay player, but I've never been able to get a good handle on what his actual PA is. Sometimes it's 5 stars, sometimes it's 3.5. But that's interesting. We will have to play them again. Yeah, they've already beaten us this season, which is frustrating. Because that's why they're ahead of us at the moment, too. Agent 35 police. I don't know anything about that, unfortunately. I couldn't possibly comment on something I have no clue of. Hello, Pog. How are you, my love? But that doesn't sound great. I think it's because the DFB podcast was kicking off yesterday. Bro's got a bit of, like, he's got quality here. You right? Mm-hmm. Feel better now you've had a shoe? How was your Rapunzel?
I couldn't finish it.
Couldn't finish it? Damn. Did you try letting down your hair?
There's quite a lot in there.
Well, you did look pretty stuffed.
Had beef.
Oh, of course. One does not just simply not do that. Right, actually, I'm not doing this. It's very soft indeed. G Wally, thank you for the 27 months. How are you, my friend? How's Sunday treating you today? What's the weather like? Oh, it's actually quite nice outside.
We could go for a walk after stream.
We could. I've got work to do after stream as well, but we could
still go for a walk though.
Yeah, but again, like I said, I do have a lot of work to do after stream, unfortunately. It is still a working day for you, boy. Well, they are being.
It's all your fault, chat.
I don't know if I want to do that or not. Yeah, bloody chat employing me.
How dare they?
Yeah, I know. Keep me in a job. Rude. Joao Paulino is a 5 star. Oh, and the fact that he's good as well.
I'll sort out the clothes in a minute.
Okay. Watford in for Julio Cesar. I don't think that's enough money. In fact, that's definitely not enough money. Now, would you consider... No, let's go higher than that. Would you consider Watford? That. No, didn't think so. Wait. Whoa, hang on a minute. Whoa. They have considered that. The question then becomes, do we need to do that, or are we fine financially to the point where actually it would make no sense to sell him at this stage when he's only 26 to Watford anyway? Do you know what? Actually, I think I might hold on to him. I think he's too good of a player at the moment. We've sold enough people that we're kind of okay financially at the moment, and the others aren't quite ready to step in yet. And we really only have Montparnasse, then and Joao Carlos, and we could probably do with keeping a few more midfielders around for the time being. Organise a disciplinary meeting? Potentially. I guess so. You probably could, yeah. You report me to HR, which I guess in this case would be you lot. I don't even know who this guy is. Yeah, I had no idea this was going on. So who is this even between? Oh, and Joao Carlos has now immediately hurt himself as well, thus making that decision probably even better, actually. Wait, who's this? Naumowski. Yeah, go on, lads. You can have him. I was thinking, who the hell have they wanted off of us as a right wing back? Because I didn't even think we had any of them around. Sylvester, sure. You can take Tweety with you. Centre back, Garcia, why not? Huge rival. Oh, is it? I think Mannheim are actually the top flight in this save right now. Now that I think about it. Nikola Jovanovic, sure. Isn't he the really tall Serbian dude? At least there's a bit more interest coming up out for now. Starting to see who's got a bit more money again. Ruk Herzog, that's all Joao Carlos, isn't it? Actually, speaking of Rakov, what are they up to? Oh, they're actually looking a little bit better in the second tier now. They might actually get into the playoffs. It looks like they've started to turn things around. They still don't score or concede any goals. These guys are still in the playoff spots. Insane. New Looney Tunes movie. No, I haven't. I don't really keep up to date on my Hannibal. Is that Hannibal? No, I don't know. My Looney Tunes lore. That one must have snuck by me, unfortunately. Aren't in real life. This is very true. How are they doing in the league? I think they got promoted, right? Oh my god, not only did they get promoted, but they're actually staying up as things stand. Mainz, FC Köln and Augsburg, however, not doing quite so good there. That's impressive, actually, that they're even doing that. I haven't really looked at the other leagues outside of England, really. The usual stuff is pretty much going on in them, I'm guessing, but presumably Napoli? Yeah, it's always Napoli. Sassuolo doing it all right. What about Liga? Let me guess, it's PSG. Wow, shocker. Who could have predicted that? Warner Bros. Scrapped with a tax write-off. Oh, that's shit. Also seems pointless because surely you'd make more money by just releasing the film and making the money off of the film. John Cena's in it, really? I bet you wouldn't be able to see him in it anyway, though, right? Yeah, Marseille, to be fair, they are still cooking in Europe, so I guess it's a case of they're not quite able to do it on two fronts anymore. It does suck for Marseille that the 1 year where they could have actually been really good and won the league was the year that Nice managed to sneak in there and win it. That sucks for them. So when have we got... Right, that's fine. I'll get up to the Pogon game, because that should be a really easy win, in theory. Oh, she really rejected them. Great. Get those guys as well. A few more in here, although there's not a lot in here, in fairness. Chad Brown's Manchester City. He's listed, but 55 million and listed is not quite the same thing. This guy's listed for cheap. Carlos Torrealba. He is 100% Spanish Scourge, isn't he? Oh, no, technically not. I shouldn't really say that when they're Real Madrid players. They're clearly coming through Castilla and whatnot. That guy's already joining us. We're kind of light on the scouting stuff, which is okay, actually, because it means we can revisit it properly in the summer and give another deep dive. What's this? Oh, this was the high rep freebies thing I was looking at where I found the Leeds guy. I did have a little look through. He was the only player that was sort of young enough and also not on crazy wages that I could realistically get. But to be fair, we did get him. That's a cool name. Kowalski backs Uche. Yazzie! I was going to make you captain one day and now you do this to me. Bellend. North of 2 players. They declined to make an offer. You wanted him. Mental relegations. We've had quite a few, actually. As far as in Poland, at least. Almost a lot of the big sides that you could think of in Poland have at one point in this save been relegated. Lech Poznan have been relegated, I think, multiple times in this save. They always seem to come back up again, but they have Cracovia either won the league or came second in the first season and then got relegated the following year. The league is not especially stable. They do have a habit of just... Górnik Zabrze, for example, were playing in the Europa Conference League final while being relegated from the league as well. Who else has gone down? I'm trying to think who hasn't gone down, actually, out of this top flight lot. Motor definitely went down. Brookbet, did they go down? Arca definitely did. GKS have been down. Polonia obviously weren't even up at the first place. Did Lechia go down? Corona definitely did. And that's for the second tier. Obviously, Rakov have been down because they're down there right now. Wisła Płock, but they weren't up in the first place. You'll notice that there's no Śląsk Wrocław at all. They, for the longest time, were right on the cusp of promotion, never could quite get it over the line, and then got relegated last year as well. Any big leak in real life? Not really, no. Because those things don't really happen in FM that often because they have such high rep that it basically just doesn't happen unless you go like 50 years into a save. Show me 2 to 3 things so I can create a possession-based tactic. Hang on, I don't understand. What things am I showing you? Show me 2 to 3 things. I can't seem to manage to keep possession at all. What? Forgive me. I'm a little confused as to what I'm showing. Like 3 years. Yeah, but this isn't FM24. This is FM26. And also, Spurs kind of have clearly in real life been pretty close to relegation as well. So I guess FM's not that far off with it. I did see Man United go into administration once. On my last save, actually, I think they did, right? Did they get relegated there? Now this is important because now I can probably take a couple of guys out. Because there's a couple of guys that have now... I think I might have already done it, actually. Because Diabate doesn't need to come in. No, Zaze, that's the one. He now counts as that. Coffee, obviously, is 30-something years old, so he doesn't. Pimenta, not yet. These are all the strikers. But that leaves us 2 extra slots for the team. Having another centre-back in like Kwasioput would be good. Straight off the bat. And probably Volkanov, I'm guessing. Is there anyone else that needs to come in? Dushan probably doesn't need to. Drisla Ratche as well. Carlos is already in. Munoz is injured for ages. Kukonda, I forgot he was still here, bless him. There's Volkanov. I think maybe Volkanov coming in too. Giving us more centre-backs would make sense. Use this picture as a clue. Okay, interesting. Buffering in. Let's see where we're at here. Wait, is that MT? No. For some reason I thought that was MTK. But their stadium's not... That's bigger than that, isn't it? Wait. Also, how high res is this picture? Oh, it is MTK. I thought it was MTK. Weirdly, I don't remember actually ever seeing the inside of their stadium. No, it's because of the video. The picture was basically a video, I guess, in terms of its pure resolution and size. I feel like there's a lot of wasted space in their stadium where they could have had way more seats. And they kind of limited that, but it's actually still quite a cool stadium. It reminds me a little bit of the Pushcast Stadium as well, actually. So yeah, I think we get those two guys in, we'll probably do the job. But yeah, as for the possession-based tactic thing, I absolutely can help with that potentially, but I need to know more specifically what we're actually trying to do. Because there are multiple ways that you can go about that depending on the way that you set your system up and certain instructions that you can use. And sometimes you can have possessions for possession's sake and it'll actually be quite bad, which is what we ended up falling into when we first started this save. Like, my first tactic that we built here, I decided that I was going to do pure possession and no... Well, actually, it wasn't the idea. The idea was that we did let the passing do the work and not the dribbling. But then... Turns out that the players just passed the ball around and didn't really ever shoot. So you'd have like 85% possession in a game and like 3 shots. And then get caught on the counter attack the one time you did actually lose the ball. Because F26, of course. It was very Russell Martin coded, actually. He and I are strange bedfellows, you know? Right, let me set this up. And then we can... Actually, Volkanov did alright in the last game, so I might give him in again. And I don't think anyone else is back from injury or anything like that just yet. Which means... Oh, Uche is back again, nearly. Actually, I might put Gomez on the bench. Seems strange that he wouldn't be on the bench for these games, given that, you know... Yeah. So, is he the Leicester manager, or is he someone else's manager? Because if he is the Leicester manager, that does sort of explain quite a lot now I think about it. Get Akbash in there as well, actually, instead of Jacob. Nice. Okay, cool. Wheel time. Yeah, managing is probably a strong word for what he's doing at Leicester, I suppose, right? He's stewarding the ship off of a cliff right now. You can picture that. It is crazy what's going on there. Particularly some of the players that are still in that Leicester team are a lot of players left over from the Premier League days. Not that it was that long ago, right? But usually when teams do the quick relegation essentially to League One, usually that's where the stopping block seems to hit. But obviously that probably still will be, but it's bizarre. And it's me choosing. Nice. Who do I want in the team? Who do I want in the team out of these guys? Wally's injured. They're a crap team. Ruiz is injured as well. I'm going Manuel Hansen. I'm mixing it up a little bit. I'm going Big Manuel. I feel like this is a chance for Manny to show us off. Or show himself off in many ways. Yeah, I'm going to go with him. Oliver Skip, yeah. Part of that sort of Spurs... I feel like I can imagine Oliver Skip as a very Europa League coded player. Hard to explain, but you sort of get what I mean. Also, I just realised we have... Wrong button. 4 comments to do. Which is this. So, a couple of things. It turns out, you know when we had that weird issue with Chico? So I did actually put him as an RCB in that by accident. But then, because of all the injuries and stuff, the Arsenal just kept swapping things around. But they really do need a thing in game that like pops up and it warns you when it does that. With Leeds. I'll be curious to see how that works with you as well, even though we're not finished with it yet. But if it works straight off the bat, most of it's tactically sound anyway. So it will probably need a few little tweaks on top of it to make it more effective. But we've kind of got a good baseline as it is right now. So... Also, it says it will land on 6 to 10 more than it should. It actually doesn't. It's just there's not enough data to show it. Like, it's kind of like a coin flip, right? You could still get 3 heads in a row, but statistically that's like you need a bigger data set to distribute this, particularly with a wheel that has 14 slots. So actually, because I was curious about this myself, I went and looked at the data from the running videos, and because obviously I keep track of all the numbers that it lands and stuff, and it's actually relatively well distributed from that, even over only, of course, like 20 to 25 spins. It's just sometimes we get a little bit unlucky. Ironically, it's landed on some quite low numbers today as it goes, but that's just the luck of the draw, isn't it? Apparently, the Met Police are one of the dirtiest teams. So that, I've actually heard that before as well, but it might just be apocryphal. Either way, yeah, they have truncheons there too, potentially. This is kind of cool. 2 sides from your league in the final at the same time. Might actually be my dream, to be honest, to have that be happening in this save, because I've never had it before and I want the ability to throw it to someone else. It's my dream to lose the Champions League final to another side from my league. Think of what it could do. What's going on?
I'm on the phone to my dad.
I know. You're talking louder than I am. Chat, did you enjoy the conversation as well? I was thinking about my headphones projecting into my ears or something. Paramol. I don't even know what Paramol is. Isn't that just paracetamol, though, surely?
I'm half deaf as well, so I'm talking harder
It's fine, because now we all are too. I thought Paramol was just paracetamol. What I found for me works is ibuprofen because of the... so what would be the advantage of Paramol for toothache rather than just paracetamol? Surely isn't Paramol just expensive paracetamol? I was just taking ibuprofen though because of the sort of, what's the word? The anti-inflammatory element of things. That seems to be relatively okay now. Woke up yesterday and it was like reasonably okay. So I think what it is I think it's genuinely some wisdom tooth stuff from my upper jaw. That seems to be what it is. Also, this was relating to the... Oh, what was it relating? Oh, yeah, the thing with the international caps, where when you get an international... The thing we had last stream, basically, where it was thanking us for the wrong players and that sort of stuff. Ketamine? Do I look like a horse to you that needs tranquilizing? The answer is yes, probably. Okay, Manuel Hansen, let's go. In you go, buddy. I wanted to try and avoid taking anything more serious because it wasn't hurting that much. It was just more annoying. That's almost the worst kind of tooth pain, is the one where it's like not so bad that you're like, ah, but also it's just there in the back of your head, right? New insider names. But, I mean, I think 7-3. I think it's just one of those things where like, if people are buying the name brand version of the same thing, surely they have the exact same ingredients in it. I'm sure there's some minor differences or whatever, but I was just buy the cheapo ones because like, I'm not going to pay £6 or whatever. Although what I will say is, Polish ibuprofen, that stuff seemed to hit different. Like, that stuff was good. It was called like Ibuprom or something. It's still ibuprofen, but something about it, I was like, yes. Head sounds dangerous. In it. It's because it was right at the back where obviously your wisdom teeth came through, and I think that's where it is. Because I was, after a while, I was like, oh yeah, no, it's not my bad tooth at all. It's the top. But it seems to be okay. But it's disassociative stuff. Haven't they used that with like, for like therapy or something? I swear there's something to do with that. We won 7-3. It's one of the games that's happened. Did anyone get a hat-trick? Volkanov scored in this game, though. What even was this game? 78% possession as well. That's an unreal performance. Things you'd love to see. Dihydrocodeine. Oh, so it's got... Paramol has codeine in it? Huh. I didn't know that. I thought that was always called cocodamol. That's what I've always called it. I actually didn't realise that was the case. I have a lot of it. Yeah, no, I like it. It's got a purple box with yellow writing on it. I bought it in a shop in Poland when I think it was just a headache or whatever. But it just seemed to do the trick straight away. Generic name, yeah. Because again, like, why am I buying an expensive version of the same thing, I guess? I'm not made of money. Is that the one? The one with Hanson in it? Yes, it is. Sick. It does sound like an oil company as well. Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't want to take anything that had codeine in it because one, it wasn't that serious, and two, I find codeine when it makes me woozy. It's what I was taking before when I had that really bad tooth pain last year, like when my tooth was when I had the infection, and even that was just about doing the trick. But I wasn't about to take that willy-nilly. Not as someone who's prone to addictions. Medication-based football. Dan, you missed it. I don't think you were in this stream. We had a brilliant little discussion a few weeks ago, which was basically if medicines were footballers, like with their actual names, who would they be? What would they, and who would they have played for? My favourite one was Antibiotic, the Croatian central midfielder. Just perfection. A lot of points from Mohamed Al-Shankiti there. I think he got, 2 goals and an assist in that game? Was it more than that? Oh, 2 goals, 2 assists. Pretty much everybody got an assist in this match, it seems. And 2 goals from Monperouse. Bloody hell. Strong performance. That was my personal favourite of the bunch, was Antibiotic. But there was quite a lot when you were just taking the pure medicine name. It was fantastic. Oz MPEC was quite good. We're actually playing extremely well, JTEX. We made a slight tweak to the tactic, ignore the 7-3. And it seems to have, ignoring the defensive errors in this game, stabilised us a little bit. And allowed us to, more importantly, get a bit more play from our young centre-back who we want to get a bit more game time for. Originally an antidepressant, doctor said, just killing 2 birds with 1 stone on this one. Hey! To be fair, my medication doubles as an eating disorder medication. So, it's certainly... I no longer binge eat. We didn't win the Champions League phase. No, unfortunately not. Chelsea won it because they won every single match. which was very little we could do about that. But we did at least win our last game in the group stage. Was it 4-0 or 3-0? No, it's 4-0. 4-0 over Club Brugge, where we tested the tactic. And since then, we've not managed to score less than 3 goals in a game. 4, then 3, then 7. So things seem to be heading in the right direction, at least. That's a good way of doing it. Yeah, Moonjaro would definitely work as a Senegalese defender for sure. Oh, I hate this player so much. He's so annoying. Aussie MP. Yes. And he'd have like crazy hair. I'm trying to think of other medications now. This is exactly what happened last time. Finally, we were officially top because Arca dropped some points. About bloody time. This is exactly our sample size. Well, I mean, the sample size is the 3 games that we've had a chance to play with it so far. I can't get a bigger sample size than that thus far. All the signs currently are pointing towards good things. And ultimately, these are the teams that we're going to be playing against. So, Lemsip. Yes. That's good. It feels Estonian. Something about it's because Sip. That's what feels Estonian. I feel like there's definitely an Estonian out there with the surname Stop or something. We've already had Sim Post after all, which is brilliant times. Calpol? Pentrof? And is he Greek? Is he Greek, Doc? He's got to be, right? Oh, Pushta is slipping closer and closer now. He's actually the kind of signing that, like, if he was at Real Madrid, like, Fulham would be signing him this summer, basically. If he'd somehow gone through there as well. Honestly, ibuprofen could probably still work even as like not maybe Nigerian. Actually, maybe Nigerian or Cameroonian. You want Jonathan Aponza. He's on loan, though, and he's actually kind of doing well. So I might not let that one go through. It's annoying with it, because I don't know if they'd actually play him. So I don't know if you could even play wide centre-backs on overlapping if you only have 2 of them. I think you have... Does the game... this might be wrong. I think the game forces you to have no wide centre-backs or something if you have only 2 of them. Because I think I actually tried to do that when I was building the even more aggressive approach. And I was like, oh, we'll have everyone overlap. Oh, you'd be pronounced Kokeane or something. You're right, Pog. Where you lost? Car keys. They'll be wherever you last put them. When did you last use the car? This morning. Then I'm afraid I am not responsible for this one. They're unlikely to be in here.
No, they might have been because I came and gave you your coffee.
But you didn't hand my car keys over. I threw it back to someone's car. Oh yeah, no, you can. That's how you. I think that's the only way you can do it, right? But that's what we have in our tactic, I think. Aspirin. Wasn't there a guy called? Oh no, I feel like that's an actual guy's name. 9 different subscriptions for everything. Oh, speaking of DAZN, did you guys hear that bit of commentary? I forget who he was commentating on, and I believe it was DAZN. John Stones. He was talking about John Stones' first goal for Inter. He had the most unplaceable accent, and it's a very strange thing to hear. Oh, Rodorica playing Espanyol in the knockout round. That might actually be winnable. It's not easy by any means, but of the draws they could have got, I don't hate that for them. Viagra's a Slovenian winger. Oh, Liverpool just put 7 goals. Oh my god, they won the first leg. Rodorica beat Espanyol in the first leg, and Liverpool have put 7 past Bayer Leverkusen. We put 4 past Liverpool, and they put... Bloody hell, okay. That's surprising. Talk about on cliches. Maybe? I remember hearing on social media, I think I heard them talk about it on cliches, but I can't remember who it was. Hello, Harvey. Yes, that's Giroud for Liverpool. I think he even wears the same number as well. Lower league Welsh centre-back, tough tackling, gets a second... Oh, yeah. Liverpool basically have an entire team that most of their good players are just Spanish Scourge players, and I believe that Gerrard is very much one of those, unfortunately. He's not Steven Gerrard, he's just... That's only 7 players now. I'll let that build up for a minute. Save us a bit of time. Oh, Sharpek's back. Gonzalez. Oh, good. Things you hate to see. Melatonin. That's very good. I don't have the concept of, do you have to think of it? Real Madrid have just lost to Shakhtar Donetsk. Please continue with that. Speaking of Pol, here's Cal Pol. What's his actual name? Pol Callejas. Sort the Spanish Scourge, or was it working as intended? There's no way for anything to be sorted. So, no, they didn't. It's not working as intended, but also they didn't sort it because there's nothing to sort, per se. Oh, sorry. You mean like in future saves? I actually don't know. I'm assuming it is still likely a thing, though. So I would be very, very careful with it. Because I haven't heard anything about it being fixed or anything. So I suspect it is still there. Oh, you're right. What's up? The car keys are not in my office, I promise you. There's only a limited number of things and places I can put stuff, and I promise you they're not on my desk. Yeah, just be very careful when adding any leagues. Pretty much just decide what leagues you want before you start a save and just do not touch it. Even with smaller leagues, you could probably still get screwed by it. Even like Scandi leagues, for example. Love the motorway. Is it still 6-7G? And such. I'm so sorry I failed you. You just got a broken leg. Jesus Christ. Did they steal it? I don't know if they stole it. Let's check. Oh, yes, they did. Yes, they absolutely did steal it. Holy shit. Hi. Their goalkeeper is crazy good, apparently. He said he probably isn't. He's just done a good job there. He probably is fairly... He does have some of the attributes that we would potentially want in a goalkeeper, in fairness. And he is Spanish Scourge as well, so a bit of their own medicine on that one. But they'll probably still get humped in the second leg, but it's coefficient points, and that's the most important thing. They've at least managed that. Wait, we're doing it back again? Quint. That one works really well, actually. Neurofen. But then you find out his name's actually pronounced Neurofench or something. Like, when did that become a thing that people just immediately decided overnight that we were going to start saying Portuguese players' names correctly? Which is not a problem. It's just interesting how there was this sudden switch to it. When all of a sudden, overnight, he went from Bruno Fernandes to Bruno Fernandes. Mefta's off to... Where's he going? Corona. All right, fair enough. Gavo Sco. You're just way better at this than I am. Mefta's gone. Who says I was injured again? Oh, really? Okay, now I'm starting to think I should have sold him. I could have got £57 million for him. And now he's just going to sit there. Fentanyl. Searching for the fentanyl. The keys in the car. Maybe. Maybe the car's just gone away by itself, potentially. But I suspect she would... Actually, probably wouldn't have locked the house, actually, because I'm here. So I was thinking, oh, she did that to get in. But possibly not, actually, because of that. There's a lemur. John's dropped his lack of football concern, which is good, because that means I can give Nathan Allen a little run of matches, which we do kind of need him to do, just to see how he looks in this tactic. Still have no idea how we conceded 3 goals in that other game, but I guess it's not completely perfect. Probably because of Volkanov being in there too, I guess. It's not helping too much. GK. Oh, they're signing people. Good to see. Right. Montparousi's got a slight knock, which means I will next match only him out and put Joao in for a little wee run, who's also knackered. Okay. And Allen in as well. And then we'll keep the subject. Yeah, we'll keep that fine. Oh, is it a lookup? My apologies. Sorry, I thought it was a... because of the dash, my brain misread it as a song request. McRae's. You think there would be? Just because of the Scottish name pool alone, right? But it doesn't appear to... Oh, no. There's Carmen Mesa. There actually doesn't appear to be any McRae's. Surprisingly. Diane so bad. She would be lethal. Hello, Max. How's it going, friend? I'll send you points back then. Senecott. Knows how to get through a low block, does Senecott. Finds that piercing pass.
Bring on the Flugelkampfheimler!
John Boy, thank you very much for the follow. Right, wheel time. Look at him being expeditious. I'm still going to need another wee brick in a minute, to be fair. Alpecin. That's decent. Great hair, too. Lots of caffeine. You're 18? Oh, mate. Firstly, HHHHHBBBB to you, and particularly on your 18th. That's a big one, my friend. Did you do anything in particular special? I had a surprise birthday party for my 18th, which was very nice. I was like, oh, you do care. They took me to the pub, and then I thought, oh, that was nice. We went to the pub, and then Viking just kept me there for way longer than I was finding suspicious. Then he kept stopping to answer the phone on the way back. I'm choosing again. Love to see it. And then I rocked up at my parents' house, and there was a surprise party for me. It was very nice. I'm going to go Blanco. I should just pick Sharpek there. Right. We go again. Weighted wheel. Oh, he's on the bench, isn't he? I've wasted it specifically. How would that even work? I might just leave the bench at that, actually. They're not going to use all the subs, are they? Didn't know his own birthday? No, it's true. For all I know, it wasn't even my birthday. How would I know? Blanco did score in that game. Al-Shankiti and Naeem and Alan again, which is a good sign. Did Arca do anything? They lost. Okay, good. Now we're finally starting to get some little bit of breathing space. Another 4 goals scored as well. And a red card. Domination. Naeem, Al-Shankiti. Oh, this does seem to have turned Al-Shank into an absolute monster. Like, what's that now? He's got 7 goal contributions in his last 2 matches. Like, I know they're not a great side, but that is exceptionally good from him. The sort of numbers that we haven't really seen much for years, in fact, for him. Hey, it's the skincare routine, Harvey. Drinking a lot of water, wearing oversized tops. Guaranteeing the direct opposite. I suppose, yeah. I think we've certainly come close to overperforming, if not actually doing it all the time. It definitely seems like it's cooking, though. Yeah, 2.8. And these aren't penalties either. I mean, that is a lot of goals we've scored since we switched over. 4, 3, 7, 4. And not like we weren't scoring goals before then. As we clearly were, as you can see here from these games. But these feel like it has the potential to do it more frequently. This is my local club, Harvey. That is a... 7 days to Lekia Gdansk as well. Which is fine. Although I will have another wee break now because I'm desperate again. Right, back in a sec. Okay. Intriguing. A tougher one, that one, it seems. Only 4. And I thought I was gone longer than last time. Sam to the top there. Notably absent. Oh, not absent. He's still there. But less so than normal, at least. And all time, you can see we finally have big leaderboard. Who was the Frenchie? But point being, it will now display the full leaderboard. I think it goes down to 12, I believe is how it works. So we can actually see who's further down the list this time, rather than it just displaying the top 3 the entire time. But hey, you've got some catching up to do, my friend. Cuts in the next stream and he's already ahead. I can see that being the case. What happened here? Oh, was it broken again? Oh, Freddy, no. Nice. Okay. Also, chat, you'll be pleased to know, the armchair arrived yesterday. It's Claire the chair is cracking. I'm amazed of my good fortune there. It fits in the space absolutely perfectly. Like, biblically perfect. It's so comfortable too. And it's basically just a two-seater sofa. That's just an armchair that's wide enough that two people could easily sit in it. Fits in the space perfectly. It's comfy as hell. And the room just feels so much more cozy as well. Oh, the new Love Island. It's XG on the beach with strikers. So if you see a load of players with the numbers in their names, that's the reason for it. Oh, speaking of goalkeepers, my banjo has done his banjo. Don't do that. That's not something you want to be tearing. Diabate showing even more progress. Jesus Christ. I hope he does get his act together in terms of his attitude. Invite, so it's not true. What, to my armchair? Oh, wait, I've got an image for you. That sounds incredibly odd, doesn't it? But stay with me. See if I can find it. Right. Let the Insta continue to do its thing. I swear Pog sent me a picture of this. Was that not on here? Maybe it was WhatsApp? I have to find it now. It's your boy in style. Here we go. Right, moving back. What was the armchair called? Claire the Chair. Was my most recent indication of that. I needed a name for it. You can't just not have things have a name, right? Yeah, we were actually talking about that earlier, Pim, because it was you that found it. And I'm excited about that. Yeah, intake is March 17th every single year. So this is the chair. See what I mean? Like, it's an armchair technically, but you've got room in the chair to easily fit a second person in there. Like, Pog and I can fit in there no problem. 40 quid. 40 quid. I mean, you can't really say fairer than that. For 40 quid? It's the dream. This is how I can fly to all those different destinations to watch the football matches, because I spend 40 quid on armchairs instead. Reading numbers is the thing you're supposed to be able to do. That's fine. I can barely read numbers, letters, or anything. I'm actually really bad with numbers in terms of, like, I'm good with numbers and I'm good at maths. But say, for example, you know, you get those like login codes that you have to get on your phone and you type them in. I'm constantly getting the numbers in the wrong order. I think it's called like dyscalculia or something. A love seat. Yeah, it feels a bit like a love seat. It's leather. And I like the fact that it's got the flat arms too, because you can get a nice little... It's just so goddamn comfortable. It really is. It's a nice little nook for reading too. It's... Oh, I love it. Huge fan. And for 40 quid. I mean, that's the dream. First bit of like actual furniture we've purchased in a while, to be fair. Other than maybe Pog's desk chair at Christmas. That's how I felt when I was in the chair, to be honest. Thank you very much for the 30 bits, Tom. What a fantastic use of free will. Come on, Espanol. Not come on, Espanol. Maybe me saying come on, Espanol will help them. It famously did not help them. Also, what in the world? Who's your housekeeper? Who do you keep in the house? What is this? Where did we buy it? A charity shop. There's a charity shop in town. Sue Ryder, I think was this particular one. But they have furniture in there sometimes. We always go in and have a little peruse. But this one we were like, do you know what? Might actually work. So, figured, hey. So Liverpool have just beaten Bayer Leverkusen 13-3. What in the world? I'm going to have to continue again in order to actually show the games. But unfortunately, Espanyol have knocked out Radomiak. It was coming. It's unfortunate, but they at least won a game. Good God. Was that Eddie Howe's Liverpool? Good attack or bad defence? I think it's probably going to be a little column A and a little column B somehow. Let me just progress so we can actually have a look. Nah, I don't think they were going to be bad. They were lucky to win the first leg with Radomiak, so my suspicion is that they kind of got the XG to catch up with them in the second leg. Hilariously, there are no Europa League games just to look at, because all of them are in the next round already. Which is mental. They already got the points for that. Bought online. No. Trust me, if you could get an armchair a leather armchair, like a leather armchair love seat like that for £40 online. That would have been, I would love to see that place because I would never leave that website. That sounds tremendous. No, most of the things we buy with, the things that like sofas, it used to be Gumtree, but Gumtree is just shit these days. It seems to just be spam now. I think Facebook Marketplace is better for that now. And then like, always have a little look in charity shops because you can get some crazy good deals in them as well. And you help a charity out, which is never a bad thing. Unless it's a charity that murders puppies, perhaps. Sue Ryder, as far as I know, do not do that. But I won't stake my reputation on it. My tiny, tiny reputation. So what did they actually get on with in this game? Oh, now we can click it. Yeah, I mean, they're unlucky to lose 4-0, but they weren't good enough to win the tie, unfortunately. Their goalkeeper couldn't quite do it 2 games in a row. Jesus Christ. So it was... Liverpool were 9-0 up on aggregate at one point in this game. And then it kind of just went, you score 2, we'll score 1. You score 2, we'll score 1. You score 2 more, we'll get another one. 13-3 is certainly one of the more surprising scorelines. I don't think I've ever seen a 13-3 aggregate scoreline. Ever. Actually, that said, I do remember it was either last year or the year before in one of the saves where it was Galatasaray versus Liverpool. And I think... Yeah, £40. I don't be buying new furniture. Like, I can't be dealing with that. The prices are absurd. You're just looking at like £1,000 for a chair. What are we doing here? I'll happily buy furnitures and cars. I will never be buying new. That's fine. I'll let someone else eat the depreciation of that one. The spirit lives on. They did a little bit, but I like the fact that every time Leverkusen got on back, Liverpool went, do you know what? Actually, yes, we'll have a couple more. Fine, if you insist. Oh. Now, I did already reveal the predictions earlier, but for those of you that are unaware of what we're doing, I was about to show... Oh, God. It's me in a chair again. Enjoy. How do I minimize... There we go. Is it that? No, this is it. So, this year, what I've done is on Friday, I went through and I did predictions for every single Premier League match for the entire season on Friday, and I've locked them in. I've got the screenshots saved and everything. They're in another folder. And then each match week, or whatever, during those streams, we're going to be showing those predictions and then discussing how bad I am at this as it gets worse and worse through the season because, of course, we get further and further away from when I actually made the predictions. The only one I got right, even on this result, was the Arsenal-Coventry one. Although I would like to say that I did not think Man United would beat Hull. I didn't think they'd lose, but I'll hate that. This is what I've got for later. It took me about an hour, Dan, yeah. Because I was going through every match day, I'd then screenshot them, save them in a folder, and then every 5 match days I also took league table screenshots too, so we could have a look at that as well. What's the full table? I can't show you the full table, because that would be giving stuff away. What would it mean if you got better with time? That would be very strange. As in, my predictions start off terrible, but they start to come good towards the end of the season. LUFC. What's LU? Is that Luton? Who's LUFC? Hang on. Oh, Leeds, of course. I actually thought I had said that Leeds were going to win. So when Leeds did win, I went, hey, I've got the prediction right. Only to realise that, no, in fact, I had not got the prediction right. Because I actually do think Leeds will be really good this season. But, oh, yes, I'm not going to show the full league tables until we get to each week where there is a full league table. No, I actually think Leeds will be quite good. Luton Utah. You're up for draws. Oh, you're right. They should have done. Christian, now, buddy. Right. Oh, wow. Okay, I wasn't expecting him to agree to that. I was just going to back down in a minute, but sure, that'll do. We've got Porto. Wait, that's not bad, actually. Where was the notification for that, though? I have to check this. Where did the game tell us about this? Oh, there. This needs to be a non-skippable item. The fact that this is a thing that just gets glossed over all the time is so silly to me. Just have it so that I have to acknowledge it or something. That's all. So what are the other rounds here, actually? Is Anton Stack the one that's really funny on TikTok? Oh, yeah, the Keegan trip. I was so sad. Like, I loved Kevin. I feel like Kevin Keegan is just so incredibly well liked and with good reason. It actually made me really, really sad when I heard that he passed away. Most sort of celebrity deaths, TM, don't really... But, like, that one actually did hit me. Elvis Hammond. Oh, that takes me back. Fulham legend. Okay, so yes, we're playing Porto. Tottenham and Chelsea play each other, which is great news. Real Madrid and Man City is a good shine. Okay. That's good for us. Right. What have we got then? Round of 16. Lechia face Werder Bremen. Corona Kielce face Valencia and Arca face Basel. I think they've got a pretty good chance of progression to the round of 16. To the quarterfinals at least. All of them, honestly. So Werder Bremen, Valencia, Basel. Where do they come? Okay, so Valencia's 9th. That's tough. Basel's 12th. Werder Bremen were 21st. This feels like it's got a possibility of progression. I could see them pulling something off here. Sod's law now, we'll go and lose all 3 of them at the same round despite that. And that would suck the most because it's like, how are they capable of getting top 8, beating these exact same teams in the group stage and then always losing to them in the knockout? It just happens too frequently. I don't know if that one's locked in or not yet. I swear it's after that. I mean, maybe... but I've got a plan for Atletico this time. JTiz, thank you very much for the 43 months. And if our new tactic is stable enough, we might even be able to run that against Atletico. But I do have a system that might actually help us against them, which is to not invite crosses as much and try to stop them from crossing to Medina. Because that just killed us last time. So bad. Oh yeah, Jota did as well, just because it's like such a one. I mean, obviously there was the, was it Kevin? Forgive me, I've forgotten his name. He used to play for West Brom. Died literally yesterday, 25. He was playing for a Portuguese side. Horrible. I think it was Kevin... Was it Costa? No. Either way, seeing players just dying so young is horrible to see. I think he also used to play for Cambridge... Castro, not Costa, Castro. Yes, Kevin Castro. He actually used to play for Cambridge City as well, which I found interesting. Am I going to be able to... Oh no, I won't need to, will I? I'll put Nathan Allen back in there. Take you out. And then the bench will have some extras like Uche's back available again. Sharpek's back available again as well, which we love. And then Obruk really can't get in there because we have to leave a space for Jesus, I think, still. He went to a lot of different clubs, didn't he? I love them all by the Tigers. It's the amount of rattlement that comes from it is fantastic. I love it when clubs take those sort of things and turn it into something to rattle other fans with. It's like with Fulham and the Clappers, where they started doing it even more so. It's exact, and like the whole steering into the skid with the like Victoria sponge cake and cheese boards on the train. It's fantastic. Do you know who it was? No, I mean, Pog said, "Oh, did you hear about this player from Portugal that died?" I was like, "Oh my god, no! What? Which club or whatever?" And it was only when she showed me the picture that I saw the West Brom kit, and I was like, "Ah!" Immediately, like, knew who he was from that, but still, just terrible. Okay, we will spin the wheel. Or Slightly Cringe versus Asset Clubs. I think it's great anyway, because I feel like it's impossible to deal with it, because if you're rattled by it, then you're rattled by that, and it's like, come on now. And if you're not, then it's like, you're being too cool for school. And I love it. It's perfect. But you're right, it is especially funny against big sides. It's so theatre. It's because you can't do it in a non-sort of slightly effeminate way, and it's great. We need more of that in football. No way. 3 in a row. Why can't this happen in my other save? You have no idea, chat, how rarely, if at all, I've ever landed on that on the other save. I think I've done it once. And that's 3 times in a row today. I'm starting to think that maybe the wheel is weighted. That's ridiculous. Yeah, fuck it. I'm going to do Wally. Why not? This is my choice, but I agree with you on this one. Wally's wanted? Of course he is. Lads. The train's being kept. Just a perfect day of football, isn't it? Yeah, it's Inferno just sticking his hand up under the desk and stopping it every single time. That's why I hide the very bottom of the wheel every single time, of course. Getting mauled by the Wisła. Right, Wally. Let's huff and go, chap. Let me guess. This. Oh, wow. For once, I actually was able to go to the game. Who knew? Oh. Totten. I recognise Totten. Is it AFC Totten? 4-1. Another game with 4 goals. 2 more for Al Shankiti. Regardless of what's happened elsewhere with this tactic, this seems to have actually unleashed Al Shankiti. I'd be willing to bet he's got an assist on one of the other goals as well. Oh, actually, to be fair, he didn't. Overperformed the XG again. Didn't keep as much possession in this game, though. But he has just absolutely exploded. I guess it's because he's having to do it all by himself, because whoever his strike partner is likely going to be terrible. Because in this case, it was Wally fucking Huffer. But it's working. I'm very intrigued by this. So now we've got a minimum of 3 goals a game with it so far. Does still like we concede the odd one here and there, but that's I feels like unavoidable at this point. Saves on the clean sheet bonuses though. Mompa seems to have been. He still has his inconsistencies, but it feels like he's less inconsistent now. It sort of allows him to. I guess it depends because he's in a free role. It does give a lot of decision making to him in any given game, and depending on other teams' tactics, there might be certain games where he doesn't quite find the space as often. But he's quality enough. We want clubs and nations, don't we? We want Tottenham. That is a badge. Swatted by the Swans. Ooh, maybe. But then what would that look like as far as hand actions go, just whipping your head around? I'm not saying I'm against it. That's a cool badge, actually. I mean, I was about to say, is that a moose? Because, yes, Matt, that's a moose. No, it's clearly a deer or a stag. More likely a stag, I'd guess, given that they're called the Stags. Quite a few teams have the Stags as a nickname, actually. The team that knocked Ely out of the FA Cup was actually called the Stags as well. They had a cool badge too, actually. It don't know if it's in my name. What the fuck? What? Are they just not in the database? Oh, they're just not loaded. Oh, I guess, yeah, they are 9th tier, I suppose. Oh, here's a fun fact. Going into the 3rd season of my other save, just casually looking around the leagues, and who should I see up in the 7th tier but a team from where I used to live who have no business being high up the league. I love having the lower leagues turned on properly because you see so much turmoil and churn down there that all kinds of weird things happen. It's very strange. What if I get a chance to play against him at some point? So how's Alshank getting on the bloody hell? So I didn't actually look at his numbers properly here. Top goal scorer now properly, but he's also got 13 assists now. 14 goals, 13 assists. Bro is actually chefing. Nathan Allen has 10 goals this season off of 4.83 XG. We are spreading it around even more than we used to, but now it's getting even more goals out of it. Okay. God, he's actually deserved of that as well. That's a ridiculous record. Exciting. I almost don't want to touch anything with the tactic lest we make it worse. Oh shit, hang on. I do need to rest the squad though. But he seems to be getting like 2 goals a game at the moment. And we've not really seen him play like this basically since his Ballon d'Or season. Oh, not Moose. Well, yeah, because Watford... I believe that's because of Hertfordshire, right? Because obviously Watford being the Hornets. But I'm guessing that is because of Hertfordshire, and Hertfordshire is quite well sort of integrated with... It's like the national animal of Hertfordshire. See, that's what I mean when I say I never pretended to be smart. Also, is Belabor to Man United going through? Because it feels like they could have perhaps done with him yesterday. I was hearing like 70 million or like 65 plus add-ons or something. Which I'd honestly forgotten about Belabor, because it feels like that was I always thought that transfer had gone through last year for some reason. Hello, nothing specific. It's actually going very well for us. Unfortunately, the other Polish sides are out of the Champions League. Jagiellonia messed it up. They did really kind of messed it up. They didn't make it out of the group. Radomiak did make it out of the group and actually got Espanyol in the knockouts, but sadly won the first leg, but got battered in the second leg in Spain. Luckily, though, the other 3 Polish sides all got into the groups, all got into the top 8 of the Europa League, and thus have skipped straight to the round of 16, which is amazing. When are their games, actually? Is it the same week as ours, or are they off-centred slightly? Just want to check this. Yeah, so their first game is... Oh, no, it's the same week as us, isn't it? Wait, 13th of March? 20th of March? That's after the intake. Oh, so yeah, they're actually a week removed from ours, it seems then, I think. We're a week ahead of them. For some reason. I guess it's because our... Oh, I know what it is. Because the Champions League staggered over 2 weeks and we're on the first week. Usually we end up on the other one for some reason. But that's absolutely fine. So we actually won't know what's going on with those guys entirely until next stream. But still, they're all kind of chefing. And I think there's a chance that all 3 of them... They could equally go through together or all go out at the same time. But if they did all get through and we suddenly find ourselves in a situation where... What's it? 3 out of 16 are Polish. Sod's law, they will end up drawing each other in the next round, as we always have happen. Right, anyone that we could actually loan here on deadline day, just to make sure I get a couple more through that would actually be genuinely helpful. Oh, that's the Armenian dude, or one of them anyway. Try playing Gomez and see what... I think maybe for the next league game or this cup game, I could play Gomez. Just to see how he gets on in that role. Because Al-Shankiti is clearly crushing it. And I wonder if it's a case of the reason the other striker role is struggling a little bit in games is because obviously that striker is usually someone subpar. Just because of the way that the wheels work today. But we'll have to check. But I think putting Gomez in for a game certainly wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. And didn't I already offer him to them? And they said no. So who are Lekia after? Oh, they're gone. Gerbic. There's another one for Gornik down here. No, that's gone as well now. Oh, no, there they are. Oh, it's one of the new guys. Forgive me, I'll have a look at that kit in a sec. I just want to get these loan... Oh, hang on, there's more. Oh, it's just going to be the Blanco again. I mean, I'll try one more time to offer them Blanco. He already turned them down once, but if we could get him back out there, it probably would still be very good. Oh, I'd like to get some players out of these guys just because they're doing weirdly well in the second tier this season. Swap sides with Shank. Thing is, Shank is so good, I don't want to make him worse. Like, it's a case of, like, he's so good in what he's doing clearly in this system that I wouldn't want to make him worse by accident while trying to make someone else better. And again, I think it's more likely just whoever the quality of the player that's in the role is just not great. Because today, a lot of the players that have been rotated in have been kind of dudes rather than being really good. Ability on the left side of each role is important. So bear in mind, the ability things on the left, as far as I know, that's more to do with like their desire to do the role than it is to do with the quality of how they be in the role. It might just mean that it's sometimes harder to get them to agree to the role itself. Often. It's why when we're looking for our backroom staff, we're often trying to target people who have manager as their like desired thing there rather than just make sure there's... Can I put you in? Yeah, I can. Might as well add a few extras here if we can do. Give us a few more options for the league. Not that there's actually not many players we could register, to be fair. I think it's pretty much just him. Is anyone further up I'm missing? Perhaps some unavailables? You're in. You're all strikers that don't be needed right now. We definitely are a bit light in central midfield, which is why I'm kind of glad we didn't get rid of old Thingamabob. Right, that'll do. We'll just add someone else. Actually, those guys don't need to be added, do they? Fuck it, we'll go 24. We have enough players that it should be fine. Chiwunga, sure, why not, lads? You can have him as well. Love to see it. You, I don't even know who you are. You will come back to that in a minute. But that's why we target the guys with manager. Because while they'll often agree to be coaches for you, it does also mean that they're more likely to take managerial jobs should the opportunity come about for them, basically. Team has the best nickname. I don't know best nickname, but some of my favourite nicknames. I really like Chesterfield's nickname, the Spyrites. I just think that's a really cool nickname that's a little bit different. Actually, you're right. No, the correct answer is indeed Villarreal B. El Mini Submarino, as we found out earlier. Which I do wonder is that actually real or is it just in the FM database because someone was a bit sneaky potentially? Liverpool players. But that is up there for sure. I like nicknames that are kind of unique to the club. Because you get a lot of clubs that are named after animals in some way. Like you get... I don't know, well, for example, the Robins, right? You get, which I don't even know why we're called that either. I mean, I know there's a Robin on the badge, that's not my point, but like, I don't know why there's a Robin on the badge per se. Like, I do see them in my garden sometimes, but like, you think we'd be called the Cathedrals or something, right? I don't know, the Fenners. Catch them when you have about 2 I suppose, yeah. Imagine me, like I said, are there really even fans for the B team or are they just A team fans that are rocking up? Bloody casuals. Where were they when they were the C team? Villarreal to sign Nico Sanchez for the mini Submarino. Fair enough. Consider it canon. They didn't wear it. I actually thought that the camouflage kit that Stoke have got is okay. I just don't like the fact that the back is missing any of the camo. And I know that's because of EFL rules. It's the same reason that like the back of Hull shirts yesterday looked silly, I think, because of the giant box that has to be carved out for player numbers. But like, Vegetables nicknames. I mean, I guess Forest Green, right?
Do you know if there's
I don't know what their actual nicknames is. I guess it's probably just Rovers,
yes,
isn't
very
it?
Soon.
Tugadok, hang on. Tugadok? Sorry if I've said that incorrectly. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. The Steelmen. Oh, that's kind of good. Yeah, no, I like that. I like ones that are a bit, like, slightly, not out there, but... For example, is it Bolton who have the Trotters as a nickname, as well as, obviously, just Wanderers, right? Is it Bolton? That might be Bolton, right? Minsterman is very solid. That's decent. That works really well, too. It just rolls off nicely. Football exonyms, like, being called the Wobblers? I thought they were the Cobblers, or am I missing what an exonym is? This might be one of these Inferno moments where I'm... The Buddies, are they? Who is it that's the Gorgie Boys? Is that Aberdeen? Or is that Aberdeen? A lot of clubs actually have multiple nicknames as well. But I think Bolton was the Trotters. I remember looking that up when I was doing the Bolton save all those years ago and being like, damn, okay, let's go. Staney's going to be suspended. Oh, is it Hearts? Oh, the Dons, of course they are, yeah. That makes more sense. Because Marcus always says it. That's the only reason I even know that is because of Marcus Speller, yeah. Volkanov, Mana, so I guess it's going to have to be Akbash. Not that that's a problem. The Jam Darts, that's good. Ooh. Ah, wait a minute. Was this the one by any chance? Oh no, there was a quiz apparently, a proper quiz that Charlie was doing on Football Cliches the other day that had like a proper, like a Sporkle style quiz for this. Toffees, Trotters. Oh, you can tell it's old because obviously Bolton are in the Premier. Pompey, Potters, Black Cats, Maccabee. Yeah, I know some of these. I've never ever heard anyone refer to Spurs as cockerels. Lillywhite's fine. Throssels? Blue Brazil for Carlton Beath is good. Addicts. It's new because I was in the... Yeah, Latics for... I've heard Wigan referred to as Latics. I mean, I guess any club with athletics in the name, right? Cocks, for sure. Of course, they're very cocksure themselves. Right, get you off the... Oh, no, you're not on the bench, are you? Because it's the cup. Is the game going to let me do that? No, of course. We have to put Sharpek in. Which is... No, I can't put Sharpek in because... Wait, I might have a choice. Oh, no, goalie. I can put the other goalie in, can't I? Because that will fill our quota for this, I think. Yes, nice. I was trying to think of... My brain immediately went to... If there's Tigers, is there Lions? But of course there is. It's Millwall, isn't it? I don't suppose there's any cheetah-based clubs. I'll let you go with that. The Tigers. Oh, because there's multiple Tigers. Interesting. I'm just trying to think of other animals. I mean, there needs to be a goose-based team, and there isn't. And I'm sad for that. At least in England, at least. I mean, there probably is... There must be an English team that has the geese or the gooseman. The gooseman, imagine. Oh, 6-2. Jesus Christ. We were 2-0 down to this mob. That's concerning, actually. It looks like all the top flight sides won as well. The Chairboys, yes, for Wickham. Any Jaguars? I don't think there are, right? Cheetahs. Well, as far as I remember, cheetahs are the only like big cat animal that is prone to never hunting humans or something. The Anaheim geese. The Banana National Team. Well, there you go. Like, there's so many clubs in England, you'd think that someone would have a goose-based name. I blame our goalkeeper a little bit for this because he is very young and very shit, unfortunately. That's quite a lot of different goal scorers doing bits. Did Gomez do... Okay, so Gomez got a goal and a 7.6 rating in this game, so I think it possibly more was about the personnel in that role, which is a good sign. Just get a random lefty who's kind of actually good, and it probably... Then again, that was a cup game against a very, very bad side. So maybe start Gomez for the next league game as well, just to see against a slightly better opponent. Oh, in case you missed it, actually, I have decided that I will be doing Casapia as the beta save for 27. I think you're right. Like, we're definitely cooking on something there, for sure. The overperformance of XG for once is a unique position to be in, to be honest. Did Arshankiti still got a goal? 2 assists as well for Cabezas. Mana gets a goal and an assist. I love that with the centre-backs getting forward too. Blanco got a goal off the bench too. This is good stuff. A few more goals conceded, but the keeper is definitely at fault for that because he's just not good enough yet. Speed merchants are just spamming R2 the whole way. Oh, here we go. So, bird-based football names. I love that the RSPB have gone to the... Why Casapia? Because Casapia's nickname is Osgansos, which is the geese. They're the only goose-based team I could find. Other than Blue Goose, which have sadly become a different team for next season. No Bluebirds. Obviously in Wales, you've got Cardiff City. Have they actually got a list here, or is it just... This is written in an annoying way that makes it really hard to actually pick out the bits I need at a quick glance. Either way... Yeah, oh, that's the other thing. Which I didn't know until after I'd already decided. That yes, we are the Robins. I'll have you know, we are also the Robins. How dare you? Apparently. But yeah, they've also signed Classy Netneck. So 2 reasons to do Cassiopeia. 1, obviously, geese stuff, but 2, they've actually got Enrique Araujo from next year. So that seems perfect, right? Ballard's got yesterday. Yes, I did, yeah. Incredible finish. I actually had to look at it like 3 or 4 times to figure out how he's actually connected with the ball. But yeah, unreal. There's been some proper cracking goals just to start things off this season. Some crazy good strikes. And then some people massively overreacting to really average goals and claiming, goal of the season's already decided. I'm like, and it's just a really average goal from 25 yards. Not average, but you know what I mean? Like, in the grand scheme of things, you'd forget about it in 3 weeks. Yeah, the flick felt so almost balletic, I guess. A few other Robins then. So you've got Bristol City, and then, that's fine, because we already did that. And obviously Ely City. The back heel. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, honestly, calling it a back heel isn't doing it the justice it deserves. But there isn't really a word for what he's done, is there? Because it's just like my body doesn't have the bits that make me do that kind of thing. It's a bit like calling Max Verstappen someone with a driver's license. Like, there's so much more to it. Swindon as well. Robins is, I guess it's quite a common bird. I feel like there should be a team called the Blackbirds. It seems, I mean, maybe there is, but with it being common, I feel like Sparrows. That feels like there is a team called the Sparrows as a nickname. Battling illness. Oh, really? What, another? Is illness just sweeping through Red Bull right now? Coming to the Robins to decide the true Robins. I'd be a round robin format. Yes. Be well up for that. Actually, speaking of, Ely have just signed a guy up. Because this is the thing that I'm not even sure how this really works or understand it properly, but I still quite like it. Ely have signed a player on dual registration from Cambridge City. Now, I don't know exactly how that works or whether that's even a thing they can have in FM. But does that mean that he's basically registered to play for both teams, but he's not actually on loan? He's just sort of like technically a permanent player at both sides essentially, but it's kind of like a loan. Because I have no idea how that works. I don't think it's a thing you could even do in FM, right? But he's really, really good. And they've done very well to actually get him. We have quite a lot of sneaky links with Cambridge City and also Cambridge United. Oh my god, there's a team in... Yes, go on, Ghana. Plays anything in Heathrow. I feel like I've seen a lot of them on account of being stuck in traffic around Heathrow many, many hours of my life. I feel like I've kind of seen that one particularly. So senior players, Youth Academy, non-league is like, yeah, that's what they've done basically. Oh, I see. So that's a good idea. So it's sort of like not really alone because they're not on permanent contracts enough to have that be a thing. Still cool though. It's good that the club, because we have like a lot of youth agreements and stuff with both of the Cambridge sides. And it certainly helps. To be fair, for the 9th tier, facilities-wise, they're actually pretty good. And like, if you ever are around here and find yourself thinking, I can do with a pint. Cheapest pint in the city as well, obviously. Deportivo Maldonado, I recognise those guys. Max Verstappen feeling flu-like. He's got that Zandvoort flu. I'll be honest, I'm not especially bothered about the race this afternoon. I know it's Zandvoort's last race on the calendar, but like, I don't know. F1 has just not been hitting this year for me very much. Interesting recipe and corruption. That feels like there's an athletic long read out there that I somehow have skipped by. Or found, too many words for me, you know? Let's see. Get about you. Racing. Yeah, I forgot that was even happening because obviously I was watching the football. Player of the month. Yeah, I think he should win player of the month given he got 5 goals. No, yeah, 5 goals and... Where's that? Yeah, 5 goals and 6 assists in 4 games. That'll do it. Volkanov gets young player of the month though. That's a good sign. The longer we can keep him in the team like that, the better. That'll really be helpful. A380, damn. That's the big boy, right? I don't know much about planes, to be fair. All I know is that I would still like to see... Is it the Antonov? That giant Ukrainian plane? The one that is like absolutely ludicrously big. That does fascinate me a little bit. A wet start. Oh, is it actually? Because I was listening to Matt and Tommy yesterday and they were talking about how the weather forecast was basically saying that likely there would be no. Well, I believe... Yeah. That was the really big boy. There's another one as well. Is it like a C-30 or C something or other? It's like an American one, I think. That's quite large too. We don't get a lot of planes over here anymore. Where I used to live, it used to be planes galore because it was right near an airport. But over here, there's just not really any direct flight paths that really come across this part. So when I do hear a plane, I'm like, okay. And it's usually someone from Duxford with like, it'd be like a Spitfire. And I'm like, okay, cool. World War II's back. Fair enough. Ah, fuck, I just smashed my fingers against the desk. That really hurt for some reason. Airbus car. Planes do fascinate me. Just not enough to be like super into them, but at the same time I'm just like, that's in the sky. That's wild to me. I'm the sort of person, if I was a caveman and fire was invented, I'd be like, no thank you. Ryanair flight to Alicante. I mean, hey, I'm going to have to... that reminds me, I need to sort out flights for Italy, actually. Pisa. Find a nice little place. It's going to be lovely. Between Pisa and Florence. Pool, aircon, just beautiful for the weekend. Hire cars aren't too bad for Italy. Certainly a lot more expensive than they were in Poland, but which was ridiculously priced. Right, that's cool. EasyJet did EasyJet go Cape Verde? Wow. I guess around here everything's kind of Ryanair because Ryanair are based very heavily out of Stansted, so pretty much every flight I take is Ryanair or Malta Air or Air Malta run by Ryanair. Oh, Bristol. Right. Okay, spin the wheel first. I'll sort that in a minute. Oh no, I was going to do... Ow! Fuck. I was going to do Gomez again, wasn't I, in an actual game against someone useful so we could see if it's... to get proper data for that role. That really hurt my hand. After just already having hurt my hand. I'll keep that as it is. And that should be okay for the bench, right? Yeah, it's fine. The Beluga. That makes a lot of sense. I see the vision with the Beluga. Wage percentage or monthly. I usually set it at... we've scored another 7 goals in the league game against Legia. Gomez gets a hat-trick, Cabezas gets a hat-trick, and Al Shankiti gets 1. I think this might be the approach for the future. Our goal difference is nearly as high as our points tally now. Still a bit leaky. Ah, wait, is that because I left Shinkoviak in the goal? No, that wasn't. Okay. Jesus. That's quite a result there. But yeah, so I usually have it set to 10% of wages because I found that before... it seems to encourage more loan bids. I don't really know why. How many did he assist, though? Just the 1, as it happens. Naeem got 2 assists, though. Jakob also come off the bench and did a bit. God, it feels like this has unlocked Naeem as well. And what about the left side? How did Alan get on? An assist for you as well. Hat-tricks for Cabezas and Gomez. So I think that both strikers definitely do contribute. It was just the quality of the striker in the position, which is not a surprise. That's very encouraging, though. These are the sort of games that normally we would just randomly lose, even when we're playing a full-strength squad with the other tactic. This feels like it's just a sheer weight of numbers of chances that just dominate teams. Now, I'm assuming with us scoring 7 goals that we probably did overperform our XG. In fact, by a considerable amount, we overperformed the XG in that one. I think you're right. The Sin likes the normalness of it. Montper with an assist. He doesn't tend to get a lot, actually, does he? Well, recently at least. How many goals have we scored in the league this season now, actually? 86 already. Yeah, that's definitely on the up. Are we above our XG now? By 13. That's really unlike us. That's still a bit annoying. But I suspect some of that's a holdover. That is... Airbus Beluga XL. Oh, it's got an eye on the side. That's sick. It's got a little face. Oh. It looks more like a dolphin than a beluga, to be honest. At least call it Valdemir, right? That is adorable, actually. Like a good anthropomorphized plane, apparently. Let me just quickly send these guys on for a little resty rest before the important game in a moment. Your plane's got a 4. Oh, dear. You're delayed because your plane's sweating. Cabezas is back to being joint top scorer again now. He is absolutely chef this season. Naeem as well with 15 assists is ridiculous. Gomez hasn't even played that much and has 9 goals. So actually his numbers are good too. Stig's numbers need to be studied. He's been so good. Can barely play. Got ignored. Sorry, what's happened? I don't understand what's happened. Who's got ignored? What? Mine too. I'm really confused. Assists. Yeah, Name's got there. Jetshi players delay with says, yeah, exactly. You see that thing pulling into the terminal, and all of a sudden I'm like, do you know what? I can be a bit late to my hotel. I'm going to ride on a dolphin's face. Talk about Free Willy. I realised that he was not a dolphin. Before you pull me up on that. Humiliation for Legia. Hell yeah. Classic Gomez on that. Those more yellow cards, of course. Part of me wants to run full bore into Porto's face with this. Because Porto is about as high a test as I'd be willing to go from default with this tactical system, I feel like. It's right. It feels stable, honestly. And I feel like sometimes you just gotta lick the stamp and send it. At least we've got a bit of a gap now. Like, that being said, Arca have still done exceptionally well. I mean, they've still only lost one league game there, that cup knockout there, and the opening game of the season. So 3 competitive defeats, and it's March. I mean, that ain't bad. It's more sensible, but it feels more... I think we just went too far the other way with it. Like the other one, while it was fun, it did just seem to get caught out too often, whereas this one feels like it's more... It's just better overall. And right now, honestly, I'd probably be tempted to just whack it straight in the tactics pack, to be honest. And it still has the fun. I mean, it looks like it probably plays quite well in matches. Like the 2 matches we did... No, it was only 1 match we watched it, which was the first one. But some of the passing moves and the link-up look really nice. And I enjoyed those a lot. Hopefully that's settled in properly now. That's Toronto's B team. They probably don't have any players in there. A couple of guys from... Oh, Reykjavik. Okay. Mehmet Ural. Absolute mountain of a man. And that's multiple 7-goal games we've scored. Although it's weird that in the 7-goal games, we've actually conceded quite heavily. It doesn't seem particularly clean-sheetable. So it's still kind of doing the job of what we were hoping for anyway, where it's just, we'll score more than you, but now it feels like we actually will score more than you, rather than it being, maybe we'll score more than you if there's time. I think we'll definitely need some centre-backs for the summer, which does beg the question of whether we do a centre-back reality show next year, potentially. Most goals we scored, I think it's 115. Maybe. I believe there was one year when we first started going crazy with this that... I'm just going to temporarily turn the text scaling down so we can actually see how many goals we got. 105, 107, 116. That's probably it, right? Yeah, because these seasons here was when we were using the other system. So it certainly stepped up quite a lot when we switched over to it. But our number of goals conceded also shot through the roof when we did it, from going like mid-20s to like nearly double. So that's 116. How many we got left? 10 games to go. We're still... What? 30. We need 30 in our next 10, which is actually about where we're headed. Barring something crazy happening, we're pretty close to it. About 3 goals a game. Defending with the stars. I don't know, I feel like it's going to need something pithy. We're pretty much averaging more than that right now anyway. So we'll probably get likely quite close, but there's bound to be a random game where we just have less goals for no reason. Signs of decline? Really? He's only 31. Real problems with injuries? I feel like he hasn't had that many real injury problems other than that one time. Yeah, we changed the text scanning because it was a little bit... I just wish the game would adapt to these things better, basically. Strictly Come Defend. I don't know. It feels like it's not got enough of a pun. Super Guppy? Is that the one that they use for moving... Oh, no, that's... Because, like, when they're moving the space shuttle, where they just stick it to the top. Love that. Right. Okay, so Steinbergen's suspended here, which is frustrating. But we do have Jediva and... Actually, we've got Jediva. And Volkanov, presumably... Is Akbashi also injured? No, he's got a yellow card. Is Kwasko put better in the middle? Loves a big match as well. He's quite a passy boy, actually. Yeah, we'll do that. Perhaps for this one. Backs against the wall. Which show is that? Naked and Afraid? There's got to be a punny name in there somewhere. And I can't quite... It feels like it's on the tip of the tongue, you know? Oh, Genio, thank you for the raid, my friend. How was stream? You join us at an important time as the Champions League round of 16 is just about to befall us. And we're going to run into with a slightly new tactic, which is always a danger. Is that what I wanted? I think team-wise, that's actually fine. Let me just get... how many spots on the bench? 3. So I guess it's going to have to be random strikers. Flood the bench with random strikers. Things you'd love to see.
Here's a fun fact.
Keep it up with the centre-backs.
Syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Just isn't feeling right. Floor Dumpling, good name. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Love is Daily Blind. It just isn't... It's out there. The name is out there. And thankfully, we've got time to think of it. But I just need to look through a whole list of reality shows. Like, XG on the Beach works so perfectly, and Glove Island fitted like a glove. It's right there. No, because there's... I guess it's because centre-back is like 2 words, and that's quite a mouthful as well. And defending, it's not easy. It could be a stat, yeah. Tackle... It's out there. I can feel it. Right, that's what we're going to go with. I'm really curious to see how this plays against a slightly better side. This is intriguing. And it'll give us some data about where the gaps might be. Because clearly it does concede goals sometimes. We'll just need to figure... Tackle Keshi's castle? Tackle... That's... close. To catch a centre-back. That would almost work better for the strikers. Marked at first sight. Header over heels in love. I don't know. That's not even a thing. It just sounds like it should be. Centre baccalaureate. Oh, they're so close. The centre bachelor. Centre bachelor. Oh, Kenko. That's about as close as we're getting. The centre bachelor. Oh, yeah, that's the best we've got, I think. Oh. That's my favourite one so far, is the centre bachelor. Because it's actually got the punniness in it too. And it's just about on the line. Like, if we don't think of anything better, I'd probably be willing to go with that. Oh, good God, Duru's in this team. That's definitely going to happen. I'm just going to have to go and... Yeah, that one feels like the best option so far. The centre bachelor. And I guess we immediately just go for tall man, short man, and the various other things. We've already conceded some chances here to Porto, which is a little worrying. Hopefully over time that will start to clear up a little bit. Okay, here we go. Possession still looks good. Average ratings across the board look okay. But Porto are not a bad side by any means. We have actually had an issue. Large gap between our defensive line and our midfield in possession. Is there though? Because they are relatively... They push up quite a lot. Oh, here we go. Gomez. Come on. Christian Gomez, baby. We lead, I think. I don't think there's any chance that that's offside. That was a lovely little bit of play, actually. Was that an indirect free kick? I feel like we've scored a couple of these lately. Like a short free kick whose back line is anyway. Ooh. I don't mind that. Was this Nathan Allen? First time ball around the corner for Gomez. Beats the keeper to it. That is nice. Not really representative of the tactic, but it's just nice to see us doing stuff. Three Amigos. Was that... What reality show... Sorry. I suppose it was reality shows as dating shows. I like the centre bachelor. Currently, at least. We are conceding some chances here, though. But it's actually kind of nice seeing shots against us that we're not seeing as highlights and Cater's just dealing with relatively easily. Oh, I love the fact that we can play straight out from the back to the central centre-back and just get straight in on goal, basically. I also love the run that Montparnasse is making here. Can he pull it across? He doesn't need to. Finds it back for Allen. And it's Cabezas and it's another goal. It's 2-0. Okay. Okay. This is... I see now why we're able to overperform the XG with this tactical system. Look at the run that Montparnasse makes here. Instead of it being El Shankiti into the channel this time, Montparnasse's free roll allows him to get into that position. And it just allows everybody to shuffle across slightly. Naeem can find a good spot. And it's going to be another assist for Anwar Naeem as well. That's his 16th of the season. I think his record is 24. And over half a year. Great piece for Wempov. Who would possibly win that? Oh, God. It's Raul. I've just realised how many former players for us actually play for this Porto team. Really? What was that defending? We have scored a goal just like that earlier this season, in fairness, but that is an insane piece of defending. Who's marking him? Everyone's marked up. Who's 19? That was dreadful defending from Cabezas. He just leaves him. Fear factor. I don't think we'll be a... Oh, come on now. I don't really blame the keeper for that. I just blame Cabezas. I don't know why he was the one marking their striker at the back post, but... Oh, my days. This is where it all starts to go wrong, and all of a sudden... We end up losing the game 3-2 despite being 2 goals to the good. Don't foul him. Well played, Jakob. Jakob? Not Jakob. That's literally not his name, Matt. We are a bit fortunate to be in front here, and they are definitely creating opportunities against us, but I still feel like we're better on the break. I could see us randomly winning this game like 4-1 out of nowhere. Did I just... Oh, I did bring my drink up. I wasn't sure I brought it up with me. I just think that the Bachelorette is going to be a very tough one to beat. And we can award them a rose at the end. Oh, look at the link up here. He must be offside, surely. He's not offside. That stuff on the edge of the box there is glorious. Garrett Bridges block off. It's close, but I don't think it quite has the right ring to it. It's one of those you know it when you say it type vibes. Centre back named Rose. I mean, probably out there. Marco Rose's son? I like Kowalski dropping into the pocket a little bit more here. But also, now when he does, what would happen before is, when he would get the ball in this situation, these two would be in a weird position, because obviously there wouldn't be this third centre-back here, where they'd have to be more narrow in order to prevent annoying things from happening. Whereas now, we've always got that extra passing option available into these little pockets. Oh, slip him in. Alan? Oh, Nathan. Oh, actually, never mind. Nathan? Oh, that's a good save as well. That's... Doesn't help that a lot of reality shows have incredibly long, wordy names. I think as this game's worn on, we've actually started to develop into it even more. If anything, Al Shankiti's been the one that's a bit, not off the boil, but not looking great here. Markashev. Markashev is actually pretty good. That's probably a solid number 2 there, I'd say. It's not quite as good as the Bachelorette, but it's... Sorry, the centre Bachelorette. But that's a decent shout, actually. Even the defenders, other than Mana, probably. Doing all right. But it's just a good word. Yeah. Don't yell at them too much. Plus, this is the away game as well. If we can get a good result on the road, Oh, well played, Anwar. We do seem to have awoken Anwar Naeem up. 4-man defence. 4 at the back instead of 4 in the bed. Could, yeah. Change the show. Ah! It works. Besides, isn't there a show that literally is called The Bachelorette? Oh, shit. No. For God's sake. It's Raul Carlos, both of our former players. Right on this tactic. Honestly, no. So far, I'm liking it a lot. That was just dreadful play. Like, the fact that we just gave it to them from an indirect free kick is ridiculous. That, unfortunately, right there is not a tactical situation. More of it just plain stupidity. Still annoying to concede, though. Not a lot we can do about that, sadly. Bachelor is a lady. I guess, but we're not playing... It's not a women's team, is it? That is very frustrating. Al Shankiti's struggled a little bit. We do... No, not like this, please. Oh, I was hoping we might do the same thing to them. It does suck that 2 of our former players are the ones that have scored the goals for Porto in this match, though. Good save, keeper. I think I might actually take Al Shankiti out in a minute. He's the one player that I thought would step up today. And kind of hasn't. But we do have Mateusz Sharpak, and as you know, he's very good in these exact situations. Kept saying the Bachelor. You're right, it's the centre Bachelorette. Oh yeah, you're right. Rather than the centre Bachelor. It's because of the syllables. My brain, for some reason, just seems to be settling on that instead of the Bachelorette. I see. Sorry, you know what I mean. Mana's been poor. So is Shank. Sharpak comes in. Maybe Diabate for Cabezas? Don't really want to have to bring Volkanov on here because don't think that's going to help us a great deal. Uche, perhaps, even though he's apprehensive about it. God knows Adze too, actually. Do I bring him on instead of Kowalski? Maybe? It's not great. I mean, I'd take a draw away from home, to be fair, but not when you're 2-0 up. That would kind of be a bit shit. Might save the other subs for the time being. Just go with that, rotate it a little bit. Take me out. I guess that's just... Well, that's all of Pepe's opposition instructions, in fairness. We've certainly given up space in this game, for sure. But yeah, I still feel like we'll win. I don't think I'd want to play this against a team that's any stronger than a Porto, potentially. Oh, please, not again. Don't do something dumb. Go on, Anwar. Just take them all on. Okay, he's found a run for Nathan Allen. He might be in a good position to get the rebound as well. Oh my God, I thought that was soaring in. That was close, actually. Montpellier hasn't been awful today by any means, but tiredness is sort of creeping up on them. Also, could anyone come on and replace Naeem? This might be a moment for Stiggy, actually, to play there, even though he's not really great for the role. And then make that the last change and just try to find something good here. I can't even really be mad at them. The 2 goals have been very frustrating, though. To concede from a set piece where the player just decides to leave his marker completely unmarked and then concede from a set piece where we just give the ball to them under absolutely zero pressure. Marked at first sight. That's pretty close. Oh, no. Not like this. Don't foul him. Good save, Keita. I still think the centre Bachelor. That's the one that's sticking out to me. I think it's going to take something to shift it. Do I maybe go more... I just wonder if for the final 5 minutes we try a little bit of a higher dribbly approach, just to see if someone could take their man on and find half a yard to get us the winner. Just as likely to concede a goal doing that, potentially. But I'm wondering if someone like a Stig could potentially do something. Oh, no. Now, these never go in elite football, at least in F26, so we should be okay. I've now, of course, jinxed it, and this will be 3-2 to Porto, where all 3 goals come from some form of a defensive situation. Oh, okay, that was a very strange free kick. Although I have a horrible fit. Oh, my God. That could have been bad. 2-2 is... it's fine. I think we'll be good enough to beat them at home, but 2-2 is a little bit perturbing. Still saw a lot of good things in that, and I think any other game, and we win that relatively easily. Cater does still get a good rating, though. Now, as you're looking for, potential options for our centre-back reality show next year, which may well need to happen. More. So we have like a player lookup and stuff for things like that, because we are in a bit of a rush situation at the moment to try to progress through to make sure we get to the youth intake in time. I don't think you're getting it. I feel like it needs some kind of punny thing, and rather than just like a centre-back, like a word related to defence that's just shoved into a sentence, we could call it defenders on a date that's blind, and it's like, yeah, that's technically some words, but it's not like, it's not pithy, you know? No clean sheet award. I'm assuming we got a man of the match. Or did we actually? Nope, Joao Carlos did. Good. Just what we needed. I think we'll get the second leg. Love is tall. What is even the... Oh, love is blind. That's what I mean. Like, I just... You need to be able to know exactly what one it's even taking the piss out of, right? Real bare backs. I don't know what that means. Defenders on a day that was blind. Do you know what? Part of me wants to go the complete opposite way and just do it something like that in the end. Espanyol just put 4 past PSG. That's actually really good for us. If Spain are shitting... Oh, sorry, if France are shitting the bed there. How they've done that, I don't know. But it does all of a sudden make that Radomiak defeat look better. Defenders on a date that is blind. What I've accidentally done there is walk straight into something that I think is kind of alright, actually. What game should they be playing that day? I think the wheel I currently have is actually out of stock on Amazon right now. Which is a shame. Panic at the Disco. Defenders on a date that is blind. I weirdly kind of like that. Hello, Frank. How's it going, friend? I'll be a lot better if we could get past Porto in the second leg after throwing away a 2-goal lead in really annoying stat. It's weird that we didn't really create a lot after those 2 opening chances either. Lots of these, but that's okay. Are the other... No, the Europa League's next week, isn't it? Drag back race. With 1 or 2 vision. You're right, we'd have to find a guy that couldn't see a thing. Correct. That'd be one of the requirements for it. Just call it mining. That could also work. Or whatever the Polish word is. Not that maybe one of the... I quite like defenders on a date that is blind. That's true, all Polish words. Dziękuję. They're all... Kurwa. Tishreen. Oh no, Boban's injured. Who's Boban at these days? Is he still at Rakov? He is, actually. Tell you what, if Boban does come back, he... might be a candidate for that, potentially. Oh, we're playing Arca. Right in between. That's just what we needed. A game against Arca right in between our 2 Champions League games. Thankfully, I did rest the team, so we should be able to go as full strength against Arca as realistically we can do. So it shouldn't be the end of the world, but... although mana is suspended, I'm guessing, or something for this one. FM? Yeah, he's suspended. Well, next match only for him, which means I guess Volkov can come back in there, move Vasil, put it out there, and... Maybe I should bring Steinberger back in for this game, just to be safe. Maybe leave Gomi in for this one as well, actually. And then I can revert back to the others afterwards. Just to allow us to have a better chance of perhaps even winning this game. Since we kind of need to. Anyone else on there? That should be okay. Unless there's anyone hidden on there. Right, win it. Watch this be the first time that we don't drop the correct number of goals, which has to be 3 or more. That's been the record. Although actually, the Porto game, we only scored twice. But better opposition, so I'll take that. They will find a way to beat us, won't they? Oh my God. What has Harry Kane got on us? That's as if they've actually gone and won. I deliberately rotated into a stronger lineup to not lose the game. And Harry Kane is just very good, isn't he? As a manager. How screwed were we in this game? Or we're not allowed to see it on the match day? They were just as good as we were. Keita actually did well to not... I mean, probably shouldn't have stuck with it. Montbruce was dreadful in this game. That's wild. 23 to silver. Thank you very much for the raid. Clip of the medical team. Who's that? Is this like F2? Oh my... Whoa, what the fuck? That's BTCC. Jesus Christ. What the hell happened? Or his attributes. What are whose attributes? I forgot that was today as well. There's a lot of things going on today. Did I rotate? I didn't know who I rested the players, did I? Harold Kane. I mean, they're relatively good, but they're not like exceptional attributes. Did I rest them? Can't have to do it again. Oh no, recall to train. Yeah, I did. Phew. Okay. I'm concerned about that. Oh, Rose. I mean, there's going to be loads of Roses, but it'll all be from the women's side of the game, I would have thought. In fact, there's literally 1,700. Oh, no, Sam Rose. Oh, what am I talking about? There's loads of players. Yeah, we've got 1,100 players. I'll refund your points because otherwise we'll be there all day looking at those. And good. Youth Intake hasn't happened yet. Youth Intake is on the 17th. It's the same every year. So the Youth Intake is after our next league game, which will be on the Monday there after the Brookbet game, which is also a very good side, frustratingly. But unfortunately, I said, oh, Limer's been sacked. Kind of figured that would happen, unfortunately. He was starting to turn it around, but then stopped turning it around equally. Pustra, they really haven't gained a lot of points in a very long time, to be fair to them. Thank God we've still got a bit of a points gap over Arca, because they've done the double over us, and deservedly so, to be honest. It's baffling. Oh, good, Cabezas is injured right before the Porto game. Superb. The guy that we really needed to not be injured, please don't tell me it's... That'll be just enough to keep him out of the game, I think. Yeah, I mean, at least it's not the annoying injury that you get right before a Champions League final, where no matter what you do, you're going to get a first-team injury in between that part, aren't you? It's just how it goes. I'm a bit worried. I mean, obviously, were we to fall into a bit of a trap in the Porto second leg, we would have to switch to the more aggressive approach anyway, so we could just go more aggressive if we need to. Fuck it. Right. So, yeah, he's not available for the game. And obviously, Huffer's not available because he's not even in the squad. Right, so we'll get rid of Walster. And... Oh, that's it, actually. And Cabezas, of course. Clear, unavailable. Oh, cool. Yeah, while he technically can play, he basically can't. Which is unfortunate, which is fine, because Diabate can come straight in now. And that will now allow this. Anyone else on the bench needs to come in. Steinberger's back, so I'll bring him in a minute as well. Jory there too. Right, for the back line. We've actually got a bit more depth now, which is nice. I think I decided that I wanted Steinberger out wide right, didn't I? Then Akbash in the centre. That was what seemed to work nicely for us before. Yeah, that'll do. If one was that would be Zanfort, I believe. Right. That'll do, I think. I say that'll do, like, as if this isn't, like, immensely important for us to not lose. But it would be very much us to have some situation where we do end up losing this somehow. First game was pretty tight, though, which was a little concerning. But I think being at home, it should benefit us a little bit more, particularly as Porto presumably will play a little bit more defensively away from home, which will hopefully benefit us. Wait, I need to do the skip thing, which means I have to do that again because it cancels that as well. Keep an eye on the PSG Espanyol game as well, because they're 4-1 up from the first leg, but I could easily see PSG turning that around as well. Yeah, situations like this, where before, when they would clear it to those sort of positions, one of the centre-backs would absolutely pick it up, but he wouldn't have as many passing options. And now there's just players in slightly better positions to receive the ball. Oh, here's the interchanges. Lovely ball. Now you've just got to square this for someone, surely. So many options in the box. And one of them is El Shankiti. Come on. Let's go. 5 minutes in and Shank's done what he couldn't do for the entirety of the last game. Man City goalkeeping kit. What's the kit? Have you got a link? I kind of want to see this now. Right. Solve the issue. No. The issue basically is FM26. Unfortunately. And I think that nothing we're going to do... I mean, it's made it slightly better. Like, Keita has performed better than other goalkeepers, but I still firmly believe that later this season, he'll almost certainly be the reason that we get knocked out of the Champions League, because it just seems like it is impossible. If we're going to win the Champions League this season, we're pretty much just going to have to try and make sure that we score as many goals as possible and hope that when he does let us down in a game, that we win that game 4-3 or something. It just seems like an inevitability. He's definitely reduced the threat slightly, but I don't think we're realistically going to get much better than that. It does just seem to be a bit of an issue with the match engine in places that when you build up a tactic like that, you're just always going to concede these weird goals. It seems like Diabate takes his man on. And he should have made it too. I don't hate it. I don't hate it, to be fair. Well, I don't know if it's a game that's the issue, but we've tried too many things now with every single attribute to the point where there's only so much you can do before you realise that it has to be something else, because statistically it couldn't possibly continue for that long and still not be something to do with the way that the game does match engine things. Oh, we're actually looking very, very good here. Although Steinbergen being already on a booking is a little bit worrying. Disproportionately many left backs. I mean, hey, when all we've got's a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I don't really know what a left back would be doing here, but oh God, well played. Second goal, though, very, very important in this one. Not that it mattered for the first game, but I'd like to think we wouldn't do that again. I love these little interchanges. We're always finding that little extra pass and then able to keep recycling possession over and over again until we get our breakthrough. There's always somebody where we need them. Right, go on, Nathan. Find that pass this time. He finds Gomez, blocked again. God's sake. We've actually done pretty well for time, considering this is usually the one that I overrun by massive amounts. So we're going to be like maybe 15 minutes over, and hopefully going into the next round of the Champions League as well. But still time to mess this up. We at least have the lead. And hopefully little spaces will emerge as Porto start to push a little bit more, but that will likely not be till the second half. Go on, Nathan. He's got two players on him now. Whips it in. That's going to be a back post header for Naeem. We certainly seem better. Like, nobody's really letting us down so far in today's game. And actually, we have truly dominated Porto. This is much more like it than the first game. 325. I don't really know how that stacks up about other attendances, to be fair. I'm assuming that's quite good. Oh, go on. Montparnasse again. He saved it again. He's deflected it and it still managed to be saved. Well, the shots are happening. The chances are coming. But I do fear if we don't get that second goal, FM will find a way to mess with us here. They've had no shots on target. We're limiting them to 0 chances, creating tons of our own, dominating the ball. I hate the fact that this looks like the exact setup for those games. Although things have gone off the boil a little bit here. Might be worth a couple of individual changes for the pass map stuff at half-time. 31 and 3 are certainly doing a lot. Shots for time. Oh, absolutely. But it's the fact they always seem to pull out those saves, and our keeper would just let those in. Right. So, yeah, definitely. In fact, a bit more tight marking for those guys could certainly do the job. We're giving them a little bit too much space, potentially. But we're still doing the right thing. Montparnasse is fine, I guess. But we need the second goal. That's the problem. And they will now surely push a little bit more population. Oh, of course, yeah, but people aren't... It's not just the locals. I imagine the locals probably... Do they get like a discount on tickets, do you think? Because they're local? You'd like to think so. Now Porto are having shots on target. I mean, he has made a save now, at least. They don't. Really? That's kind of shit. I'd have thought that, like, within a certain catchment area, you'd maybe get, like, a little discount just for being local and putting up with the noise. I think I'll look to take Gomez off soon and throw Sharpak into that spot, because Gomez has kind of struggled a little bit in this one. We should just speed up the play slightly. But if we do score now, I'll make the subs, and we can kind of try and not shut it down, but here we go. Bit of space. Oh, loads of space here for Diabate! Get in! Well, some places do that. I know nothing about it. You think if you'd probably make it back by just having that goodwill. I mean, I guess if they don't need to, they don't need to, right? Okay. 2-0. Now changes can happen. Gomez for Al Shankiti. Wait. No, not for Al Shankiti, for Sharpak. Montparnasse has been honestly kind of terrible today. So Joao will come in. I don't want to make too many changes, because he's still a bit on a knife edge, and Uche can come in here. I'll save the other subs for the time being and go for, like, I don't know, 75. But this is much more like it. PSG only 1-0 up against Espanyol as well, which looks like France could be losing potentially even 2 teams here. Not even thinking about it. Well, that's shit, isn't it? Naeem got 2 more assists as well. This does seem to have absolutely unleashed him. If nothing else, it's made him into... Oh, God, please, no, not like this. Hey, a save! Come on, finally. Where did the physio come from? He just appeared on the pitch. But it seems to have made Naeem basically unstoppable. And I like that. Diabat is dead tired, and Naeem is also extremely tired. 50 minutes to go. We do need a more permanent solution to that, but for the time being, Stiggy. What's happened with the crash? How many cars are we talking here? Oh, red flag. Hey, it looks like I'm going to miss less of the race then. Obviously, I hope they're okay. Yeah, Duru was one of our own players, as was Joao Carlos, and they have a couple more. We have a habit of selling quite a lot of guys to Porto, because for some reason, they're one of the teams that actually will bid a fair value for some of our guys. Them and Man United. Oh, Verstappen's gone off. Oh, that's bad. I mean, it's obviously bad in general, but particularly in front of his home crowd. What are we doing here? Don't give away a penalty. Don't do something stupid. Well, there's Duru scoring. Because, of course. Gets in there. Right. A few minutes left. Oh, they're going to disallow it. There's no way they're disallowing it, bro. It's basically on the halfway line. Right, let's maybe... That's a huge chance in terms of actual... Part of me is like, oh, do I try and shut this down? Or is that just going to risk even more pressure on us? Oh, for God's sake. This has been a much closer tie than it had any reason to be. As long as we get through this final minute. No, why didn't you tackle him there? The ball was literally yours to win. It's going to be a back post headed goal, isn't it? Cater with the punch. Oh my God. If that had gone in, that might have been head loss time. Right, I think we've got away with it there, frankly, but nevertheless, we do win. Naeem was dominant yet again, but fucking hell. Made that a bit more difficult than we needed to. On the plus side, I do think actually tactically, it's all right. Even if weird circumstances happen. The goals came about in a very strange way. I think he does have quite a high punching tendency, in fairness. Like, a lot of Porto's XG came because we just gave them the weirdest chances. So I'm not super concerned about that. I'm a little bit concerned about our inability to score more chances, but we didn't actually create that much there. I'm assuming we got man of the match. Was it their goalkeeper again? No, it's Naeem. It's always Anwar, my guy. Get him in there too. Naeem is 31, I believe. Nearly 32, I think. He's not spring chicken anymore, but he has signed a new contract. So he's going to be here for a little while longer, and we are through to the next round, which is good. Was there like standing water? Right, so that's fine. So now we just got to get to the 17th, which is the next one properly. And we draw Espanyol. That's actually really good. We could have been playing Paris Saint-Germain, but instead we're playing Espanyol, who we've already beaten in the group stage. Me likey that. Me likey that a lot. Although they have just beaten PSG, so maybe that's not a great thing. But they got there, which is crucial. I'll absolutely take that. Rest players, one day. Oh, no, didn't click it. Boom. Sick. I think I had Brighton Villa down as not Brighton Villa, sorry. No, it was Brighton Villa, wasn't it? I think I had it down as a 2-all. So Liverpool are through. Atletico are through, annoyingly. PSG are through, and obviously we are through as well. The submarines. Just need Thursday, obviously, is the crucial day for the first legs, if nothing else. Needs these 5-game running bins. That's fine. We'll go for that for a minute. Development advice. Nice. Look at my spacebar spammery today. I truly am a new man. What's wrong with the Villa team? Are they just missing people? I suppose so were Spurs yesterday, which was all that money spent. Their defence was basically missing, wasn't it? Bayern are through. Barcelona put 7 past Brighton. Chelsea knock out Tottenham. And City take out... No, they don't. City lose to Real Madrid. Whichever manager would you want to play for? I don't know, because all the things we know about managers is based on things you read in the media, and yeah, okay, you do hear stuff, but you never really know, I guess, what they're actually like as people. So I don't know. I don't think I'd want to play for any of them, to be honest. I feel like I don't have the mentality for it. No, it's Espanyol. Buendia up front. Okay, that is a decision. Van Parra, I think they had Danso missing as well, right? But it's... I think there's always a tendency to be like, they've got injuries. Like, don't they always seem to have injuries? And where's all the players that they signed and spent all the money? I know that Savinho's coming soon as well, but the looks of things, right? Thursday hasn't happened yet. Espanyol in a quarter-final is very tasty, particularly... Okay, so we play the winner of Barcelona-Chelsea, so we're going to have to get through Chelsea in order to actually go the whole way. But after that, I mean, it's basically just exactly who you'd expect. We got possibly the best draw we could have got out of that. Fair in your multiverse. I don't actually know. He's not Arsenal manager anymore, for sure. I don't know what he's actually up to. I think he's probably in an international team job, if I was to guess. Or just doesn't exist at all. Because of course not. Did I spell Arteta correctly? I think he may have retired. Right, Europa League. Just show me some good news for the first legs. Is all I want to see. I didn't see a lot of good news there. Lechia drew 0-0. Valencia lost. They want to... Oh, Arca win 3-0 at least, but Corona Kielce are down 2-0. That was the toughest one of the bunch. Did Lechia play home or away? Away. They got a 0-0 draw on the road. That's not the end of the world. We'll accept that. It's good progress, at least. Oh. Is the red flag still red flagging, or is it one of these ones where it's going to take a little while to sort of clean up type thing? Right. Jesus Christ. I'll ignore that for the time being. Just want to get through that game so we can get to the... I know we're going to be really disappointed with the youth intake, but part of me just always has in the back of my mind, maybe, just maybe, there's one year where it says it's going to be garbage and we actually get someone good. I know I'm really just... It's copium at this point, but you just never know. Is that team going to be absolutely fine for this game? I'm sure it is, right? Is the game going to let me play this team? That'll do. We'll go properly. A single corner was attached to that car park. Oh, dear. Okay. We've still scored at least 2 goals in every game so far with it. And it's... Oh, he says as we literally don't do exactly that. Gomez with the 1-0 victory. That's absolutely fine, though. I mean, 4.5 star PA would be incredible. Like, world-class. Oh, finally an underperformance. But a clean sheet. So I guess you take the good with the bad on that one. Who got the assist, though? Wow, actually wasn't Naeem for once. It certainly seems... I mean, I guess it does make my prediction that I think Spurs will be bottom half again look a little bit better, even though in the actual predictions that I did, they did fare slightly better than that. But that's because I was doing it like stream of consciousness every time I was like, okay, that's the result, because otherwise you're there for ages with the sheer number of them. Clean sheet, man of the match bonus, love to see it, and that will end with that. Pretty certain that, Jesus, Tomek wins at Fantasy today with 359 points. That might be a record. I guess it's one of the streams where we get through quite a lot of games. I will, just in case, because I might forget otherwise, rotate that. Gaffer tape in F1. I mean, hey, sometimes, if nothing else, gaffer tape does the job. It's a bit like when in NASCAR, when they crack out the circular saws. That's how you know, or the angle grinder. Right. Intake, come on. Give me something good. It's just not going to be good, is it? Okay, did I just see that Bunny Shaw had been sacked by Jagiellonia? Yep, Bunny Shaw's also gone. Yeah, Alan got the assist in the last game there, yeah. Naeem has regularly got assists, but... Right, okay, intake. There's a top. I wasn't even expecting a guy that would be considered top. I thought it was all going to be good or worse. Okay, 3.5 stars. He's better than last year's intake. Also, it said that our best player was a centre-back. But he sure as shit isn't. This is him. You know what? He's actually all right. Light-hearted and selfish. Daniel Zbilut. He's a... Do you know what? The worst leader imaginable. He could be okay. Consistency already. I don't actually hate him. Already got a bit in pace. Can already play wing-backery. Okay. I don't hate the idea of him. Yeah, not great on the dribbling, but also he's very young. He's, for what we've had recently, he's not bad. Also a Peruvian guy, Julio Mori. We have had oh wow, Julio's not bad either actually. Pavlovsky. They're reasonable, CA wise, I think, but just it's the ceilings. We're mostly lacking. Any other fun nationalities in here? Oh, Bermudan, Dave Giddings. Go on, Dave. It's certainly better than last year, and we were promised a much worse one than that. Switzerland, Brazil, Netherlands, of course. Do you know what? I'm surprised at that, honestly. I was expecting a lot worse. He's a player that at the very least we can look at in the future and be like, has this guy actually developed? Like, he ain't going to be a world beater, whatever, but he's probably the best looking starter player that we've had for like several seasons, I would say, at this point. And were our team a little bit worse, he would 100% be close to 5 stars PA, presumably. And you never know, he might even tick up to being like 4-star PA potentially. There's one guy that does tend to tick in the right direction. Oh my goodness, who are we rating today? None of my usuals. Is there any? There is someone with a face cam. Nice. It's the only like requirement I make when it comes to doing raids when we don't know who to raid. Is just like, because it's like not the bare minimum, but it sort of suggests an element of effort, I suppose. So Tuesday will be the remainder of the season, which could well be us getting to a Champions League final and hopefully bringing some other Polish sides there with us, which would be very, very good indeed. Well, not the Champions League, but you know what I mean. So anyway, I will join you lovely folks on Tuesday. Thank you very much for joining me today. I've had a lovely time. I'm now going to go and watch the rest of the F1 and put the games on the other screen while I try to get through what we've got here. I'll probably come back at like next gen day for next stream as well, because it's next gen day. Anyway, thank you very much for joining me. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and week, and I'll see you guys very soon. Hold your gun, capybara, bye-bye.